Star Wars, The Han Solo Trilogy, Book 1, The Paradise Snare, by A.C. Crispin. Read for you by The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. This book is dedicated to my friend Thea Rose. When we were 12, we swore we'd always be best friends. And more years later than we like to count, we still are. Acknowledgements. Writing in the Star Wars universe is like becoming a part of a community, or even a family. The writers are encouraged to read each other's books, and there are dozens of nonfiction and technical books devoted to the characters, hardware, planets, and so forth. Writers trade information and tips back and forth, and generally help each other out. Thus, many people help me with this book. With the caveat that any mistakes readers may find are my own, I would like to thank the following. Kevin Anderson, who gave me my first chance to write in the Star Wars universe. Kevin and Rebecca Moesta also help with information about the Star Wars background and characters, as well as hand-holding, encouragement, and sage advice. Michael Capobianco, fellow writer and significant other, for brainstorming, research help, intelligent advice, and fixing dinner when I was too busy writing to even realize I was hungry. Thanks, dear. Bill Smith and Peter Schwaghofer of West End Games for helping me figure out answers to such odd and esoteric questions as, what does Han wear for underwear? They unstuck me from quandaries more times than I can count. Tom Dupree and Evelyn Cainto of Bantam Books for assistance, advice, and encouragement. Sue Rostoni and Lucy Autry Wilson of Lucasfilm for the True Facts. Michael A. Stackpole for help figuring out how to break a tractor beam and other advice relating to ships and piloting. Steve Omansky for reading the manuscript and giving sage advice on techie stuff. As always, Kathy O'Malley, friend and writing buddy, for hand-holding and an occasional well-deserved kick in the pants. And of course, George Lucas, who started it all. Star Wars blew me away the first time I saw it, and it's been an honor to contribute to the saga in a small way. Thanks again, and may the Force be with you all. Chapter 1. Traitor's Luck. The ancient troop ship, a relic of the Clone Wars, hung in orbit over the planet Corellia, silent and seemingly derelict. Looks were deceiving, however. The old Liberator-class vessel, once called Guardian of the Republic, now had a new life as Traitor's Luck. The interior had been gutted and refitted with a motley assortment of living environments, and now contained nearly 100 sentient beings, many of them humanoid. At the moment, however, only a few of them were awake, since it was the middle of the sleep cycle. There was a watch on the bridge, of course. Traitor's Luck spent much time in orbit, but it was still capable of hyperspace travel, even though it was slow by modern standards. Garrus Shrike, the leader of the loosely allied trading clan that lived aboard the Luck, was a strict taskmaster, who followed formal ship's protocols. So there was always a watch on the bridge. Shrike's orders aboard the Luck were always obeyed. He was not a man to cross without a good reason and a fully charged blaster. He ruled the clan of traitors as a less than benevolent despot. A slender man of medium height, Garrus was handsome in a hard-edged way. Streaks of silver white above his temples accentuated his black hair and ice-blue eyes. His mouth was thin-lipped, he seldom smiled, and never with good humor. Garrus Shrike was an expert shot and had spent his early years as a professional bounty hunter. He'd given it up, though, due to bad luck, meaning that his lack of patience had caused him to lose the richest bounties reserved for live delivery. Dead bodies were frequently worth far less. Shrike did possess a warped sense of humor, especially if the pain of others was involved. When he was gambling and winning, he was subject to bouts of manic gaiety, especially if he was also drunk, as he was at the moment. Sitting around the table in the former wardroom of the enlisted officers, Shrike was playing sabacc and drinking tankards of potent Alderaanian ale, his favorite beverage. Shrike peered at his card chips, mentally calculating. Should he hold pat and hope to complete a pure sabacc? At any moment the dealer could push a button and the values of all the card chips would shift. If that happened, he'd be busted, unless he took an additional 2 and tossed most of his hand into the interference field in the center of the table. One of his fellow players, a hulking Eloman, suddenly turned his tusked head to glance behind him. A light on one of the auxiliary status panels was blinking. The huge, shaggy-furred Eloman grunted, then said in guttural basic, "Something funny about that lockout sensor on the weapons cache, Captain." Shrike insisted on proper protocol and chain of command, especially as it applied to himself. Unless engaged in some planetside caper, he always wore a military uniform while aboard the Luck, one he'd designed himself, patterned on the dress uniform of a high-ranking Moff. It was hung about with medals and decorations Shrike had picked up in pawn shops across the galaxy. Now, hearing the element's warning, he glanced up a little blearily, rubbed his eyes, then straightened up and dropped his card chips onto the tabletop. "What is it, Braffid?" The giant being wrinkled his tusked snout. "Not sure, Captain. It's reading normal now, but something flickered, as though the lock shorted out for a second. Probably just a momentary power flux." Moving with such unusual grace and coordination that even the foppish uniform couldn't detract from his presence, the captain rose and walked around the table to study the readouts himself. All signs of intoxication had vanished. Not a power flux, he decided after a moment. Something else. Turning his head, he addressed the tall, heavy-set human on his left. "Laird, look at this. Somebody shorted out the lock and is running a sim to fool us into thinking it's just a power flux. We've got a thief aboard. Is everyone armed?" The man addressed, who happened to be Shrike's brother, Laird Shrike, nodded, patting the holster that hung on the outside of his thigh. Braffid, the Eloman, fingered his tingler, an electric prod that was his weapon of choice, though the hairy alien was large enough to pick up most humanoids and break them over his knee. The other person present, a female Sullustan who was the Luck's navigator, stood up, patting the scaled-down blaster she wore. "Ready for action, Captain," she squeaked. Despite her diminutive height, flapping jowls, and large, appealing, bright eyes, Noonie Dalvo appeared almost as dangerous as the hulking Eloman who was her closest shipboard friend. "Good," Shrike grunted. "Noonie, go post a guard over the weapons locker, just in case he comes back. Laird, activate the biosensors. See if you can ID the thief and see where he's heading." Shrike's brother nodded and bent over the auxiliary control board. "Corellian human," he announced after a moment. "Male, young. Height 1.8 meters. Dark hair and eyes. Slender build. The bioscanner says it recognizes him. He's heading aft, toward the galley." Shrike's expression hardened until his eyes were as cold and blue as the glaciers on Hoth. "The Solo Kid," he said. "He's the only one cocky enough to try something like this." He flexed his fingers and hardened them into a fist. The ring he wore, made from a single gem of Deveronian blood poison, flashed dull silver in the bulkhead lights. "Well, I've gone easy on him so far, 'cause he's a good swoop pilot, and I never lost when I bet on him. But enough is enough. Tonight I'm going to teach him to respect authority, and he's going to wish he'd never been born." Shrike's teeth flashed, much brighter than the gem in his ring. Or that I'd never found him 17 years ago and brought his sniveling, pants-sweating little behind home to the Lock. I'm a patient, tolerant man. He sighed theatrically, as the galaxy knows, but even I have my limits. He glanced over at his brother, who was looking rather uncomfortable. Garrus wondered if Laird was remembering the Solo Kid's last punishment session a year ago. The youth hadn't been able to walk for 2 days. Shrike's mouth tightened. He wouldn't tolerate any softness among his subordinates. "Right, Laird?" he said, too softly. "Right, Captain." Han Solo gripped the stolen blaster as he tiptoed along the narrow metal corridor. When he'd wired into the sim and jimmied the lock into the weapons cache, he'd only had a moment to reach in and grab the first weapon that came to hand. There'd been no time to pick and choose. Nervously, he pushed strands of damp brown hair back from his forehead, realizing he was sweating. The blaster felt heavy and awkward in his hand as he examined it. Han had seldom held one before, and he only knew how to check the charge from the reading he'd done. He'd never actually fired a weapon. Garrus Shrike didn't permit anyone but his officers to walk around armed. Squinting in the dim light, the young swoop pilot flipped open a small panel in the thickest part of the barrel and peered down at the readouts. Good. Fully charged. Shrike may be a bully and a fool, but he runs a taut ship. Not even to himself would the youth admit how much he actually feared and hated the captain of Trader's Luck. He'd learned long ago that showing fear of any sort was a swift guarantee of a beating, or worse. The only thing bullies and fools respected was courage, or at least bravado. So Han Solo had learned never to allow fear to surface in his mind or heart. There were times when he was dimly aware that it was there, deep down, buried under layers of street toughness. But any time he recognized it for what it was, Han resolutely buried it even further. Experimentally, he swung the blaster up to eye level and awkwardly closed one brown eye as he sighted along the barrel. The muzzle of the weapon wavered slightly, and Han cursed softly under his breath as he realized his hand was trembling. Come on, he told himself. Show some backbone, Solo. Getting off this ship and away from Shrike is worth a little risk. Reflexively, he glanced over his shoulder, then turned back just in time to duck under a low-hanging power coupling. He'd chosen this route because it avoided all the living quarters and recreation areas, but it was so narrow and low-ceilinged that he was beginning to feel claustrophobic as he tiptoed forward, resisting the urge to turn and look back over his shoulder. Ahead of him, the near tunnel widened out, and Han realized he was almost at his destination. Only a few more minutes, he told himself, continuing to move with a stealthy grace that made his progress as soundless as that of a Wonat's furred toe pads. He was skirting the hyperdrive modules now, and then a large corridor intersected. Han turned right, relieved he could now walk without stooping. He crept up to the door of the big galley and hesitated outside, his ears and nose busy. Sounds. Yes, only the ones he'd been expecting to hear. The soft clatter of metal pans, the sploosh of dough being punched, and then the faint sounds of it being kneaded. He could smell the dough now. Wastrel bread, his favorite. Han's mouth tightened. With any luck, he wouldn't be here to eat any of this particular batch. Sticking the blaster into his belt, he opened the door and stepped into the galley. Hey, Dulana, he said softly. It's me. I've come to say goodbye. The tall, furred being who had been vigorously kneading the wastrel dough swung around to face him with a soft, inquiring growl. Dulana's real name was Dulana Mapia, and she had been Han's closest friend since she'd come to live aboard Trader's Luck nearly 10 years ago, when Han had been about 9. The young swoop pilot had no idea of when he'd been born, of course, or who his parents had been. If it hadn't been for Dulana, he wouldn't even have known that his last name was Solo. Han couldn't speak Wookiee. Trying to reproduce the growls, barks, roars, and rumbling grunts made his throat sore, and he knew he sounded ridiculous. But he understood it very well. For her part, Dulana couldn't speak Basic, but she understood it as well as she did her own language. So communication between the human youth and the elderly Wookiee widow was fluent, but different. Han had gotten used to it years ago and never thought about it anymore. He and Dulana just talked. They understood each other perfectly. Now he hefted the stolen blaster, careful not to point it at his friend. Yes, he replied in response to Dulana's comment. Tonight's the night. I'm getting off Trader's Luck, and I'm never coming back. Dulana rumbled at him worriedly as she automatically resumed kneading her dough. Han shook his head, giving her a lopsided grin. You worry too much, Dulana. Of course I've got it all planned. I've got a spacesuit stashed in a locker near the robot freighter docks, and there's a ship docked there now that will be departing as soon as it's unloaded and refueled. A robot freighter, and it's headed where I want to go. Dulana punched her dough and growled a soft interrogatory. I'm heading for Ulesia, Han told her. Remember I told you all about it? It's a religious colony near Hut Space, and they offer pilgrim sanctuary from the outside universe. I'll be safe from Shrike there, and... He held up a small holodisc where the Wookiee cook could see it. Look at this. They're advertising for a pilot. I already used up the last of my payout credits from that job we pulled to send a message, telling him I'm coming to interview for the job. Dulana roared softly. Hey, I can't let you do that, Han protested, watching the cook set the loaves into pans and slide them into the thermal grid to bake. I'll be okay. I'll lift some credits on the way to the robot ship. Don't worry, Dulana. The Wookiee ignored him as she shuffled quickly across the galley, her hairy, slightly stooped form moving rapidly, despite her advanced age. Dulana was nearly 600 years old, Han knew. Old, even for a Wookiee. She disappeared into the door of her private living quarters, and then, a moment later, reappeared, clutching a pouch woven of some silky material that might even, from the look of it, be Wookiee fur. She held it out to him with a soft, insistent whine. Han shook his head again and childishly put his hands behind his back. No, he said firmly. I'm not taking your savings, Dulana. You'll need those credits to buy passage to join me. The Wookiee cocked her head and made a short, questioning sound. Of course you're going to join me, Han said. You don't think I'm going to leave you here to rot on this hulk, do you? Shrike gets crazier every year. Nobody's safe aboard the Luck. When I get to Ulesia and get settled in, I'm going to send for you to join me. Ulesia is a religious retreat, and they offer their pilgrim sanctuary. Shrike won't be able to touch us there. Dulana reached inside the pouch, her hairy fingers surprisingly dexterous as she sifted through the credit vouchers inside. She handed several to her young friend. With a sigh, Han relented and took them. Well, okay. But this is just a loan, okay? I'm gonna pay you back. The salary the Yelesian priests are offering is a good one. She growled her assent, then, without warning, reached out to ruffle his hair with her massive paw, leaving it sticking out in wild disarray. Hey! Han yelped. Wookiee head rubs were not to be taken lightly. I just combed my hair. Dulana growled, amused, and Han drew himself up indignantly. I do not look better scruffy. I keep telling you, the term scruffy ain't complimentary among humans. He stared at her, his indignation vanishing as he realized that this was the last time he'd see her beloved furry face, her gentle blue eyes, for a long time. Dulana had been his closest, and frequently only, friend for so long now. Leaving her was hard, very hard. Impulsively, the Corellian youth threw himself against her warm, solid bulk, hugging her fiercely. His head reached down to the middle of her chest. Han could remember when he'd barely stood as tall as her waist. I'm going to miss you, he said, his face muffled against her fur, his eyes stinging. You take care of yourself, Dulana. She roared softly, and her long, hairy arms came around him as she returned his embrace. Well, ain't this a touching sight, said a cold, all too familiar voice. Han and Dulana both froze, then wheeled to face the man who'd entered through the Wookiee's quarters. Garrus Shrike lounged in the doorway, his handsome features set in a smile that made Han's blood coagulate in his veins. Beside him, he could feel Dulana shudder, either with fear or loathing. Two other crew members, Larad Shrike and Brafid the Element, were visible over Shrike's shoulder. Han balled his fists with frustration. If it had only been Shrike, he might have chanced jumping the Lux captain. With Dulana to help him, they might even have been able to subdue Garrus. But with Larad and the Element also present, they didn't have a chance. Han was acutely conscious of the stolen blaster shoved into his belt. For a moment he considered going for it, but abandoned the idea. Shrike was known for being fast on the draw. There was no way he could beat him, and that might get both Dulana and himself killed. Shrike was clearly in a rage. Han licked dry lips. Listen, Captain, he began. I can explain. Shrike drew himself up, his eyes narrowing. You can explain what, you cowardly little traitor? Stealing from your family, betraying those who trusted you, stabbing your benefactor in the back, you sniveling little thief? But I've had it with you, Solo. I've been lenient with you so far because you're a blasted good swoop pilot and all that prize money came in handy, but my patience is ended. Shrike ceremoniously pushed up the sleeves of his bedizened uniform, then balled his hands into fists. The galley's artificial lighting made the blood jewel ring glitter dull silver. Let's see what a few days of fighting off Deveronian blood poisoning does for your attitude, along with maybe a few broken bones. I'm doing this for your own good, boy. Someday you'll thank me. Han gulped with terror as Shrike started toward him. He'd lashed out at the traitor captain once before, 2 years ago, when he'd been feeling cocky after winning the gladiatorial free-for-all on Jubilar, and he'd been instantly sorry. The speed and strength of Garrus's returning blow had snapped his head back and split both lips so thoroughly that Dulana had had to feed him mush for a week until they healed. With a snarl, Dulana stepped forward. Shrike's hand dropped to his blaster. You stay out of this, old Wookiee, he snapped in a voice nearly as harsh as Dulana's. Your cooking isn't that good. Han had already grabbed his friend's furry arm and forcibly holding her back. Dulana, no! She shook off his hold as easily as she would have waved off an annoying insect and roared at Shrike. The captain drew his blaster and chaos erupted. No! Han screamed and leaped forward, his foot lashing out in an old street fighting technique. His instep impacted solidly with Shrike's breastbone. The captain's breath went out in a great whoof, and he went over backward. Han hit the deck and rolled. A tingler bolt sizzled past his ear. Larad, wheezed the captain, as Dulana started toward him. Shrike's brother drew his blaster and pointed it at the Wookiee. Stop, Dulana! His words had no more effect than Han's. Dulana's blood was up. She was in full Wookiee battle rage. With a roar that deafened the combatants, she grabbed Larad's wrist and yanked, spinning him around and snapping him in a terrible parody of a child's snap the whip game. Han heard a crunch, mixed with several pops as tendons and ligaments gave way. Larad Shrike screeched, a high, shrill noise that carried such pain that the Corellian youth's arm ached in sympathy. Grabbing the blaster from his belt, Hans snapped off a shot at the Element, who was leaping forward, Tingler ready and aimed at Julana's midsection. Brofid howled, dropping his weapon. Han was amazed he'd managed to hit him, but he didn't have long to wonder about the accuracy of his aim. Shrike was staggering to his feet, blaster in hand, aimed squarely at Han's head. "The rod?" he yelled at the writhing heap of agony that was his brother. The rod did not reply. Shrike cocked the blaster and stepped even closer to Han. "Stop it, Dulana," the captain snarled at the Wookiee, "or your buddy Solo dies." Han dropped his blaster and put his hands up in a gesture of surrender. Dulana stopped in her tracks, growling softly. Shrike leveled the blaster, and his finger tightened on the trigger. Pure malevolent hatred was etched upon his features, and then he smiled, pale blue eyes glittering with ruthless joy. "For insubordination and striking your captain," he announced, "I sentence you to death, Solo. May you rot in all the hells there ever were." As Han froze, expecting the bolt to fry him any moment, Dulana roared, shoved Han aside, and leaped for Shrike. The blaster's energy beam caught her full in the chest, and she went down in a heap of charred fur and burned flesh. "Dulana!" Han yelled in anguish. With a quickness he hadn't known he possessed, he dived at Shrike, hitting the captain in a driving tackle around his knees. Shrike went over backward again, and this time his head impacted solidly with the deck. He sagged, out cold. Han crawled back to his friend, turning her over gently, seeing the great hole the blaster beam had bored into her chest. He knew immediately that the wound was mortal. No medical droid ever constructed could heal this. Dulana moaned, gasped, and fought with all her great Wookiee strength to breathe. Han slid his arms beneath her shoulders and tried to ease her struggle. Her blue eyes opened, and after a moment fixed on his. Lucidity returned, and she rumbled softly. "No, I won't leave you," Han replied, clutching her harder. Tears blurred his vision, and she swam below him in a sea of brown fur. "I don't care if I get away. Oh, Dulana." Making a great effort, she raised a huge furred paw hand and grasped his arm. Han had to struggle to translate her speech. "I know," he choked, talking aloud so she knew he'd understood her. "I know you care about me," she rumbled again, "as much as you do your own children." Han swallowed, his throat tight and aching. I feel the same way, Dulana. You're the closest thing to a mother I'll ever have." A long moan of anguish made her shudder. She rumbled at him again. "No," Han insisted. "I'm not leaving you. I'll stay with you till... He couldn't finish the sentence. Dulana grabbed his arm with a ghost of her old strength and growled at him urgently. "If I..." Han was having trouble comprehending her slurred speech. "If I die... nothing?" "Oh, you're saying that if I don't live, you'll have died for nothing?" She nodded, her eyes in their nest of hair holding his with all the intensity she could muster. Han shook his head stubbornly. How could he abandon her to die alone? Dulana rumbled softly, faintly. "Yeah, I'm sure you'll be safe. One with the life power," Han said, trying to sound sincere. He knew some Wookiees believed in a unifying power that bound all of existence together. Personally, he thought this power... He'd never been able to translate the term accurately. The Wookiee word could have meant strength, or force, too. That Dulana believed in so steadfastly was just superstition. But if it comforted her to believe in it during her dying moments, Han wasn't going to argue with her. He remembered the words she'd said to him several times. "Dulana, may the life power be with you." For a moment, he wished that he, too, could believe. She moaned with pain. Han could see she was going fast. Then Dulana rumbled feebly, and again he automatically translated. "Your last request?" He choked, barely able to get the words out. "You want me to go, to live, and to be happy." Han struggled not to break down. "Okay," he agreed. "I'll go. I still have time to get aboard that robot ship before it takes off." Dulana whined faintly. "I promise," he agreed, his voice ragged. "I'll go now, and I swear I'll always remember you, Dulana." She was beyond speech now, but he was sure she'd heard him. He laid her gently on the deck, then rose and picked up the blaster. Then after giving Dulana one final look, Han turned and raced out the door. His running feet resounded through the corridors of Trader's Luck. The time was past for stealth. He had to reach the docking bay and that robot Ulesian freighter. Han had no idea when it was due to blast away from the lock, but the loading schedule posted for the space dock workers had listed it as being ready for blast-off as soon as the droids finished fueling, and when he'd swiped the spacesuit and hidden it, they'd just started that process. The Yalesian dream might be leaving at any moment. Gasping, Han sprinted for the lock, his feet thudding along the decks that had been his playground ever since he was old enough to remember. In the distance, he could hear sleepy voices, interspersed with shouts and orders. I can't let them catch me. Shrike will kill me. The certainty lent speed to his flying feet. He skidded around the final turn and grabbed the spacesuit he'd hidden behind some fueling equipment. The helmet flopped over his arm, banging him in the midsection as he hastily keyed in the code he'd stolen into the airlock door. Seconds passed. The sounds of pursuit were growing louder, but surely they'd think he was headed for the shuttle deck or even the life pods. Nobody would guess he'd be crazy enough to try stowing away on a robot freighter. At least, that's what he was counting on. The lock hissed open. Han leaped inside, closed the hatch, and began yanking on the spacesuit. He checked the air storage. Full. Good. He had originally planned to bring along some extra air packs, but he didn't dare venture back out. The pack on the suit was good for 2 days. That should be enough, unless the Dream was a really slow vessel. Since it was a robot drone, he had no way of discovering what course it would be following or how fast it was scheduled to go. Han grimaced. Only a desperate man would use this method of escape. He was desperate, all right. He just hoped he wouldn't arrive on Yalesia dead because he'd run out of air. Let's see. Food pellets? Full. Water tank? Full. Good. That was Captain Shrike again, insisting that all ship's equipment be maintained in perfect working order. Han dragged the suit up over the arms of his ship's gray jumpsuit and closed the seam running up the front. He picked up the helmet, clumsy because of the gloves, and settled it over his head. It was mostly glassine, and he could see every direction except directly behind him. A bank of hollows ran around the bottom rim of the helmet, giving him his vitals, amount of air remaining, and all the information he needed to survive. Han could talk to his suit in a limited fashion by bumping his chin against the communications lever and giving the suit instructions concerning his temperature, air mix, and so forth. Okay, this is it, the young man thought as he clumped over to the connecting hatch and keyed in the final sequence to equalize pressures between the lock and the Yalesian Dream. He could faintly hear a hiss as the air was pumped out of the lock. The Dream, being a robot, didn't need air to operate. The ship would only be filled with vacuum. Finally, the hatch opened, and Han stepped inside. It was crowded with equipment and cargo, and the corridors were very narrow. The Dream wasn't constructed to accommodate a living crew, only for routine maintenance, and Han had to turn sideways to squeeze in. The youth was fleetingly grateful that all standard engineering was designed to function in gravity. Otherwise, he might have had to contend with zero-G, and that would have been a real pain. He'd been outside the trader's luck with the welding crew in spacesuits several times since he'd been considered old enough for hazardous ship's duty, hanging in space, tethered to the ship only by a seemingly fragile umbilical. It had been kind of exciting the first couple of times. But Han didn't particularly care for weightlessness, and he soon learned never to look down. Seeing nothing but space beneath his feet for light years and light years was enough to make his head swim. Han clumped toward the bridge, figuring that was where the maximum amount of room would be. He reached it in only moments. The Dream was a small ship. If her cargo list was correct, she'd brought in a shipment of top-grade glitterstim spice, and would be leaving with a cargo of high-quality Corellian electronics components that could be used in factory maintenance. Han wondered for a moment whom Garish Shrike had paid off to be able to receive a shipment of spice. The substance was rigidly controlled by most planetary governments, and also by the Imperial Trade Commission. He turned sideways to enter the bridge, and froze. What in the name of all the sons of Barab is an astromech droid doing on the bridge? Everyone knew a droid couldn't pilot a ship by itself, so it couldn't be piloting. Han grimaced behind the glassine helmet. This droid must be there as a sort of burglar alarm, a sophisticated communication device to help deter portside thieves or space pirates. Han knew that one of the reasons the Yalesian priests were eager to hire a pirate, preferably a Corellian, their ad had read, was that they'd been losing robot ships to piracy. As he froze, hoping the droid wasn't aware of his presence, the young man felt the Dream shudder. We're undocking. I've got to get braced for breakaway thrust. Quickly, he edged away from the bridge and headed back toward the cargo area. Finally, he found what he was looking for, and just in time. A small space he could sit down in, just the right size to allow him to brace himself with his arms and legs. The dream shuddered again, and then again. Mentally, Han pictured the docking clamps falling away, one by one. One more to go, then. The ship shuddered one more time, then lurched violently. Since the dream wasn't supposed to be manned, it could utilize acceleration patterns that were much rougher than those used in a vessel with a living crew. Wham! Han's body jerked, then he braced himself against the thrust of violent acceleration. The dream was undocked and away. Mentally, Han pictured them thrusting away from Trader's Luck, out of the embrace of Corellia's gravity field. Closing his eyes, he pictured his homeworld turning lazily against the backdrop of stars. Corellia was a pretty planet, with narrow blue seas, green-brown forests, tan deserts, and large cities. On the night side, it glittered like a battle remote, studded with lights. The hardest thrust of acceleration hit then, and Han was pinned in comfortably against the cargo container. We've made the jump to light speed, he realized. Moments later, as the ship's speed evened out, he was able to move again. He flexed his arms and legs, wincing as bruises made themselves felt. From the fight in the galley, he realized. The thought made him remember Dulana with sudden visceral sadness. Tears stung his eyes, and he fought them back fiercely. Crying in a spacesuit helmet was a lousy idea, since you couldn't wipe your face. Han sniffed, trying to blink back the tears. Dulana, he thought. His friend had given her life to give him this chance. Get hold of yourself, Solo, he ordered himself sternly. His throat ached, but Han gulped, swallowed hard, then bit his lip until the urge to cry receded. He couldn't remember the last time he'd cried. And what was the point? It wouldn't bring Dulana back. Han knew Dulana believed in an afterlife of the spirit. If she was right about that, then maybe she could hear him now. Hey, Dulana, Han whispered. I made it. I'm on my way. I'm going to Yalestia, and I'm going to become the best pilot in the sector. I'll learn enough, and earn enough, to apply for the academy, the way we always dreamed. I'm free, Dulana. His voice broke. We're safe, Dulana. Shrike can't touch either of us now. Wedged into his little crevice, the young pilot smiled with grim determination. I'm free, and I owe it all to you. I'll never forget it either. If I ever get a chance to pay you back by helping one of your people, I swear to anything that's out there, any god or life power or force, I won't hesitate. Han Solo took a long, deep breath of canned spacesuit air. Thank you, Dulana, he whispered. Wherever she was now, he hoped she could hear him. Chapter 2. Yalesian Dreams. When Han awoke from exhausted sleep, he was completely disoriented at first. Where am I? He wondered groggily. Memory came rushing back in swift, violent images. His own hand holding a blaster, Shrike's face twisted with hatred and rage, Dulana, gasping, dying alone. He swallowed hard, his throat aching. Dulana had been part of his life since he was just a little kid, 8, perhaps, or 9. He remembered the day she'd come aboard with her mate, Ishidik. Ishidik had been outlawed from the Wookiee homeworld for some crime that Dulana had never referred to. She'd followed her mate into exile, leaving behind all that she'd ever known, her home and their grown cubs. A year or so later, Ishidik had been killed during a smuggling run to Narheka, one of the worlds in the Hutt sector. Shrike had announced to Dulana that she could remain aboard Trader's Luck as cook, since he'd grown to like the food she prepared. Dulana could have gone back to Kashyyyk. After all, she'd committed no crime, but she'd chosen to stay aboard the Luck. Because of me, Han thought, as he located the water dispenser nipple inside his helmet and took a cautious sip. Then he tongued up a couple of food pellets and washed them down with another swallow. It wasn't the same as food, but they'd keep him going for the day. She stayed because of me. She wanted to protect me from Shrike. He sighed, knowing it to be true. Wookiees were among the most steadfast and loyal companions in the galaxy, or so he'd heard. Wookiee loyalty and friendship was not lightly given, but once bestowed, it never wavered. He leaned back in his alcove, checking the air pack. 3/4 left. Han wondered how far the dream had traveled while he'd slept. In a little while he'd go to the control room, see if he could decipher the instrumentation on the autopilot. Han's mind drifted back in time, remembering Dulana sadly. Then, as he relaxed, his mind wandered to even earlier days. His earliest real memory, Everything else was just meaningless fragments. Snatches of images too old and distorted to have any meaning. Was it the day Gareth's strike had brought him home to Trader's Luck? The child, huddled in the mouth of the dank, filthy alley, trying not to cry. He was too big to cry, wasn't he? Even if he was cold and hungry and alone. For a moment the child wondered why he was alone, but it was as if a huge metal door slammed down on that thought, shutting everything behind it. Behind the door lay danger. Behind that door lay bad things, pain, and the boy shook his head, and his lank, filthy hair fell straggling into his face. He pushed it back with a hand that was so grimed with dirt that his natural skin color barely showed. He wore only a pair of ragged pants and a torn, sleeveless tunic that was too small. His feet were bare. Had he ever had shoes? The child thought that perhaps he remembered shoes. Good shoes. Nice ones. Shoes that someone had put on his feet and helped him fasten. Someone who was gentle, who smiled instead of scowled. Someone who was clean and smelled good, who wore pretty clothes. Slam! The door came down again, and little Han, he knew that was his name, but knew of no other that went with it, winced from the pain in his mind. He knew better than to let those thoughts fill his mind. Thoughts and memories like that were bad. They hurt. Better not to think them. He sniffled again and wiped futilely at his runny nose. He realized he was standing in a puddle of foulness, and that his feet were so cold he could barely feel them. It was night now, and it promised to be a cold one. Hunger twisted in Han's stomach like a living thing, a creature that bit painfully. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten. Had it been this morning when he'd found that kavasa fruit in a garbage dump, the ripe, juicy one that was only half eaten? Or had that been last night? He couldn't keep standing here, the little boy decided. He had to move. Han stepped out of the alley onto the path walk. He knew how to beg. Who was it that had taught him? Slam! Never mind who taught him. They had taught him well. Adjusting his features to the most pitiful, Han shuffled toward the nearest passerby. "Please, lady," he whimpered. "Hungry. I'm so hungry." He held out his hand, palm up. The woman he addressed slowed fractionally, then suddenly looked down his dirty palm and recoiled, holding her skirts back so they wouldn't brush against him. "Lady," Han breathed, turning with more than professional interest to watch her walk away. She had a nice dress, soft and shiny, sort of glowing, in the harsh streetlights of the Corellian harbor town. She reminded him of someone, with her big, dark eyes, her smooth skin, her hair. Slam! He began to sob, hopelessly, his small body shaking from cold, hunger, grief, and loneliness. "Hey there! Han!" The sharp but not unfriendly voice broke through his wall of misery. Sniffling and gulping, Han looked up to see a tall form bending over him. Black hair, pale blue eyes. He smelled of Alderinian ale, and the smoke from half a dozen proscribed drugs. But he was steady on his feet, unlike many of the other passerby. Seeing that Han was looking up at him, the man squatted down onto his heels, which brought him to only a little above Han's eye level. "You're too big to cry in the street. You know that, don't you?" Han nodded, still sniffling, but trying to control himself. "Yeth. Yes." At first he lisped a little, the way he'd had when he'd first learned to talk. That was a long, long time ago, Han thought. He'd been talking since the cold season, and when it was going to be cold season again, he'd been talking since... Slam! The child shuddered again, and his mind resolutely shut away all his memories of that before time. Something else surfaced, something he'd overlooked at first in his misery. Han's eyes widened. This man had called him by his name. "How does he know my name?" "You... Who are you?" Han whispered. "How do you know my name?" The man grinned, showing many teeth. It was meant to be a friendly expression, Han could tell, but there was something about it that made him shudder. It reminded him of the packs of canoids that hunted prey in the alleys. "I know lots of things, kid," the man replied. "Call me Captain Shrike. Can you say that?" "Yes, Captain Shrike," Han parroted uncertainly. He hiccuped as his sobbing died away. But how did you know my name? Please?" The man put out a hand as if to ruffle his hair, then seemed to take in the dirt and scritchies inhabiting his young scalp and think better of it. "You'd be surprised, Han. I know almost everything that goes on here on Corellia. I know who's lost and who's found, who's for sale and who's sold, and where all the bodies are buried. Matter of fact, I've had my eye on you. You seem like a smart lad. Are you smart?" Han drew himself up, eyed the man levelly. "Yes, Captain," he said, forcing his voice to be steady. "I'm smart." He knew he was, too. Anyone who wasn't didn't last for months on the streets the way he had. "Good, that's the lad. Well, I could use a smart lad to work for me. Why don't you come with me? I'll give you a square meal and a warm place to sleep." He grinned again. "And I just bet you'd like to see my ship." He pointed up at the darkening sky. Han nodded eagerly. "Food? A bed? And especially a spaceship? Yes, Captain. I want to be a pilot when I grow up." The man laughed and held out his hand. "Well, come on then." Han let the big hand engulf his, and the two of them walked away together, toward the spaceport. Han stirred and shook his head. I should never have gone with him that day, he thought. If I hadn't gone with him, Dulana would still be alive. But if he hadn't gone with Shrike, he'd probably have awakened some night in the alley to find that Vraltz had chewed his ears and nose off, the way they had one of the other alley urchins that Garrett Shrike had rescued. Han smiled grimly. Captain Shrike didn't have an altruistic bone in his body. He collected children and used them to turn a profit. Almost every planet the Luck visited, Shrike loaded up a group of his rescuees and took them down to the streets in the shuttle. There he left them under the supervision of a droid he'd programmed himself, F8GN. 8GN assigned them to their territories and kept track of their proceeds as the children roamed the streets, begging and pickpocketing. They used the littlest ones, the skinniest ones, the deformed ones, for begging. The Vraltnod girl, Denalis, had always done well. Shrike kept her working hard for years by promising her that when she'd earned enough for him, he'd get her face fixed for her so she'd look human again. But he never had. When she was about 14, Denalis evidently realized that Shrike was never going to make good on his promises. One night, she went into the Lux airlock and cycled it, without first putting on a suit. Han had been on the cleanup crew. He shuddered at the memory. Poor Denalis. He could still picture her in his mind, handing over a day's begging receipts to HEN. The droid was tall and spindly, made from coppery reddish metal. It had been repaired so many times that it had patches everywhere, as though the droid were wearing a much-mended garment. Copper patches, gold-colored patches, steel-colored patches, and one round, silvery one on the top of its head. Han could still hear the droid's voice in his mind. HGN had had something wrong with its speakers, and its voice had alternated between sounding deep and unctuous to shrill mechanical squeakiness. But no matter how the droid sounded, they'd all paid attention to what HGN said. "Now, dear children, have you all got your territory assignments?" The copper-colored droid swiveled its head a little rustily on its pipe-stem neck, regarding the 8 children from Trader's Luck as they stood ranged before it. All of the children, including 5-year-old Han, affirmed that they did, indeed, have their territories. "Very well, then, dear children," the droid continued in its deep, then squeaky tones. "Let me now give you your job assignments. Padra?" The droid looked down at a small boy only a year or so older than Han. "Today, we're going to give you your first chance to show us how helpful you can be to these poor citizens who are burdened with credit vouchers, jewelry, and expensive private comlinks." The droid's eyes glittered eerily. They were different colors. One had burned out long ago, and Shrike had replaced it with a lens scavenged from a junk droid, giving F8GN one red eye and one green. "Are you willing to help out these poor, benighted citizens, Padra?" HGN asked, cocking his metal head inquiringly, its voice dripping artificial camaraderie. "Sure am," the boy cried. He gave Han and the other small children a triumphant glance. "No more baby begging from me," he whispered excitedly. Han, who was barely beginning to learn the skills necessary to pick pockets swiftly and undetectably, felt a stir of envy. Picking pockets was easy once you learned how to do it well. It was far easier to meet HGN's quota for a day's work picking pockets than it was by begging. Begging required a costing at least 3 marks roughly in order to gain 1 donation. But pickpocketing? Now that was the best way to earn big money. If you chose the right mark, you could gain enough in one grab to give HGN your quota before noon, and then you were free to play. Han wondered whether HGN would give him some practice time if he hurried and begged his quota for the day before the others finished. It was fun to practice with the spindly reddish droid, because HGN looked so funny in clothes. The droid would put on street clothes typical to the planet they were on, and then either stand still or stroll past his student. Han had learned to relieve the droid of the concealed chrono, credit vouchers, and even some kinds of jewelry without HEN detecting his fingers in the process. But he couldn't do it 100% of the time. Han scowled a little as he trudged away. HEN demanded perfection from its little band, especially from the pickpockets. The droid wouldn't let him start picking pockets until it was sure that Han could do so perfectly every time. Absently, he picked up a handful of dirt and rubbed it into his hands, then smeared his already sweating face. What planet was this anyway? He couldn't recall hearing its name. The native people were greenish-skinned, with small, swivelly ears and huge, dark purple eyes. Han had only learned a few words in their language, but he was a quick study, and he knew that by the time Trader's Luck moved on, he'd be able to understand it well and speak it. At least the gutter argot, passably. Wherever this was, it was hot and humid. Han glanced up at the pale greenish-blue sky in which blazed a pale orange sun. The prospect of spending several hours on his appointed street, whining, begging, and cajoling passer-by for alms wasn't an attractive one. I hate begging, Han thought sourly. When I get a little older, I'm going to make them let me steal instead of beg. I'm sure I'll be a good thief, and I'm not that good a beggar. He knew his appearance was all right. He'd gotten taller in the past couple of years, but he was still underweight enough to be called skinny, and he knew how to make his voice servile, his manner cringing and cowering, as though only desperation was driving him to plead for alms. Maybe it was his eyes, Han thought. Maybe the secret resentment and shame he felt at having to beg showed in them, and potential marks could see it. Nobody respected a beggar, and Han, more than almost anything, had an undeclared desire to be respected. Not just respected, he wanted to be respectable. He couldn't recall much about his life before Garrus Shrike had found him begging on Corellia, but Han somehow knew that once upon a time things had been different. Long ago, he'd been taught to believe that begging was shameful, and that stealing was worse. Han bit his lip angrily. He knew that someone, perhaps the parents he couldn't remember, had taught him these things. Once, long ago, he'd been taught different ways, different values. But now, what could he do? Aboard Trader's Luck, there was one cardinal rule. If you didn't work, you begged or stole. If you refused to work, beg, or steal, you didn't eat. Han had no other skills to offer. He was too little to pilot, not strong enough to load smuggled cargo. But I won't always be, he reminded himself. I'm growing every day. Soon I may be big. In just 5 more years I'll be 10, and then maybe I'll be big enough to pilot. Han had discovered that when he made his mind to accomplish something, he could do it. He was sure that piloting would be no exception. And when I can pilot, that'll be my way off Trader's Luck, he thought, his mind slipping automatically into an old dream, one that he never told anyone about. Once he'd confided it to one of the other children, and the little whelp blabbed it to everyone. Shrike and the others laughed at Han for weeks, calling him Captain Han of the Imperial Navy, until Han wanted to crawl away, hands over his ears. It took all his control to just shrug and pretend not to care. Yeah, and when I'm the best pilot around and I've made lots of credits, I'll apply to the Imperial Academy. I'll become a naval officer. Then I'll come back and get Shrike, arrest him, and he'll get sent to the spice mines on Kessel. He'll die there. The thought made Han's mouth curl up in a predatory smile. At the end of his fantasy, Han pictured himself, successful, respected, the best pilot in the galaxy, with a ship of his own, lots of loyal friends, and plenty of credits. And a family. Yeah, a family of his own, a beautiful wife who adored him, who'd share adventures with him, and kids maybe. He'd be a good father. He wouldn't abandon his children the way he'd been abandoned. At least, Han supposed that he'd been abandoned, though he couldn't remember a thing about it. He didn't even know his last name, so he couldn't try to trace his family. Or maybe his parents hadn't abandoned him. Maybe they'd been killed, or he'd been kidnapped away from them. Han decided that he preferred that scenario. If he thought of his parents as dead, he wasn't so mad at them, because people couldn't help it if they died, right? Han decided that from now on, he'd think of his mother and father as dead. It was easier that way. He knew he'd probably never know the real truth. The only person who knew anything about Han's background was Garrus Shrike. The captain kept telling Han that if he was good, if he worked and begged hard, if he earned enough credits, someday Shrike would tell him the secrets behind how he'd come to be wandering the streets of Corellia that day. Han's mouth tightened. Sure, Captain, he thought. Just like you were going to get Denalis's face fixed. The child glanced up at the street signs. He couldn't read the ones in the native language, but there was a basic translation beneath each. Yeah, this was his territory, all right. Han took a deep breath and rearranged his features. A green-skinned female clad in a short robe was coming toward him. Lady, he whined, cringing his way toward her, little hand held in appeal. Please, beautiful, gracious lady, I beg your help. Alms, just one little credit. I'm so hungry. The little cupped green ears swiveled toward him, then she averted her head and swept past. Under his breath, Han muttered an uncomplimentary term in smuggler's argot, and then turned to wait for the next mark. Han shook his head and forced himself out of his reverie. Time to go and check on the Elysian dream's progress. Hauling himself up out of his cubbyhole, the young pilot made his way through the cramped passageways until he reached the bridge. The astromech droid was still there, its lights flashing away as it thought its own thoughts. It was a relatively new R2 unit, still shiny bright silver and green, with a clear dome atop its head. Inside the dome, Han could see lights blinking as it worked. It was hooked into the ship's robot controls by means of a cable. The R2 droid must have been equipped with a motion sensor because it swiveled its dome head toward Han as he clumped boldly into the bridge in a spacesuit. The lights flashed frantically as it talked, but of course the sound waves didn't travel in vacuum. Han turned on his suit's communication unit, and suddenly his helmet was filled with distressed bleeps, blurps, and weeps. Weep, bleep, weep, weep, whoop, beep, the R2 astromech announced in evident surprise. Han looked around for its counterpart droid and didn't see one. He sighed. His suit's communicator would transmit what he said to the droid, but how was he supposed to actually talk to the concerned R2 without an interpreter? How did whoever had programmed the droid talk to it? He activated his suit communicator. Hey, you! Blurt, weep, bloop, whoop, the unit replied helpfully. Han scowled and cursed at the unit in Rhodian, traitor argot, and finally, basic. What am I going to do now? He snarled. If only he had a basic speech module. But I do, sir, announced the droid in a matter-of-fact voice. Its words were flat, mechanical, but perfectly understandable. Han gaped at the machine for a moment, then grinned. Hey, this is a first. How come you can talk? Because there was not room aboard this vessel for both an astromech unit and a counterpart unit, my masters programmed me with a basic speech transmissions module so I could communicate more easily, the droid replied. All right, Han cried, feeling a surge of relief. He didn't like droids much, but at least he'd have someone to talk to, and it might actually prove necessary for the two of them to communicate. Space travel was usually routine and safe, but there were exceptions. I regret, sir, the R2 added, that you are guilty of unauthorized entry, sir. You were not supposed to be here. I know that, Han said. I hitched a ride on this ship. I beg your pardon, sir. This unit does not understand the term used, sir. Han called the R2 unit an uncomplimentary name. I beg your pardon. This unit does not understand. Shut up, Han bellowed. The R2 unit was silent. Han took a very deep breath. Okay, R2, he said. I'm a stowaway. Is that word in your memory banks? Yes, it is, sir. Good. I stowed away aboard this ship because I needed a ride to Elysia. I'm going to take a job piloting for the Elysian priests. Understand? Yes, sir. However, I must inform you that in my capacity as a watch droid assigned to safeguard this vessel and its contents, I must seal all the exits when we reach Elysia, then inform my masters that you are aboard, thus expediting your capture by their security staff. Hey, little pal, Han said generously. When we reach Elysia, you just go right ahead and do that. When the priests see I fit all the requirements, they won't give a vrelt's ass how I arrived here. I beg your pardon, sir, but this unit does not— Shut up. Han glanced down at his air-pack readout, then said, Okay, R2, I'd like to check on our flight path, speed, and ETA to Elysia. Please display that information. I regret, sir, that I am not authorized to give you that information. Han was coming to a slow boil. He barely restrained himself from kicking the recalcitrant droid with his heavy space boot. I need to check our flight path, speed, and ETA because I've got to compute how much my air is holding now, R2, he explained with exaggerated patience. I beg your pardon, sir, but this unit— Shut up! Han was starting to sweat now, and the suit's refrigeration unit revved up a little faster. He struggled to keep his tones calm. Listen carefully, R2, he said. Don't you have some kind of operating systems program that orders you to attempt to preserve the lives of intelligent beings whenever you can? Yes, sir. That program is included with all astromech droids. For a droid to deliberately harm or fail to prevent harm to a sentient being, its operating system module must be altered. Good, Han said. That fit in with what he knew about astromech programming. Listen to me, R2. If you don't show me our flight path, speed, and ETA, you may be responsible for my death from lack of air. Do you understand me now? Please elaborate, sir. Han explained with exaggerated patience his situation. When he finished, the droid was silent for a moment, evidently coagulating. Finally, it whirred once, then said, I'll comply with your request, sir, and will display the information requested on the diagnostic interface screen. Han breathed a long sigh of relief. Since the ship was basically a giant robot drone, it had no controls visible on its control boards, just assorted blinking lights. But in order to service the ship, there was a screen built into the control board. Han stepped carefully around the R2 unit and stared down at the screen. Information scrolled across it, so rapidly no human could have read it. Han turned to the R2 unit. Put that data back up, and this time leave it there until I can read it. Get it? Yes, sir. The droid's artificial voice sounded almost meek. Han studied the figures and diagram that appeared on the screen for several minutes, feeling his uneasiness grow into real fear. He had nothing to write with, and no way to access the nav computer, but he had a bad feeling about what he was seeing. Biting his lip, he forced himself to concentrate as he ran the figures in his head over and over. The Alessian Dream's flight path had been set to take it in a circuitous route to the planet, in order to avoid the worst of the pirate-infested areas of Hutt space. And the little freighter's speed was set far lower than the ship was capable of, slower even than Trader Lux normally traveled through hyperspace. Not good. Not good at all. If their speed and course weren't altered, Han realized, he'd run out of air about 5 hours before the Dream set down on Ulessian soil. The ship would land with a corpse aboard. His. He turned back to the R2 unit. Listen, R2, you've got to help me. If I don't alter our course and speed, I won't have sufficient air to make the trip. I'll die, and it'll be your fault. The R2 unit's lights flashed as the machine contemplated this revelation. Finally, it said, But I did not know you were on board, sir. I cannot be held responsible for your death. Oh, no. Han shook his head inside his helmet. It doesn't work that way, R2. If you know about the situation and do nothing, then you'll be causing the death of a sentient being. Is that what you want? No, the droid said. Even its artificial tones sounded faintly strained, and its lights flickered rapidly and erratically. Then it follows, Han continued inexorably, that you must do whatever you can to prevent my death, right? I... The droid was quivering now in agitation. Sir, I am constrained from assisting you. My program is in conflict with my hardware. What do you mean? Han was worried now. If the little droid overloaded and went dead, he'd never be able to access the manual diagnostic controls that he knew had to be in these panels somewhere. They'd be tiny, something for the techs to use to test the robot drone's autopilot. My programming is constraining me from informing you. Han took one huge stride over to the little droid and knelt in front of it. Blast you! He pounded his fist on top of the droid's clear dome. I'll die! Tell me! The droid rocked agitatedly, and Han wondered if it would simply fall apart with the strain. But then it said, I've been fitted with a restraining bolt, sir. It prevents me from complying with your request. A restraining bolt. Han seized on this bit of information with alacrity. Let's see. Where is it? After a moment he spotted it, low down on the droid's metal carapace. He reached down, grasped it, and tugged. Nothing. The bolt didn't move. Han gripped harder, tried twisting. He grunted with effort, really sweating now. Imagine he could feel those molecules of oxygen running out in a steady stream. He'd heard that hypoxia wasn't an especially bad way to die, compared to explosive decompression or being shot, for example, but he had no desire to find out firsthand. The bolt didn't move. Han tried harder, jerking at it, swearing in half a dozen alien languages, but the stubborn thing didn't budge. Gotta find something I can hit it with, Han thought. Glancing wildly around the control room, but there was nothing, not a hydrospanner or wrench, nothing. Suddenly he remembered the blaster. He left it on the floor in his little cubicle. Wait right here, Han instructed the R2 unit, and then he was squeezing back through the narrow corridors. Shooting a blaster inside a spaceship, even an unpressurized spaceship, wasn't a good idea, but he was desperate. Han returned with the weapon and examined the settings. Lowest setting, he thought. Narrowest beam. Clumsy in his spacesuit gloves, he had trouble adjusting the power setting and beam width. The R2's lights had been flashing frenetically ever since he returned, and now it weeped plaintively. Sir? Sir, may I ask what you're doing? I'm getting rid of that restraining bolt, Han told it grimly. Aiming and narrowing his eyes, he squeezed delicately. A flash of energy erupted, and the little droid weeped so shrilly it sounded like a scream. The restraining bolt fell to the deck, leaving behind a black burn scar on the otherwise shining metal of the R2 unit. Gotcha, Han said with satisfaction. Now, R2, be good enough to point me toward the manual interfaces and controls in your ship here. The droid obediently extruded a mobile-wheeled leg and rolled over to the control units, its interface cable trailing behind it. Han went over and crouched before the instrument panel, awkward in his suit. Following the droid's instructions, he wrenched off the top of one featureless control panel and studied the tiny bank of controls. Cursing at the awkwardness of trying to manipulate the controls while wearing spacesuit gloves, Han began using the manual interface mode to disengage the hyperdrive. Altering course and speed could only be done in real space. Once they were back in real space, Han painstakingly corrected a new course, using the R2 unit to perform the more esoteric calculations for the jump that would send them back into hyperspace. It took the young Corellian a while to lay in their new course and speed, but finally Han triggered the hyperdrive engage switch again. A second later, he felt the lurch as the drive kicked in. Han clung grimly to the instrument panel as the ship hurtled into hyperspace on its new course at a greatly increased rate of speed. As the ship steadied around him, Han drew a long, long breath and let it out very slowly. He slumped to the deck and sat there, his legs stuck out before him. Phew! You realize, sir, said the R2 unit, that you will now have to land this craft manually. Altering our course and speed has invalidated the existing landing protocols programmed into the ship. Yeah, I know, Han said, leaning wearily back against the console. He took another sip of water and then ate 2 tablets. But there's no other way. I just hope I can work the controls fast enough to land us. He glanced around him at the nearly featureless control room. I wish this bucket of bolts came with a view screen. An autopilot cannot see, sir, so visual data is useless to it, the R2 unit pointed out helpfully. No, Han said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I thought droids could see just like we can. No, sir, we cannot, R2 told him. We recognize our surroundings by visual relays that translate into electronic data within our... Shut up, Han said, too tired even to enjoy baiting the droid. Leaning back against the console, he closed his eyes. He'd done all he could to save his life by bringing the ship to Yalesia on a much more direct route at a faster speed. Han drifted into sleep and dreamed of Dulana, as she had been long ago when they'd first known each other. Han was halfway through the window when he heard the shout behind him. We've been robbed! Clutching a small sack of loot, he kicked, wriggled, trying to squeeze through the narrow enclosure and the dark outside lay safety. A feminine cry of dismay, My jewelry! Han grunted with effort, realizing he was stuck. He fought back panic. He had to get away. This was a rich house, and when someone summoned the authorities, they were certain to come immediately. Silently, he cursed the new vogue and Corellian architecture that had caused this luxurious home to be built with floor-to-ceiling narrow windows. The windows were advertised as being able to thwart burglars. Well, there might be some truth to that, he decided grimly. He'd sneaked in earlier through one of the doors that led to the gardens, then hidden out until he felt safe in believing that all the inhabitants were asleep. Then he'd ventured out to pick and choose among their treasures. He'd been confident that he could wiggle his skinny 9-year-old self through those windows and make good his escape. Han grunted with effort again, kicking frantically. It was possible he was wrong about that. A voice behind him. The woman. There he is! Get him! Han turned a little more sideways, wriggled violently, and then suddenly he was through the window and falling. He didn't let go of his sack, though, as he crashed down onto the manicured bed of flowering Dorva vines. Breath whooshed out of his lungs, and for a moment he just lay there, gasping, like a drill out of water. His leg hurt, and so did his head. Call the security patrol! The masculine shout came from inside. Han knew he had only seconds to make good his escape. Forcing his leg to bear his weight, he rolled over and staggered to his feet. Trees ahead in the moonlight, big ones. He could lose himself in them easy. Han half limped, half ran to the shelter of the trees. He resolved not to let AGN know what had happened. The droid might accuse him of slowing down now that he was going on 10. Han grimaced as he ran. He wasn't slowing down. He just hadn't been feeling well today. He had had a dull headache ever since he'd awakened, and had been tempted to turn himself in on sick call. Since Han was almost never ill, he'd probably have been believed, but he didn't like showing weakness in front of other denizens of Trader's Luck, especially Captain Shrike. The man never missed an opportunity to ride him. He was in the shelter of the trees now. What next? He could hear the sound of running footsteps, but he didn't have much time to decide. His muscles made that decision for him. Suddenly the sack was clenched in his teeth. There was bark against his palms, and the soles of his beat-up boots were braced against branches. Han climbed, listened, then climbed again. Only when he was high in the tree above the range of a casual glance by pursuers did he slow down. Han settled back on a limb against the tree trunk, panting, his head whirling. He felt dizzy, nauseated, and for a moment he was afraid to be sick and give himself away. But he bit his lip and forced himself to stay still, and presently he felt a little better. Judging from the star patterns, it was only a few hours until dawn. Han realized he was going to have trouble making the rendezvous with the Luck shuttle. Would Shrike just abandon him, or would he wait? Far below him, people were searching the wooded area. Lights strobed the night, and he huddled close to the tree trunk, eyes closed, clinging desperately despite his dizziness. If only his head didn't throb so. Han wondered whether they'd bring in bioscanners and shivered. His skin felt hot and tight, even though the night was cool and breezy. Dark waned on toward dawn. Han wondered what Dulana was doing, whether she'd miss him if the Luck left orbit without him. Finally, the lights went out and footsteps faded away. Han waited another 20 minutes to make sure his pursuers were truly gone. Then, holding the sack gripped in his teeth, he carefully climbed down, moving with exaggerated care because his head hurt so much. Every jar, even walking, made his head swim, and he had to grit his teeth against the pain. He walked and walked. Several times he realized he'd been dozing while he walked, and a couple of times he fell down and was tempted to just stay there. But something kept him moving as dawn brightened the streets and houses around him. Corellian dawns were beautiful, Han noticed dazedly. He'd never before noticed how pretty the colors were in the sky, if only the light didn't hurt his eyes so. Dawn turned to day. Cool gave way to warmth, then heat. He was sweating and his vision was blurred, but finally, there it was, the spaceport. By this time, Han was moving like an automaton, one foot in front of the other, wishing he could just lie down and sleep in the road. Before him now, the Luck shuttle. With a gasp that was nearly a sob, the boy drove himself forward. He was almost to the ramp when a tall figure emerged. Shrike. Where in the blazes have you been? There was nothing friendly in the captain's grasp upon his arm. Han held up the sack and Shrike grabbed it. Well, at least he didn't come back empty-handed, the captain grumbled. Quickly he sifted through the contents, nodding his satisfaction. Only when he was finished did Shrike seem to notice that Han was swaying on his feet. What's wrong with you? Now, beyond coherent speech, Han could only shake his head. Consciousness was fading in and out on him like a jammed transmission. Shrike shook him a little, then put a hand on the boy's forehead. When he felt the heat, he cursed. Fever. Should I leave you here? What if it's contagious? He frowned, clearly struggling to decide. Finally, he hefted the sack of loot again. Guess you've earned a sick day, kid, he muttered. Come on. Han tried to make it up the ramp, but then he stumbled, and everything went dark. He swam up into partial consciousness a long time later, to the sound of voices arguing, one in Wookiee, the other in Basic. Dulana and Shrike. The Wookiee growled insistently. I can tell he's really sick, Shrike agreed, but you can't kill one of my kids with a blaster set on full. He'll be okay after a couple of days' rest. He doesn't need a medical droid, and I'm not springing for it. Dulana snarled, and Han, automatically translating, was surprised at how insistent the Wookiee was being. He felt a furred paw hand lay something cold on his forehead. It felt wonderful against the heat. I told you no, Dulana, and I meant it, Shrike said. And with that, the captain stomped out, cursing the Wookiee in every language he knew. Han opened his eyes to see Dulana bending over him. The Wookiee rumbled gently at him. Han struggled to speak. Pretty bad, he conceded in response to her question. Thirsty. Dulana held him up and gave him water, sip by slow sip. She told him he had a high fever, so high that she was afraid for him. When Han finished the water, she stooped down and scooped the child up into her arms. Where are we? She told him to hush, that she was taking him planetside to the medical droid. Han's head was swimming, but he made a great effort. Don't. Captain Shrike. Really mad. Her answer was short and to the point. Han had never heard her curse before. He faded in and out as they moved through the corridors, and his next clear memory was of being strapped into the seat of a shuttle. Han had never known Dulana could pilot, but she handled the controls competently with her huge furred hands. The shuttle slipped loose from its moorings and then accelerated toward Corellia. The fever was making Han lightheaded, and he kept imagining he heard Shrike's voice cursing. He tried to say something about it to Dulana, but found he didn't have the strength to get the words out. He next regained consciousness in the medical droid's waiting room. Dulana was sitting down, with Han's scrawny form still clutched protectively in her arms. Suddenly, a door opened and the droid appeared. It was a large, elongated droid, equipped with anti-grav units so it floated around its patient, as Dulana placed Han on the examining table. Han felt a prick against his skin as the droid took a blood sample. "Do you understand Basic, madam?" inquired the droid. For a moment Han was about to answer that of course he understood Basic, and who was madam, but then Dulana rumbled. "Oh, of course. The medical unit was talking to her. This young patient has contracted Corellian Tanneman fever," the droid told Dulana. "His case is quite severe. It's fortunate you did not wait any longer to bring him to me. I will need to keep him here and observe him until tomorrow. Do you wish to stay with him?" Dulana rumbled her assent. "Very well, madam. I'm going to use Bacta immersion therapy to restore his metabolical equilibrium. That will also bring his fever down." Han took one look at the waiting Bacta tank and feebly tried to make a run for the door. Between them, Dulana and the medical unit restrained him easily. The boy felt another needle prick his arm, and then the whole universe tilted sideways and slid into blackness. Han opened his eyes, realizing his reverie had turned into sleep, then dreams. He shook his head, remembering how wobbly he'd been when Dulana and the droid helped him out of the Bacta tank. Then Dulana paid the droid out of her own small store of credits and piloted them back to Trader's Luck. The young pilot grimaced. Boy, Shrike had been mad. Han was worried that he'd space them both. But Dulana never showed even the slightest sign of fear as she stood between the captain and Han, insisting she'd done the right thing, that otherwise the boy would have died. In the end, Shrike subsided because one of the pieces of jewelry Han had stolen that night turned out to be a set with a genuine crate dragon pearl. When the captain discovered what it was worth, he was mollified. But he didn't pay Dulana back for Han's medical bills. Han sighed and closed his eyes. Dulana's loss was like a knife wound. No matter how he tried, he couldn't get away from the pain and the memories. He'd let down his guard and suddenly find himself thinking of her as still alive, visualize himself talking to her, telling her about his troubles with the recalcitrant R2 unit, only to be brought up short with pain nearly as searing and immediate as he'd felt yesterday when he'd held her dying body. Han swallowed another sip of water, trying to ease the tightness in his throat. He owed Dulana, owed her so much, his life, even his true identity. He owed Dulana for that too. Han sighed. Until he was 11 years old, his only name had been Han. The boy often wondered and worried about whether he had a last name. One time he mentioned his concern to Dulana, along with his conviction that if anyone knew who he really was, it was Shrike. Very soon after that, Dulana learned to play sabacc. Han heard the soft scratch on the door to his tiny cubicle and woke instantly. Listening, he heard the scratch again, then a soft whine. "Dulana?" he whispered, sliding out of bed and sticking his bare feet into his ship's coveralls. "Is that you?" She rumbled softly from outside the door. Han yanked up his jumpsuit, sealed it, and opened the door. "What do you mean you have exciting news for me?" Dulana came in, her huge furred body fairly bouncing with excitement. Han waved her past him, and she sat on the narrow bunk. Since there was no place else to sit, Han settled down beside her. The Wookiee cautioned him to keep his voice low, and glancing at the chrono, Han realized it was the dead of night. "What are you doing up now?" he asked, puzzled. "Don't tell me you were playing sabacc this late." She nodded at him, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement amid her tan and chestnut hair. "So what's going on, Dulana? Why'd you need to talk to me?" She rumbled softly at him. Han sat up straight, suddenly transfixed. "You found out my last name? How?" Her answer was a single name. "Shrike," Han muttered. "Well, if anybody knows, it's him." "What? How did it happen? What's my name?" His name, she told him, was Solo. Shrike had gotten very, very drunk, and he started bragging about how much the crate dragon pearl was worth, what a good deal he'd gotten when he sold it. Dulana asked Shrike innocently if Han came from a long line of successful thieves. Shrike, she reported, exploded into laughter at the suggestion. Maybe some branches of the family, but this Solo, he sputtered, wheezing with merriment, pausing to gulp more Alderaanian ale. I'm afraid not, Dulana. This kid's folks were. At that point, the captain suddenly halted in mid-word, fixing the Wookiee with a suspicious glare. So why do you care, anyhow? He demanded, his momentary good humor gone. Dulana answered only by covering Shrike's bet and raising. Solo, Han whispered softly, trying it on for size. Han Solo. My full name is Han Solo. He looked up at Dulana and a wide grin spread across his features. I like it. It sounds great. Dulana whined softly and, slinging a long arm around him, gave the boy a hug. Han smiled, remembering, but it was a sad smile. Dulana had meant well, but her discovery that his name was Solo had led to one of the worst episodes of his young life. The next time Luck was in orbit around Corellia, he'd stolen time away from his pickpocketing and burglary duties and had gone to one of the public archives to do some research. Shrike didn't like his rescuees to spend any time on furthering their education. Each child aboard Trader's Luck was given an elementary-level education via the ship's computer so he, she, or it could learn to read and count money. Beyond that, Shrike discouraged the children from pursuing higher education. It was partly because he automatically wanted to flout Shrike's wishes, and partly due to Dulana's encouragement, that Han had kept up his studies in secret. He had a tendency to ignore subjects he didn't like, such as history, and to spend all his time on subjects he enjoyed, such as reading adventure stories and solving math equations. Han knew how important math was to anyone who wanted to be a pilot, so he worked hard at mastering as much of it as he could. Once Dulana discovered what he was doing, she monitored his curriculum, making him study subjects that he would otherwise have skipped, leaving gaps in his knowledge. Reluctantly, Han tackled the physical sciences and history. He was surprised to discover that some real historical battles were just as exciting as anything he'd read in adventure sagas. That day in the public archives on Corellia, Han applied some of his newly learned research skills to learning about his new surname. The results were surprising. When Han looked up the last name Solo in the historical records, he was astounded to discover that the name was well known on Corellia. Barathron E. Solo had introduced democracy on Han's homeworld 3 centuries ago. He'd actually been a ruler, a king. But there had been another Solo, more recently, who was equally famous. Or, to put it more accurately, infamous. About 50 years ago, a descendant of Barathron Coral Solo had fathered a son named Dala Solo. The young man, taking the alias Dala Sul in an effort to disguise his identity, had made quite a name for himself as a murderer, kidnapper, and pirate. Dala the Black had become a name to make children quake in their beds on lonely outpost colonies or tramp freighters. The child Han wondered whether he was related to these men. Did royal blood run in his veins? Or the blood of a pirate and murderer? He'd probably never know, unless somehow he could persuade Shrike to divulge what he knew. He read about Dala Sul's exploits as a thief and smiled grimly, wondering if he was actually following some kind of family tradition. Then he began checking the more recent Corellian news files and society pages in the computer. A search for the surname Solo brought up a name. Tian Sol Solo. She was a wealthy but reclusive widow with one child, a son. Thraken Sol Solo was 6 or 7 years older than Han, in his late teens. What if I'm related to this Tian Solo, or she knew my parents, Han wondered. This could be my best chance yet to get away. When he went back to Trader's Luck, Han talked it over with Dulana. The Wookiee agreed with him that while it was risky, Han had to take the chance of contracting the Solo family. Of course, Han said, resting his chin on his fist and looking dejectedly at the table. Once I did that, I couldn't see you again, Dulana. The Wookiee growled softly, telling Han that of course he'd see her, just not aboard Trader's Luck. The last time I ran away, Shrike beat me so hard I couldn't sit down for days, Han said softly. If Larad hadn't reminded him that he had something else to do, I really think he might have killed me. Dulana rumbled. You're right, Han agreed. If this Solo family takes me in, they're powerful enough and rich enough to protect me from Shrike. Han even knew something about the rules and manners required of people living in Corellian high society. Every so often, Shrike would run a major scam on rich folks on Corellia. Han had been part of the background during several such con operations. Shrike would rent a wealthy estate on Corellia and then set up a family unit to provide a respectable backdrop to the scam. Han and the other children detailed to such a family would be sent to live on the estate. He'd go to a rich kid's school, and one of his jobs during the scam was to make friends with the children of the wealthy and bring them home to play. Several times this had resulted in valuable contracts whose parents had been duped into investing in Garish Shrike's current scam. Just a few weeks past, Han had been attending such a school so well known that it had merited a visit from the famous Senator Garmbel Iblis. Han had raised his hand and asked the senator 2 questions that had been insightful and intelligent enough to make the senator really notice him. After class was over, Bel Iblis had stopped Han, shaken his hand, and asked him his name. Han had glanced around quickly, seeing that nobody else was within earshot, and proudly told the senator his real name. It had felt great to be able to do that. Shrike recruited Han frequently for his scam operations, partly because of the boy's easygoing charm and winning smile, and partly because Han's clandestine studies made him fit into his grade level better than most of the other children. Han had also gained a small reputation as an up-and-coming swoop and speeder pilot, a rich man's sport if there ever was one. He'd met lots of kids from wealthy families while swoop racing, and several times Shrike had managed to lure their parents into whatever scam he was currently running. In a year, Han would be eligible to race in Corellia's Junior Championship division. That would mean big prize money, if he won. Han both liked and disliked these assignments. He liked them because he got to live in the lap of luxury for weeks, sometimes months. Swoop and speeder racing was life and breath to him, and he got to practice every day. He disliked these con operations because he always wound up caring about some of the kids he was ordered to befriend, and all the while he knew they and their families would be irrevocably injured by Shrike's scheme. Mostly, Han managed to stifle any guilt feelings he felt. He was becoming good at putting himself first. Other people, with the sole exception of Dulana, had to come second, or not at all. It was self-preservation, and Han was very, very good at that. I still am, Han thought as he got up from the deck of the Elysian Dream and went to check on their course and speed. The young Corellian smiled and nodded as he read the instrument readings. Right in the groove, he thought. We're going to make it. He checked his air pack, seeing it was more than half gone. For a moment, Han was tempted to explore the dream further, but he resisted the impulse. Moving around would just cause him to use up his oxygen further, and he was skirting the edge of safety as it was. So he settled back down, and the memories came back. Aunt Tion, poor woman, and dear cousin Thraken. As he remembered, Han's lips pulled back from his teeth in a feral grin that was more like a canoid snarl. Han swung down off the high stone wall and landed lightly on the balls of his feet. Through the trees he could see a large structure built of the same native stone as the wall, so he headed toward it, staying in the tree shadow whenever possible. When he reached the house, he halted, staring at it in amazement. He'd seen a lot of rich mansions, even lived in more than a few, but he'd never seen anything like the Sal Solo estate. Towers festooned with creeping vines, 4 of them, stood at each corner of a large squarish stone building. An ancient gardener droid moved about erratically, pruning the bushes that grew down to the edge of a large trench filled with water. Han walked around to the side and saw, to his surprise, that the stretch of water completely surrounded the house. There was no way to enter the place, except to cross a narrow wooden bridge that spanned the water and led up to the front door. Han had been interested in military tactics ever since he was small, and he'd read up on them. He studied the Sal Solo mansion, realizing it was built to almost military fortress standards of impregnability. Well, that sort of fit in with what he'd read about the Solo family. They didn't socialize, didn't attend charity events or go to plays or concerts. In all the times he'd posed as a rich kid, he'd never heard anyone mention the Solo family. In the way those rich people talked about each other, he'd have heard something if they ever mingled with their peers. Han walked cautiously toward the house. He'd exchanged his ship's gray jumpsuit for a borrowed pair of black pants and a pale green tunic. He didn't want anyone finding out where he'd come from. When he was nearly to the beginning of the causeway, he stood behind one of the large ornamental bushes and warily peered across the water to the house. What should he do now? Just walk up and activate the door signal? He bit his lip, undecided. What if they called the authorities on him, reported him as a runaway? Shrike would descend on him so fast. Gotcha! Han gasped and jumped as a hand closed over his upper arm, hauling him around bodily. The person who grabbed him was head and shoulders taller than the young boy. He had darker hair than Han and was stockier as well, but it was a face that made Han stand staring at him in blank amazement. Han gaped, speechless, at the older boy. If he'd ever doubted he was really related to the Solo family, those doubts died an instant death. The face of the youth who was holding his arm looked like an older version of the face Han saw in the mirror every morning. Not that they were twins or anything, but there was too much resemblance in their features to be coincidence. The same shape of the brown eyes, the same kinds of lips, the same quirk to the eyebrows, the same nose and jawline. The other boy was gaping back at Han, having evidently noticed the same thing. Hey! He shook Han's arm roughly. Who are you? My name is Han Solo, Han replied steadily. You must be Thraken Sol Solo. So what if I am? The other said sullenly. Han was beginning to feel uneasy about the way the boy was eyeing him. He'd seen Ralts with more warmth in their eyes. Han Solo, eh? I've never heard of you. Where do you come from? Who's your mother and father? I was hoping you could tell me that, Han said evenly. I ran away from where I was staying because I wanted to find my family. I don't know anything about myself except my name. Huh. Thraken was still staring. Well, I guess you must be one of the family. Looks like it, Han agreed, not realizing until he spoke that it was a pun. But Thraken didn't appear to notice. He seemed mesmerized by Han, and, releasing his grip on the other's arm, walked around him, studying him from every angle. Where'd you run away from? Thraken asked. Will anyone come looking for you? No, Han said shortly. He wasn't about to trust Thraken with anything that could come back to haunt him. Listen, he said, we look alike, so we must be related, right? Could we be brothers? Funny, but after all his dreaming about finding a family that would rescue him from Traitor's luck, Han found himself hoping that wasn't the case. Not a chance, Thraken said with a curl of his lip. My dad died a year after I was born, and my mom shut herself up here ever since. She's kind of a loner. That fit with what Han had read about the Sol Solo family. Tian Solo had married a man named Randall Sol some 20 years ago. The public records had carried his obituary. Maybe she'd know something about me, Han said. Could I see her? He took a deep breath. Please? Thraken seemed to consider. Okay, he said finally, but if she gets upset, you've got to leave, okay? Mom doesn't like people. She's like her grandfather, won't have human servants, just droids. She says humans betray and kill each other, and droids never do. Han followed Thraken into the huge house, through rooms full of shrouded furniture and paintings draped against dust. The family, Thraken explained, used only a few rooms to save the cleaning droids time and effort. Finally, they came to Thraken's mother's sitting room. Tian Solo was a pale, dark-haired woman, plump and unhealthy-looking. She was far from attractive. But, looking at her, studying her face, seeing the bones beneath the puffy slab, Han thought that once, long ago, she might have been beautiful. Seeing her features, a memory stirred within him, so faint. Once, he'd seen features similar to hers, Han thought. Long ago, far away. The memory, if memory it was as fleeting and elusive as a drift of smoke. Mother, Thraken said, this is Han Solo. He's related to us, isn't he? Tian Sol Solo's gaze traveled to Han's face, and her eyes widened in distress. She stared at the boy in horror. Her mouth worked, and a thin, shrill mewling sound emerged. No, no, she cried. Tears gathered in her brown eyes, coursed down the flabby cheeks. No, it isn't possible. He's gone. They're both gone. Burying her face in her hands, she began to weep hysterically. Thraken grabbed Han by the arm and dragged him out of the house. Now look what you did, you little idiot, the youth said, glancing uneasily up at his mother's window. She'll be a mess for days. She always is when she gets like that. Han shrugged. I didn't do anything. She just looked at me, that's all. What's wrong with her? With a muffled curse, Thraken backhanded Han across the face so hard it split the younger boy's lip. Shut up, he snarled. You got no right to talk about her. There's nothing wrong with her, hear me? Nothing. The blow stung, but Han had been hit often, by experts, and one thing he knew was how to take a punch and stay on his feet. For a moment, he was tempted to fly at the older boy's throat, but made himself relax. There had been genuine pain in Thraken's eyes as he defended his mother. Han figured he might have done the same thing, if he'd ever had a mother. I have to stay here, he reminded himself. Anything is better than Shrike. Sorry, he managed to say. Thraken looked a little abashed. Just watch what you say about my mom, okay? The next 6 weeks were some of the strangest of Han's life. Thraken allowed Han to stay with him in his rooms. Tian almost never came into Thraken's part of the house, and the two of them spent time talking and getting to know each other. Thraken was a demanding host, Han soon learned. Han had to agree with him completely and rush to do his bidding, or he lost his temper and cuffed the younger boy. Thraken made Han pilot him around the countryside in an aging land speeder, and the two of them even went on a few expeditions to vacant estates Thraken knew about, whose inhabitants were away on vacation. Thraken would demand that Han pick the locks and disable the security systems, and then the older boy would steal whatever took his fancy. Han began to wonder whether he'd done himself any favor by running away from Trader's luck. Two things kept him at the Solo estate. His fear that if he displeased Thraken, the older boy would turn him over to the authorities, thus allowing Shrike to locate him, and his hope that Thraken would break down and tell Han everything he knew about who Han really was. He kept hinting that he knew how they might be related. All in good time, Thraken would say when Han tried to pry information out of him. All in good time, Han. Let's go flying. I want you to teach me to pilot the speeder. Han tried, but Thraken wasn't very good at it. The older boy nearly crashed them several times before he mastered even the rudiments of flying the small craft. I have to get out of here, Han kept telling himself. I'll run away to some other world where they'll never find me. Maybe I can get adopted or get a job or something. There's got to be some way. But he couldn't think of any way to get free of Thraken. The older boy was vindictive, sadistic, and just plain mean. Several times, Han saw him torture insects or animals, and when he realized that his actions disturbed the younger boy, he did it frequently. Han had never had a pet, but he tended to like furred creatures because of Dulana. He missed her every day. The situation became more and more explosive until one day Thraken really lost his temper with Han. Grabbing the younger boy by the hair, he dragged him to the kitchen, picked up a knife, and held it before Han's eyes. See this? He snarled. If you don't apologize and don't do exactly what I say, I'm going to cut your ears off. Now apologize. He shook Han hard, and you'd better make me believe it. Han stared at the shining blade of the knife and wet his lips. He tried to force out words of apology, but a huge burst of red rage welled up in him. All the insults, all the cuffs and blows and beatings, Shrike's as well as Thraken, seemed to come to a head. With a bellow as loud as a Wookiee's, Han went berserk. He slammed his fist against Thraken's arm, sending the knife flying, and slammed his other elbow into Thraken's stomach. The breath whooshed out of the older boy, and before Thraken could recover himself, Han was all over him. Kicking, biting, punching, gouging, Han used every dirty trick he learned on the streets to beat up Thraken. Stunned and reeling from Han's fury, Thraken never did recover, until the fight ended with Han sitting astride Thraken, holding the knife to the older boy's throat. Hey! Thraken's eyes glittered like a trapped whelp. Hey, Han, stop kidding around. This isn't funny. Neither is cutting off my ears, Han said. Listen, I've had it. You tell me what you know, and you tell me right now, or I swear I'll cut your throat wide open, and then I'm leaving here. I've had it with you. Thraken's dark eyes went wide with fear. Something he'd seen on Han's face must have convinced the older boy that Han was so angry he'd be wise not to push him. Okay. Now, Han said, talk. Stammering with fear, Thraken told the story. Years ago, Thraken's grandfather, Den Solo, and his grandmother, Tiragama Solo, had lived on the fifth inhabited planet in the Corellian system, a colony world called Tralis. Those were perilous times, and roving bands of raiders and pirates threatened many outlying worlds. The raiders never reached Corellia, but they reached Tralis. A fleet of them landed and devastated the entire colony. Grandma Solo was pregnant, Thraken gasped, because it was hard to breathe with Han sitting on his chest, and the night their town was attacked, she had her babies. Twins. One of them was later named Tian. Grandma Solo took her and ran away from the raiders. She managed to hide in a cave in the hills. Tian, Han said. Your mother. Right. The other baby was a boy. Grandma Solo said her husband took him. There hadn't even been time to name them. Grandma said it was terrible. Fires everywhere and people running and screaming. She and Grandpa Den got separated in the rush to escape. And Han flexed his hand slightly and the blade moved against Thraken's throat. Like I said, Grandma Solo and Tion escaped, but Grandpa Solo and the baby boy vanished. They were never heard from again. So who does that make me? Han said, completely baffled. I don't know, Thraken said, but if I had to guess, I'd say you're my cousin. That somehow Grandpa Solo and his son got away, and that you're the son of his son. Doesn't anybody know anything but that? Han demanded, feeling desperate. This was a total dead end. The disappointment was crushing. Servants? Grandpa Solo didn't like human servants. He always had droids. When Grandma Solo made it back to her family in Corellia, Great-Grandpa Gamma had all the droid's memories erased. He thought it'd be easier on her that way. He wanted her to get married again, start a new life. Thraken struggled to take a deep breath, but she never did. So what happened to your mom? I don't know. She's always been afraid to trust people, and she hates crowds. After my dad died, she just wanted to shut herself away, so she did. Han's knife hand drooped, and he shook his head. Okay, he said. I'm go. With a sudden heave, Thraken threw him off, and then, before Han could counter the move, their positions were reversed. Han gazed up at his cousin, knowing he'd be lucky to live through this. Thraken's dark eyes blazed with hate, rage, and sadistic pleasure. You're going to be very, very sorry, Han, he said quietly. And Han was. Thraken locked him in a bare storeroom for 3 days, giving him only bread and water. On the afternoon of the third day, as Han was sitting listlessly in a corner, Thraken unlocked the door. I'm afraid this is goodbye, cuz, he said cheerfully. Someone's here to take you home. Han looked around desperately as Garrus and Laraj Shrike followed Thraken into the room. But as he already knew, there was nowhere to run. Han shook his head and refused to let himself think about the days that had followed. Shrike had been held back in his punishment only by the fact that he had wanted to damage Han permanently because of his growing reputation as an expert speeder and swoop pilot. But there had been lots of things he could do that wouldn't cause permanent damage, and he had done most of them. The only time Han had been beaten more severely was after the debacle on Jubilar when he was 17. Han had already been bruised and sore from the gladiatorial free-for-all he'd been forced to fight in after being caught cheating at cards. That time, Shrike hadn't bothered with a strap. He just used his fists, battering the boy's face and body until Larid and several others had pulled him off Han's unconscious form. And now he's killed Dulana, Han thought bitterly. If anyone ever needed killing, it's Garrus Shrike. For a moment, he wondered why it had never occurred to him to kill the unconscious Shrike before he'd made his getaway aboard the Alessian Dream. He'd have been doing the inhabitants of Trader's Luck a favor. Why hadn't he? He'd had the blaster in his hand. Han shook his head. He'd never shot anyone before yesterday, and killing an unconscious man just wasn't his style. But Han knew without being told that if Garrus Shrike ever caught up with him in the future, he was a dead man. The captain never forgot, and he never forgave. He specialized in carrying grudges against anyone who had ever wronged him. Han got up again to check their course and his air pack. Only a few hours' worth of air left now. He did some mental calculations while staring at the display. Close. It's going to be close. I better be ready to pop the cargo door in this crate as soon as we land. It's going to be very, very close. Chapter 3. Crash Landing. Although he'd flown hundreds of hours in swoops and speeders, Han's experience with piloting larger vessels was confined to the times Garrus Shrike had permitted him to pilot the Lux shuttle on easy runs. He'd taken off and landed, but he'd never before tried to land anything as large as the robot freighter. Han hoped he'd be able to handle it. He had confidence in his ability as a pilot. After all, hadn't he been the junior speeder champion of all Corellia 3 years running? And last year, hadn't he won the swoop racing championship of the entire Corellian system? Still, compared to the Lux shuttle, this freighter was huge. Han dozed again, then when he awoke, roved restlessly around the cabin, knowing he should be conserving his energy in his air, but unable to stop himself. Sir? The R2 unit had been so quiet for so many hours suddenly came back to life. I must advise you that we have reached the orbit of Ulesia. You must stand ready to make your descent and landing. Thanks for telling me, Han said. Going over to the control banks, he scanned the instruments, mentally calculating their descent. This wasn't going to be easy. He had no way to interface with the nav computer except via the R2 unit. A pilot had to make split-second decisions at times, and in cases like that, Han wouldn't be able to wait for the R2 unit to reply. The ship suddenly shivered, then rocked slightly. They were hitting atmosphere, Han realized. He took a deep breath and glanced at his air pack reading, realizing it was going to be close. Very, very close. Here we go, he thought, switching to manual control of the Ulesian Dream. Hey, R2, he said tightly, adjusting his course slightly. Yes, sir? Wish me luck. I beg your pardon, sir. This unit is not... Hans swore, and the Ulesian Dream headed down for the surface of a planet he couldn't even see. He could see the sensor readouts in the infrared scanners, though, and he realized that Ulesia was a world with tempestuous air currents, even in the upper layers of the atmosphere. Mapping sensors created a global portrait of the planet, shallow seas studded with islands and 3 small continents. One lay nearly at the North Pole, but the other 2, the eastern and western continents, lay nearer the equator in what must be temperate zones. Great, he muttered to himself, locating the ship's home-in beacon. He could use it as a guide to plan his landing. The landing field was on the eastern continent. That must be where the Ulesian colony of priests and religious pilgrims was located. The Dream rocked wildly, swooping through the swirling air currents like a child on a rope swing. Han's suit gloves were clumsy on the undersized diagnostic controls as he used the stabilizers to steady their descent. Trying to get the feel of the controls, Han yawed them to port, then overcompensated, sending them skittering to starboard. On the infrared image, a huge blob of red suddenly loomed up. That's a huge storm, Han thought, using his laterals to even out their descent. He allowed the Dream to drift a few degrees north, figuring that he'd miss the storm, then swing back south later when he was beneath the maelstrom. The ionized particles left in the wake of all that lighting were playing havoc with his instruments, Han realized. He gulped air, felt his chest tighten, and had to fight back panic. Good pilots couldn't afford to let their emotions get in the way, or they'd wind up dead and that would end their trip real quick, wouldn't it? R2, Han said tightly, see if you can chart me those storm areas so I can avoid the ion trails that lightning is leaving. Concentrate on the direct flight path between our present location and the landing field on that eastern continent. Yes, sir, the R2 unit said. Moments later, the electrical storm sights appeared before him. Give me a scaled-down version of that chart in the corner of the screen, R2, Han ordered. Usually it'd be the nav computer's job to merge the intended flight path with the geological features in the storm cells, and to suggest an intended course, which the pilot could then implement and modify as needed. Han had never missed having a nav computer at his disposal more than he did at this moment. He slowed their headlong rush fractionally, then was forced to kick in their thrusters to get them out of the way of yet another wind shear from a storm cell. Sweat was dripping down his face now as he fought the tiny controls, forcing Ulesian Dream into maneuvers only a swoop or a military fighter could reasonably be expected to tackle. Han realized he was still gasping, and wondered for a split second whether it was from stress and adrenaline, or whether his air was running out. He couldn't spare the second it would take to check the air pack. They were now only a kilometer above the surface of the planet, coming in with a rush. Too fast. Han slowed them, using the braking thrusters roughly. G-forces seized him, and he felt as though something were squeezing his chest in a giant vice. He was gasping steadily now, and he dared to look down at his air pack. Empty. The status indicator was solidly in the red zone. Hold together, Han, he counseled himself. Just keep breathing. There's got to be enough air in your suit to support you for a couple of minutes, at least. He shook his head, feeling lightheaded and dizzy. His breath began to burn in his chest. But they were almost slow enough now to land. He braked again, lightly, and the ship bucked suddenly. I've lost my forward stabilizer. Han fought to compensate, still too fast, but there was nothing more he could do about that. He flicked on the repulsor lifts and began to set her down, feeling the ship's vibration through his knees and legs as he knelt on the deck. Hold together, baby, he thought at the Dream. Hold together. With a giant whomp, the forward portside repulsor shorted out. The Dream yawed wildly to port, hit the ground, then bounced upward. The starboard repulsor blew, and then its entire starboard side impacted with the ground, nearly flipping the vessel over. Wham! With a hideous crunch that Han could feel through his entire body, the Ylesian dream crashed into the surface of the planet, shuddered once, and was still. Han was thrown violently across the cabin. His helmet impacted with the bulkhead, and he lay there, arms and legs flung wide, dazed. He fought to stay conscious. If he passed out, he'd never wake up again. Trying to pull himself up into a sitting position, Han grunted with effort. Waves of blackness threatened. He triggered his suit communications channel. R2, R2, come in. Yes, sir, I am here. The droid's mechanical tone sounded a bit shaken. If you don't mind my saying so, sir, that appears to have been a most unconventional landing. I am concerned that... Shut up and open the airlock! Han wheezed. He managed to push himself up into a sitting position, but he was afraid he wouldn't be able to stay up. He was swaying like a drunk in a high wind. But, sir, I warned you that in the interest of security, all entrances would be sealed pending. Han found the blaster he'd stuck into the outside pocket on his suit and, drawing it, leveled the weapon at R2. R2, you open that airlock now or I'll blast your metal hide into atoms. The droid's lights flashed frantically. Han's finger tightened on the trigger as he wondered whether he'd have the strength to crawl to the airlock. Blackness hovered at the edges of his vision. Yes, sir, the R2 said. I'm doing as you request. Moments later, Han felt the concussion as air whomped into the dream with near-explosive force. Gasping, he counted to 20, then with the last of his remaining strength, wrenched off his helmet. He let himself sink back down onto the deck. He gasped, found he could breathe, and gulped huge lungfuls of fresh air, warm air, humid air laden with smells he couldn't identify, but it was rich with oxygen, eminently breathable, and that was all he cared about at the moment. Closing his eyes, Han concentrated on simply breathing, and felt exhaustion overwhelm him. His head throbbed, and he needed just a moment to rest. Just a moment. When Han swam back up to full consciousness and opened his eyes, he found he was staring into a face out of a nightmare. That is the ugliest critter I've ever seen, was his first thought. Only years of experience in dealing with non-humans of all varieties made him able to control his initial reaction. The face was broad, with two bulbous protruding eyes and covered with leathery grayish-tan skin, no visible ears and only slits for nostrils. Above the nostril slits was a large, blunt horn that was nearly as long as Han's forearm. The mouth was a wide, lipless split in the huge head. Han shook his own pounding head and managed to sit up, noting from his surroundings that he appeared to be in some type of infirmary. A medical droid hovered across the room, lights flashing. His host, if that was who the creature was big, Han realized. Much bigger even than a Wookiee. It somewhat resembled a Barite, in that it walked on 4 tree trunk-like legs, but it was far larger. This creature's head was appended in a short, humped neck that was attached to a massive body. Han figured its back would reach his shoulders when he was standing up. The leathery skin covering its body hung in creases, wrinkles, and loose folds, especially on its short, almost non-existent neck. The skin shone with an oily gleam. The 4 short legs ended in huge, padded feet. A long, whippy tail was carried curled over its back. For a moment, Han wondered if the creature had any manipulatory limbs, but then he noticed 2 undersized arms that were folded against its chest, half hidden by the loose folds of neck skin. The being's hands were delicate, almost feminine, with 4 long, supple fingers on each hand. The being opened its mouth and spoke in accented but understandable Basic. "Greetings, Mr. Drago. Allow me to welcome you to Ylesia. Are you a pilgrim?" "But I'm not," Han muttered, his head spinning. For a moment the name didn't connect, then things snapped into place. Of course. He clamped his mouth shut, thinking that maybe he'd gotten a worse knock on the head than he'd realized. Vic Drago was the alias whose ID he'd currently been carrying. Han had several alter egos with proper documentation to back them up. Ironically, he had nothing by way of ID under his true name. "Sorry," he muttered, holding his head, hoping his slip would be excused as a result of his head injury. "I'm still kind of shaken up, I guess. No, I'm not a pilgrim. I came here to answer a job advertisement for someone, preferably a Corellian, to do the piloting here." "I see. But how did you happen to be aboard our ship when it crashed?" the creature inquired. "I wanted to reach Ylesia as quickly as possible, so I took the opportunity to stow away on the Ylesian Dream," Han said. "I'd have had to wait a week for a commercial flight, and the ad said a pilot was urgently needed. Did you get my message?" "Yes, we did," the being said. Han watched it intently, wishing he could read its expression. "We were expecting you, but not in the Yelesian dream. See, I brought the ad with me." Han reached for his jumpsuit that was hanging over a chair beside the bed and extracted the hollow cube that featured the Yelesian advertisement he'd replied to. "It says you need someone to start right away." He handed the cube over. "So, Vic Drago here, and I'm applying for this job. I'm Corellian and I fit all your qualifications. I wanted to say that I'm sorry about crashing the dream. Your ship's a different model than any I've ever piloted, but a couple hours on a simulator will fix that, and I'm afraid that your atmospheric currents came as a surprise." The being scanned the cube, then placed it on the table. The corners of the massive, lipless mouth turned upward slightly. "I see. Mr. Drago, I am the most exalted High Priest of Yelesia, Terenza. Welcome to our colony. I am impressed at your initiative, young human. Traveling aboard a robot ship in order to answer our ad so quickly speaks well for you." Han frowned, wishing his head didn't hurt quite so much. "Well, thanks. I am impressed you managed to control and land a robot craft. Few human pilots have been able to react quickly enough to deal with this world's challenging weather patterns. The damage to our ship is not serious, and repairs are already underway. You landed on soft ground, which was fortunate." "Does that mean I get the job?" Han asked eagerly. "Great, they're not mad." "Would you be willing to sign a year's contract?" Terenza asked. "Maybe," Han said, leaning back and relaxing, hands behind his head. "How much?" The high priest named a sum that made Han smile inwardly. Even though it was more money than he'd hoped for, he was too much of a traitor not to automatically bargain. "Well, I don't know," he said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "I made more than that in my previous position." A lie, but not one they'd be able to disprove. Vic Drago had indeed made more than that. Han had paid well to make sure his alter ego's job record showed he could command the highest wages. It had taken all of Han's savings, plus the proceeds from 2 dangerous heists that Garrus Shrike hadn't known anything about, to finance those alterations in his alter ego's job record. But Han had wanted Vic Drago to be able to command a high salary. Terenza pondered that information and said, "Very well. I can offer you 30,000 for the year, with a bonus of 10 at the end of the first 6 months, providing you make every assigned flight on schedule." "Bonus of 15, Han said automatically, "and you provide the training sims." 12, countered Terenza, "and you pay for the sims." 13, Han said, "You supply the sims." 12.5, "and we provide the sims," the high priest said. "Final offer." "Okay," Han said. "You got yourself a pilot." "Excellent." Terenza actually chuckled, a deep, booming, oddly melodious sound. Quickly the contracts were produced and Han signed them, then allowed a retinal scan as proof of his identity. "Hope they're like everyone else," he thought, "and just do a general system-wide check of my retinal patterns." If the priests ordered a comprehensive and very expensive all-systems search to determine whether Vic Drago's retinal scan was unique, they'd eventually discover that it wasn't. Vic Drago, Janos Idianian, Talos Brine, Janol Adres, and Keel Tadana all shared the exact same retinal patterns, which wasn't surprising, as all those individuals were in fact Han Solo. Before Han left Trader's Luck, he'd taken the precaution of stashing a small hoard of credits and complete ID sets in 2 lockboxes on Corellia, in case he ever needed a quick change of identity. Garrus Shrike had provided the boy with different sets of ID for every scam Han participated in, and Han had kept each set and updated them as necessary. The Corellian knew, however, that none of his forged IDs would stand up to Imperial scanners. Before he'd be able to take the Academy entrance exams, Han was well aware he'd have to pay out a small fortune in bribes on Coruscant to gain ID documentation so genuine that it would pass an Imperial security clearance check. With all the business details taken care of, Terenza then summoned an underpriest, or sacredo, as they were called, and instructed him to take Han on a tour of the complex. Han was left in private to resume his jumpsuit after being assured that clothing bearing the Yelesian symbol, a huge, wide-open eye and mouth, would be furnished to him. As he donned the clothes and his boots, he realized that he was sweating heavily. Hot and humid, he thought. Wonderful climate. But for the money the priests were paying, he was willing to put up with a year's discomfort. By taking this job, he'd get lots of practice flying big ships and access to training sims. That ought to ensure he could pass the entrance exams to enter the academy. The money would mean he had the proper amount for bribes to make sure his application was processed quickly and actually reached the admissions officers. He knew from his research that without bribes, it frequently took a month or more for a cadet candidate to apply, pass all relevant exams, be interviewed, and finally accepted for entrance into the Imperial Academy. The sacred doe arrived and introduced himself as Veritil. Han followed him down a corridor, past a large amphitheater, and what appeared to be a registration area. Our welcome center, the priest explained. Veritil led him outside. Han stepped through the door, and even before he could draw a deep breath, he was immediately bathed in sweat. Steaming heat and humidity smote him in the face, almost like a physical blow. The air was rich with smells, heavy perfume from flowers, rotting vegetation, and another odor, one he'd smelled before but couldn't quite identify. Han stood at the top of the short ramp that led down from the building and looked up at the sky, seeing it was a translucent blue-gray. The sun overhead was an orangey red and looked larger than he was used to. This star must be closer to its planet than Coral was to Corellia. Han glanced at the shadows, seeing it was far past noon, and then glanced at his wrist chrono. "How long is the day here?" he asked Veritil. 10 standard hours, sir," the sacred doe replied. No wonder the weather's so stormy, Han thought. We've got a hot, wet world with a really rapid rotation. Han looked out across the cleared area. The permacrete ended abruptly, giving way to the natural ground and vegetation. Pools of water attested to recent torrential rain. Reddish mud made an arresting contrast to lush, blue-green vegetation. The flowers hanging from the vines and trees in the encroaching jungle were huge and multicolored, scarlet, deep purple, and vivid yellow. "This is Colony 1, Veritil explained. "We also have established 2 new colonies for our pilgrims. 2 years ago, we founded Colony 2, and last winter we built Colony 3, which is still very small. Colony 2 lies about 150 kilometers north, and Colony 3 about 70 kilometers south of here." "How long has Colony 1 been here?" Han asked. "Nearly 5 standard years." Han looked out across Colony 1. Directly across from the Welcome Center lay the landing pad. A little freighter lay there, listing on her repulsors. That must be the dream, Han thought, realizing he'd never seen the ship from the outside. The Ylesian Dream was a small vessel, shaped like a fat, somewhat irregular teardrop. On her underside was a bulge where there was a gunwale, proving the ship hadn't always been a robot freighter. Another, larger bulge denoted the location of the primary cargo hold. She was a graceful ship, small enough to be agile, Corellian built almost certainly. Han could see massive shipdock droids working on the Dream, beginning to repair her repulsors. The ships, droids, and everything nearby was splashed with reddish mud from the crash landing. Off to the northeast, high above even the jungle giant trees, Han could make out a glimpse of snow-capped heights. He pointed. "What mountains are those?" "The mountains of the exalted," Veritil told him. "The altar of promises, where the faithful gather each night to be exalted, lies before them. You shall see it tonight, when you attend devotions." How great, Han thought. Do I have to attend services too? Then he remembered how much the Ylesians were paying him. Han nodded. "I'll bet it's something to see." To the pilot's left, he could make out a large expanse of the reddish mud. Several beings of Terenza's and Veritil's race lolled in mud holes, tended by droids and servants of assorted species. Han recognized a couple of Rhodians, several Gamorreans, and at least one human. "Those are the mud flats," Veritil said, waving a dainty hand at the mud bathers and their attendants. "My people relish our mud baths." "What are your people?" Han asked. "Are you native to Ylesia?" "No, we are native, or as native as our distant cousins, the Hutts, to Nelhutta," Veritil replied. "We are the Talanda Til." Han resolved to learn the Talanda Til's language as soon as he could. Knowing a language that people didn't know you knew could often prove an asset. The sacred doe led Han around to the rear of the Welcome Center. Han's eyes widened as he took in the huge cleared area before him. Clearing that much jungle must have been quite a chore. The cleared area was roughly rectangular and at least a kilometer on each side. The mountains were now behind and to his left, and he could see, on his extreme right, the blue-gray glitter of water. "Lake?" he asked, indicating it. "No, that is Zoma Guanga, the Western Ocean," Veritil informed him. Han counted the huge buildings that lay before the mud flats. There were 9 of them. 5 were 3 stories high, the other 4 were only 1 story. Each was easily the size of a Corellian city block. "Homes for the pilgrims?" he asked, waving at the buildings. No, the dormitory for our pilgrims is over there, Veritil said. The priest waved at a massive two-story building on the far left. The multi-story buildings are where we process ryle, andrus, and carcinum. The single-story buildings you see extend far underground, a necessity for processing glitterstim, which must be handled in complete darkness. Andrus, ryle, carcinum, and glitterstim. Han's nostrils flared. Of course, that explains the odor. These are factories for processing spice. He remembered that the Yelesian Dream had originally carried a cargo of high-grade glitterstim, the most expensive and exotic variety of spice. The other types were usually cheaper, though they were still one of the most profitable cargoes a smuggler could take on. We received shipments of raw materials from worlds such as Kessel, Ryloth, and Nelhutta several times a month, Veritil went on. In the beginning, the robot freighters which supplied us landed here on Colony 1, but that practice soon had to be discontinued. Why? Han asked, wondering if he really wanted to know. Two ships, most unfortunately, could not negotiate our tricky atmosphere and crashed. So we built a space station and decided to use living pilots to ferry the raw spice material down to the factories. We used to have 3 pilots, but now we're down to 1, and the unfortunate Sulluston, who's currently serving as our pilot, has been ill. That's why we need you, Pilot Drago. It's so nice to be needed, Han thought sarcastically. Veritil, what happened to those other guys? One crashed, the other simply disappeared. We've also lost a number of robot vessels, which has cut down on our profit margin most grievously. Veritil said sadly. Spice is a high credit export, but spaceships are very expensive. Yeah, Han agreed sourly. All those crashes would tend to put a crimp in your business. No wonder they didn't have pilots beating down their doors, he thought. Most of the experienced pilots had probably spread the word about how dangerous this planet is for pilots. Han knew a little bit about the various kinds of spice, mostly from hearing Shrike and the other smugglers discuss their properties. Glitterstim, mined on Kessel, was by far the most valuable. When exposed to light, then quickly ingested, it gave the user a temporary telepathic ability to sense surface thoughts and emotions. Spies used it, lovers used it, and the Empire used it when interrogating prisoners. Matter of fact, the Empire claimed all the glitterstim mined on Kessel as its rightful property, which is why it was so rare and so lucrative to smuggle. Ryle came from the Twi'lek world, Ryloth, where it was perfectly legal to mine, and was used for anagogic purposes. There were illegal applications, however, and it could be used to produce several intoxicants and hallucinogens. Carcinum was a black spice that came from Savarkos, and it was quite rare and very valuable. Users experienced euphoria and an increase in their abilities, while under the influence they became stronger, faster, and more intelligent. There was a downside, of course. After the effects wore off, users frequently became listless, depressed, and some even died when the substance had a toxic effect on their metabolisms. Savarkos also supplied the galaxy with andrus, a white powder that was added to foods to enhance flavor and preserve them. Some users claimed that the drug caused a mild euphoria and increase in sensation. They're not mining it here, Han thought. These factories process the raw material to turn it into the finished product. Factories? Han echoed. They're huge. Yes, and Yelesia has admirable production rates, enabling us to favorably compete with the cost of the spice shipped directly from Kessel, Ryloth, or Savarkos, Veritil explained. And we are the only facility that offers such variety of spice. Buyers frequently wish to purchase several different kinds of spice for their customers, and we provide that. Han saw figures entering and leaving the factory buildings, many humans, some non-humans. He recognized Twi'leks, Rhodians, Gamorreans, Deveronians, Sullustans, and there were others that were unknown to him. All the humans and bipedal aliens wore tan-colored robes that came down below their knees and tan-colored caps that covered their hair. He gestured at the people. Factory workers? The Sacred Doe hesitated, then said, They are the pilgrims that have chosen to serve the oneness, the all, in our factories. Oh, Han murmured. I see. He saw a lot of things now, more and more clearly each instant, and he had a bad feeling about what he was seeing. These pilgrims come here to attain religious sanctuary and wind up working in spice factories. I smell of Relt, a dead one. The Yelesian sun was far down in the sky by now, almost to the horizon. Han noticed that throngs of tan-clad workers were streaming northeast toward the mountains. Veritil beckoned Han with one undersized hand. It's time for the blessed pilgrims to attend devotions and to be exalted in the One, render their prayers to the All. Let us take the path of oneness to reach the altar of promises. Come, Pilot Drago. Han obediently followed the priest up a well-worn paved path. Even though they were surrounded by pilgrims, Han noticed that no one ventured very close to them. All the pilgrims gave Veritil deep bows, hands folded over their hearts. They offered thanks for the exaltation they were about to receive, Veritil explained to Han as they walked along. As they moved away from the buildings, the jungle around them closed in until the path they were walking on was shadowed and overhung with giant branches. Han almost felt as though he were walking in a tunnel. They passed a huge open area that was evidently some kind of swamp because it was completely covered in huge blooms that were so beautiful and exotic that Han had never seen anything like them. The flowered plains, Veritil's still playing tour guide, pointed out, and this is the Forest of Faithfulness. Han nodded. I wonder how much more of this I can take, he thought. I hope they don't expect me to become a convert because they've got the wrong guy. After a 20-minute walk, the group reached a large paved area that was fronted with a partially roofed area supported by 3 monstrous pillars. Veritil indicated that Han should stay with the crowd of pilgrims. Then the sacred dome moved on, heading for the pillars. Han saw several of the Talatatil assembled beneath the pillars, including one that he tentatively identified as Terenza. They were ranged around a low altar carved from some translucent white stone that seemed to glow with an inner light. The high, snow-capped mountains made an impressive backdrop to the scene, as they towered high above the jungle. Han craned his neck, looking up, up. The tops of the highest peaks were hidden by drifting clouds, stained red from the sunset. The snows on the western sides of the peaks glowed crimson and rose. Impressive, Han was forced to admit. The simplicity of the natural amphitheater, with its paved floor and pillared altar, made it seem like some vast natural cathedral. The faithful filed into ranks and stood waiting. Han stood at the back, shifting impatiently, hoping whatever religious service was about to take place wouldn't last long. He was hungry, his head was throbbing, and the heat was making him sleepy. The high priest raised his tiny arms and intoned a phrase in his native language. The sacred does, including Veritil, echoed him. Then the assembled throng, Han estimated 400 or 500 in the crowd, echoed the high priest's phrase. Han leaned closer to the nearest pilgrim, a Twi'lek. What are they saying? They said, "The One is all," the Twi'lek, who spoke excellent Basic, translated. Would you like me to interpret the service for you? Since Han was determined to begin learning the Talatatil's language, he nodded, if you wouldn't mind. The high priest intoned again. Han listened to the ritual phrases repeated by the sacred does, then droned forth by the faithful pilgrims. The One is all. We are one. We belong to the all. In service to the all, everyone is exalted. We sacrifice to achieve the all. We serve the one. In work and sacrifice we are all fulfilled. If every one has worked hard, we are all exalted. Han stifled a yawn. This was awfully repetitious. Finally, after nearly 15 minutes of chanting, Terenza and all the priests stepped forward. You've worked well, the high priest pronounced. Prepare for the blessing of exaltation. The crowd gave forth a sound of such greedy anticipation that Han was taken aback. Moving in a great wave as though they were truly one, they dropped to the pavement and lay there, arms and legs huddled beneath their bodies, in an attitude of breathless hope and yearning. All the priests raised their arms. Han watched as the loose, wrinkled skin that hung below their throats inflated with air and began to pulse. A low, throbbing hum, or was it a vibration, gradually filled the air. Han's eyes widened as he felt something invade his mind and body. Part vibration, part sound? He wasn't sure. Was it empathy or telepathy? Or did that vibration trigger something in his brain? He couldn't tell. He only knew it was strong. It rolled across him in a great wave, emotional warmth, physical pleasure. It was all that and more. Han staggered back, off the permacrete, until he was brought up short by the trunk of one of the forest giants. He braced himself against a tree, his head swimming. He dug his fingernails into the bark, hanging onto the tree. His hands against the bark seemed to be the only thing keeping him from being swept away by that wave of warm feeling and ecstatic pleasure. Han hung onto the tree physically and himself mentally, refusing to let himself be sucked under with that wave. He wasn't sure where he found the strength, but he fought as hard as he ever had. All his life, he'd been his own person, master of his own mind and body, and nothing was going to change that. He was Han Solo, and he didn't need aliens invading his mind or his body to make him feel good. No, he thought, I'm a free man, not some pilgrim, not your puppet. Free, do you hear? Gritting his teeth, Han fought the invasion as he would have fought a physical opponent, and then, as quickly as it had started, the sensation was gone. He was free. But it was obvious the pilgrims weren't. Their bodies writhed on the stone, and muffled moans of happiness and pleasure made a soft swell of sound. Sickened, Han looked over at the priests. They obviously weren't affected as the pilgrims were. So this is why these poor dupes stay once they find out they're expected to work in the spice factories, Han thought, feeling a surge of bitter resentment on behalf of the pilgrims. They slave all day, then they hike up here and get a jolt of feel-good vibrations that makes even the best spice pale by comparison. Han wondered whether he'd be expected to attend these evening devotionals every night, and hoped that he wouldn't. It had been hard enough to push away that rush of warmth and pleasure tonight. He was afraid that if he had to be exposed to it every night, he wouldn't have the strength, the resolution, to reject the Elysian priest's happy pill. By this time, the pilgrims were beginning to get up, some of them weaving unsteadily. All their eyes were glazed, and many looked like addicts Han had seen in spice and Ubala dens on Corellia and other worlds. Do they do this every night? He muttered to the Twi'lek. The alien's reddish eyes were shining with joy. Oh, yes. Wasn't it wonderful? Great, Han said, but the Twi'lek was so enraptured he missed the sarcasm. Do they ever not hold these devotions? Han asked, curious. They're only cancelled if there's been trouble in the factories. One time a worker went mad and took a foreman hostage, and then he demanded passage off planet. Evening devotions in the exaltation were cancelled. It was horrible. So what happened to the mad worker? Han asked, reflecting that the madman sounded completely sane to him. Before morning, we managed to overpower him and turn him over to the guards. Thank the one, the Twi'lek said. Yeah, I'll bet, Han thought. They couldn't stand being without their little nightly charge. The service was evidently over. Veritil joined Han for the walk back to the central compound. Han was disinclined to talk, and truthfully pleaded fatigue. The sacred doe, saying he understood perfectly, showed the Corellian pilot back to the infirmary. You may eat and sleep here tonight, he said, and tomorrow we'll take you to your permanent quarters in our administration building. Where's that? Han asked, pausing halfway through a bite of indifferent, but filling, redox stew. The sacred doe waved his arm roughly northeast. Not visible from here, but there's a path through the trees. I'll meet you back here in, say, 6 standard hours. Will that provide you with sufficient sleep? Han nodded. He could always try to snatch a nap later. Fine. When the priest was gone, Han dragged off his clothes and boots, realizing he had to get something clean to wear by tomorrow, or he wouldn't be fit for polite society. He considered taking a shower before bed, but he was just too tired. Han had always been able to set himself to wake up whenever he wished to, so he mentally programmed himself to wake up in 5.5 hours. Then his mind, whirling with images and impressions, he lay down on the narrow infirmary bunk and was instantly asleep. It took him a few minutes the next morning to remember just who he was. Vic Drago, and don't forget it. And what he was doing in this sticky hot place. Han ventured into the shower and was pleased to find the refresher unit contained everything necessary for a human being. He hummed tunelessly as he soaped himself, but when he lifted a foot to wash it, Han froze in surprise and dismay. Fuzzy, blue-green, mossy stuff was growing between his toes. Alarmed, Han checked further as he was disgusted to find patches starting in his armpits, at the back of his neck, and other, even more personal areas. Cursing, he scrubbed the disgusting fungus away, leaving raw skin behind, and then, realizing he was running late, he bolted out of the shower. What kind of place is this, anyway? When he walked back into the sleeping area, he found the medical droid waiting for him, with a new pilot's uniform draped over one arm. The droid held a jar of slimy gray stuff in its other hand. Pardon me, sir, the droid said, but may I ask whether you are experiencing any outbreaks of fungus growing on your skin? Yeah, Han snarled. The climate in this place is miserable. Nobody deserves to live in this dump. I quite understand, sir, the droid said, actually managing to sound sympathetic. May I offer the contents of this jar? It should prevent fungal growths with regular application. Thanks, Han said shortly, and retired to treat the affected areas. The stuff smelled horrible, but it soothed the irritation. Then he got dressed, admiring himself in his first real pilot's uniform. The colorful patches looked quite spiffy. Han refused to let himself worry about the pilgrims he'd seen last night. Nobody had forced the weak-minded fools to come here, so he wasn't going to waste any time imagining their fate. He was going to take care of Han Solo, or more accurately, he was going to take care of Vic Drago. Besides, Han told himself, I'm going to be piloting for these Ulesians. I'll have access to a ship. If I decide I don't like it, I'll just take my money and vanish. What can they do to stop me, after all? Feeling cocky, Han smiled at his reflection in the mirror and gave himself a snappy salute. Cadet Han Solo reporting for duty, sir, he whispered, trying it on for size. His dream of the academy had never seemed so close, so attainable. When Han stepped out of the infirmary, the first person he saw was Terenza. Han nodded pleasantly to his employer. Good morning, sir. The high priest inclined his massive head. And to you, Pilot Drago. Allow me to present someone you are going to be spending a lot of time with during your employment with us. The high priest beckoned, and Han heard someone behind him. He whirled around and couldn't stop himself from taking a quick step back. His first impression was of height, and the second was of sharp teeth and knife-like claws. This being stood nearly 3 meters tall, taller even than a Wookiee. The creature had a mouthful of needle-like fangs, and claws that looked like they could rip through durasteel. It was furred, but it wore a pair of breeches. A curved knife hung on its belt, and a holstered blaster was strapped to its thigh. Sleek muscles rippled everywhere. The newcomer grinned, baring even more of those teeth. Greetings, it said, speaking basic with a pronounced lisp. This is Murg, Terenza introduced the being. He's a Togorian, one of the most honorable sentients in this galaxy. The Togorian reputation for honesty and loyalty is unparalleled. Did you know that? Han looked up at the huge being and swallowed. No, he managed. We've assigned Murg to be your bodyguard, Pilot Drago. On planet or off, Murg will accompany you everywhere. Isn't that correct, Murg? Murg has given word of honor, the Togorian affirmed. The high priest folded his undersized arms across his massive body, and his mouth curved up in what almost appeared to be a mocking smile. Murg is going to make very sure, Pilot Drago, that no matter where you go or what you do, you will be safe. Chapter 4. Murg. Han stared at the huge, black-furred creature, realizing that the jig was definitely up. Terenza's meaning was unmistakable. Step out of line, and Murg will rip you in two. Han eyed the Togorian, realizing that the alien could easily do just that. He managed to pull himself together and smiled up at the Togorian. Pleased to meet you, Murg, he said. It'll be nice to have real company on these long flights. Yes, the bodyguard said, stepping closer. Han realized with dismay that the top of his head barely reached the Togorian's breastbone. The alien appeared so feline that Han was surprised to realize he didn't have a tail. Murg enjoys space travel, the bodyguard said in a strongly accented lisping basic. His facial fur was black, but his whiskers and chest fur were white. His eyes were a startling light blue with brilliant green slitted pupils. Murg goes many spaceports, the more the better. Han had a little trouble understanding the Togorian's basic, but he could make it out. The young Corellian wondered just how smart this being was. Have to get to know him, Han decided. Just because he can't speak good basic doesn't mean he's dumb, but if he is... Han smiled. We thought we'd give you a day to settle in, Pilot Drago, Terenza said. Move into the quarters we've assigned you in the administration building. Murg will show you where it is. Then tomorrow we'd like you to begin ferrying goods and personnel back and forth between the colonies. By the time our next shipment of spice is delivered to our space station, you'll be ready to ferry that down for us. After today, I'm going to order Jealous Nebel, our other pilot, to take a rest. He's been working too hard. Han nodded. I've got to meet up with the Sullustan and compare notes. That'll be fine. Can I look around a bit? I'd like to check out the lay of the land. Terenza inclined his massive head. Certainly, as long as Murg accompanies you and you follow all safety regulations while touring the factories. Of course, Han agreed. Terenza bowed slightly. If you'll excuse me, we are expecting a shipment of pilgrims to come down from our orbiting space station this morning. I have much to do as I prepare to welcome them. Han nodded, thinking about what lay ahead for those pilgrims. He knew that mining spice was considered dangerous, an extremely unpleasant duty, matter of fact. Being sent to the spice mines of Kessel was a common punishment for felons. But he knew very little about what happened to the spice once it was mined. Well, he intended to find out. Maybe there was some way he could turn the situation even more to his advantage. You never knew, and it never paid to leave stones unturned. In Han Solo's book, knowledge frequently led to power, or at least to a faster escape. Murg led Han up a paved path through the jungle until they reached a large, very modern building. Administration Center, the Togorian said, indicating the building. The bodyguard led Han around to a side entrance and then down a corridor until he reached a door. You, Murg, sleep here, he said, opening the door. Inside was a small suite consisting of a bedroom, refresher unit, and a small sitting room. Han was pleased to see that Terenza had been mindful of the terms of the contract. In one corner of the bedroom was a fully equipped sim unit. Murg walked to the door of the bedroom and waved a clawed hand on it. Yours. Pilot sleep here. But where will you sleep? Han asked. As expected, Murg indicated the sitting room. Murg here. Great, Han said. These priests don't trust me any more than I trust them. With Murg sleeping between me and the door to the outside, I'd be taking a big chance trying to sneak out at night. Just great. That doesn't look very comfortable to me, Han said, doing his best imitation of wide-eyed innocence. Inwardly, he was wondering whether Murg was a sound sleeper. Maybe you should get a room of your own, so you could sleep comfortably. Murg most comfortable when he's keeping word of honor, the Togorian said. Han stared at the cat-like being. Had he glimpsed a flash of humor in those blue-green eyes with their slitted pupils? Murg give word of honor to watch Pilot always, so Murg most comfortable here. Han nodded. Right. He stared for a moment at the blaster in the Togorian's holster. I had a blaster when I came here, but I don't know where it is now, he commented. I guess I'll need to ask about getting it back. Pilot not need blaster. Murg flexed his fingers and the retractable claws popped out. High priest say pilot not need blaster. But what if I get attacked by some kind of predator? Han waved at the omnipresent jungle outside the building. There were probably dozens of predators who might enjoy hunting an off-worlder, either for food or fun. The giant alien shook his whiskered head. Never happen. Pilot have Murg, who has blaster. That's true, Han said. Mentally, he made a note to ask Terenza for some kind of weapon. He felt naked without one, even after only having had one for a couple of days. So, Murg, shall we go exploring? Han asked. I don't have any baggage to unpack, as you can see. Explore where? The Togorian asked. I'd like to tour the factories, Han said, and this administration center. Fine, the Togorian said. Come, pilot. Right behind you, Han said, suiting his action to his words. They walked the corridors of the administration center, glanced in at the mess hall, toured the guard's wing, and peeked at the priest's quarters. When Han caught a glimpse of the armory, he realized that the Ylesian priests must be afraid of a pilgrim uprising, because the percentage of guards to workers was high. The armory boasted a lot of heavy-duty riot control armament, force pikes, and stun gas. The guards they met came from many different worlds. Besides humans, Han saw Rhodians, Celestins, Twi'leks, and Porkine Gomorians. So let me get this straight, he said to Murg as they skirted an area in the administration center that signs in many language identified as restricted access. The guards all sleep here most of the time, but why don't they sleep near the pilgrims' dormitories if the priests want to make sure the workers stay under control? Sleep time not the problem, the Togorian said in his halting basic. After pilgrims are exalted, can barely walk back, go sleep right away. Only time pilgrims get mad, angry at bosses, is before exaltation. Makes sense, Han thought dourly. Give the addicts their fix, and then they just sleep it off till the next day. Then the guard patrol. The pilot stopped in mid-word when he glanced something large and grayish, gliding far down the corridor in the off-limits area. Han squinted into the dimness. Hey, what was that? He muttered. That looked just like a... Han broke off as the object turned the corner. He started after it at a good clip. Murg made a futile grab for his charge, but Han was quicker than the big alien and dodged. He jogged down the forbidden hallway, listening hard for the sound of footsteps, but none came. When he reached the junction of the corridors, Han turned to stare up the one where he'd glimpsed that flicker of gliding motion. His eyes widened. Hey, it is a hut. What's a hut doing here? There was no mistaking the identity of that huge, slug-like form reclining on its repulsor lift sled. As he hesitated, Murg pounced on him as though he were a Vrelt, and picked up the Corellian bodily. Han repressed a yelp of dismay as the Togorian tucked him under one muscled arm and ran back down the corridor until they were back in the unrestricted access section of the center. Murg set Han back on his feet and flexed a hand on the Corellian's nose. My people teach, everyone entitled to one mistake, the bodyguard said. Pilot just have his. No more mistakes, or Murg have to teach Pilot like little cub. Murg has given word of honor, remember. Understood? Han eyed the claws that gleamed under his nose, sharp and shiny as razors. Yeah, he managed to say. I understand, Murg. Humans just get curious, you know? Curiosity fatal sometimes, Murg growled. I can see your point, Han said dryly. Or rather, your points. Murg stared at the sharp, shining tips of his claws, then his muzzle lifted back from his fangs, and he made a low, mewling sound. For a moment, Han froze, then he looked at the Togorian and realized this was the alien's form of laughter. Evidently, Murg had caught the joke. Han managed a weak chuckle. So how about we get some food, then check out those factories, eh, pal? He asked. Murg always hungry, the Togorian agreed, leading the way toward the mess hall. What means this word, pal? Oh, a pal's a friend, a buddy, you know, someone you spend time with that you like, Han explained. Yes, the Togorian said, nodding. Pilot means packmate. Right. Good, the bodyguard said. Murg misses his packmates. Han recalled Terenza saying that his people came from Nalhutta, the Hutt homeworld, but Han hadn't realized that that meant there were Hutts living on Ulesia. When questioned, Murg confirmed that he had seen several of the slug masters who ride on air, as he called them. There's only one reason Hutts are here, Han thought. They're the real masters of Ulesia. After all, they dominate the contraband spice trade. Lunch was good, if unimaginative, and, to Han's taste, lacking in seasoning. Still, the cook was no slouch. His or her bread was very good, Han thought as he chewed on a bite of Alderaanian flatbread. He realized suddenly, with a pang, that it had been nearly a day since he thought of Dulana. The thought made him feel vaguely disloyal, but then he took himself in hand. Dulana wouldn't want him to mope and grieve over her. She'd always enjoyed life, and she wouldn't expect Han not to, just because she was gone. He came back out of his reverie to find Murg watching him curiously. Pilot is thinking of someone far away, the Togorian observed, waving the bone he had just finished gnawing. Tiny fragments of raw meat still clung to it, but Murg had cleaned it impressively, Han thought. He had to get every little bit. It required a lot of raw meat to make that massive body going. Yeah, Han agreed with a sigh. Someone about as far away as anyone can be. Pilot have sweetheart? Han shook his head. Well, there've been a few girls here and there, he admitted, but nobody special. No, I was thinking of the person who more or less raised me. Murg took a huge gulp of some foamy stuff from a tankard. Humans raise young much differently than my people do, he said. Really? Tell me about your world. Murg obediently launched into a description of Togoria, a world where males and females, though equal, did not mix their societies. Males lived a nomadic hunting existence, flying over the plains on their huge domesticated flying reptiles, called Moskoths. They hunted in packs. The females, on the other hand, had domesticated animals for meat, so they did not need to hunt. They lived in cities and villages, and it was the female Togorians who had developed all the planet's technology. Well, if your people don't live together, how do you... Han searched for a polite term. Get together, to reproduce. We travel to city to stay with our mates once each year, Murg said. Between times, we think often of each other. Togorians very emotional people, capable of great love, he added earnestly, especially males. Great love is why Murg is here. Males of my species rarely leave our world. Does Pilot know that? I do now, Han said. So, Murg, when you say great love made you come to Ulesia, what do you mean? Do you have a mate? The Togorian nodded. Promised mate. Someday be mated for life, if Murg can but find her. The huge alien sighed, looking so woeful that Han felt sorry for him. What's her name? Mrove. Beautiful, beautiful Mrove. As Tagorian females do, she decided to take a look at Big Galaxy. Murg begged her not to go, but females very stubborn. The alien looked at Han, who nodded. Yeah, I've run into that myself. Mrove gone long time. Years. When she not come home to be mated, Murg's so sad that he cannot stay in Tagoria. Must discover what happened to her. So, did you? Han took a sip of his Polina's ale. Murg traced her from world to world to world. And? Han prompted when the Tagorian paused. And Murg lost her. Someone at Ord Mantell said he saw her board ship at spaceport. Murg checked schedules, find out ship had many pilgrims on board. Several ports a call for ship. Murg take chance, come here, because so many pilgrims come here. The big felinoid sighed heavily and nibbled on a meat-dripping bone. Gamble no good. Murg asked. Priests say no Tagorians here. Murg not know where else to go. Murg need credits to continue search. The alien swallowed a last bite, and his whiskers actually drooped. So you decided to take on a job as a guard here? Well, you got enough money to go on searching, Han said, guessing at the logical end of the story. Yes. Han shook his head. That's sad, pal. I hope you find her. I really do. It's tough to lose people that you love. The bodyguard nodded. After lunch, they headed down to the factories and walked around the huge buildings. Han sniffed the air, smelling the odor of the different spices mingling. His nose tingled slightly, and he wondered if just smelling the spice could be intoxicating. He waved at the Glitterston building. Let's go inside. I've heard about how they process the spice, and I like to see it for myself. When they walked into the cavernous building, a guard stopped them and conferred with Murg, who explained who Han was. The Rhodian guard on duty gave them badges and infrared goggles and waved them on in. Goggles? Han said to Rhodian. He understood the language perfectly, but his pronunciation was a bit laborious. We have to wear them? The guard's purple eyes sparkled at hearing a human speak his language. Yes, Pilot Drago, he said. Below the ground floor there are no visible lights permitted. You take one turbo lift down. Each level down represents a 1-grade increase in the quality of the spice. The longest and best fibers are processed far below ground, to eliminate any possibility of their being ruined by light. Okay, Han said, beckoning to Murg. The two walked between aisles of supplies to reach the platform turbo lift in the center of the facility. Let's go all the way down and see the really good stuff, he said to the Tagorian. Privately, Han was wondering whether he might be able to light finger some of those tiny black vials. Selling a little glitterstim on the side in a port city would increase his credit account by leaps and bounds. Han pushed the button for the bottom floor, and the platform, swaying slightly, started down. Cool air wafted up from the depths as the turbolift went down in pitch darkness. The draft felt wonderful after the humid heat of the Yelhessian jungle. Within one floor, all light was gone. Han fumbled for his goggles, pulled them up over his eyes. Immediately he could see, though everything was in shades of black and white. The illumination came from small light inserts in the walls. The turbolift plunged downward, and Han could see the workers as they crouched over their workstations. Piles of raw, fibrous materials, studded with minuscule crystals, lay piled before them. Finally, 6 floors down, the turbolift ground to a halt. Han and Murg got off. Have you ever been here before? He asked the bodyguard softly. Murg's neck fur was standing on end, and his white whiskers bristled beneath his goggled eyes. No, the Tagorian whispered back. My people are plains dwellers. Not like caves, not like dark. Murg will be happy when Pilot wishes to leave this place. Only Murg's word of honor keeps him here in wretched darkness. Steady, Han said. We won't be here that long. I just wanted to get a look around. He led the way into the factory. The cavernous area was filled with soft swishings, but was otherwise silent. Long tables lined the walls and were arranged in the aisleways. Each table was a workstation, and a worker sat or crouched according to his, her, or its individual anatomy. Before the table, there were many humans, Han realized, sitting on tall stools, hunched over their work. Few looked up as Han and Murg went up to the level supervisor, a furred Deveronian female, and identified themselves. The supervisor waved a reddish, sharp-nailed hand at the floor. My workers are the most skilled, she said proudly. It takes skill to measure and trim the number of fibrous strands, so each dose will contain the correct amount of spice. It is essential, but very difficult, to line up the fibers so precisely they will all activate at the same moment when exposed to visible light. Is it a mineral? Han asked. I know it's mined. It is naturally occurring, but we don't know how it's formed, Pilot. We believe it may have biological origin, but we're not sure. It's found deep in the mines on Kessel, and it must be mined in total darkness, just as you see here. And the strands have got to be put into these casings just right. Correct. Improper alignment can cause the tiny crystals to fracture against each other. If that happens, they grind each other into a far less potent and valuable powder. It can take a skilled worker an hour to properly line just 1 or 2 cylinders of glitterstim. I see, Han said, fascinated. Do you mind if we just wander around? I promise we won't touch anything. You may. However, please avoid distracting any of the workers while they're aligning the spice. One inadvertent twist, as I said, could ruin an entire thread. I understand, Han said. The raw glitterstim threads were all black, but Han knew from hearing about it they would shine blue when they ignited in visible light. Han stopped behind one of the human workers and watched in fascination as the worker separated out threads of ebony-colored spice, aligning them with the utmost care. The threads curled around the worker's fingers, some of them as fine spun as silk, but the tiny crystals made them incredibly sharp. The worker positioned one group of incredibly tangled threads in the jaws of a tiny vise, then proceeded to painstakingly separate out the threads until the crystalline structures were aligned. The worker's fingers moved almost too fast to watch, and Han realized that he was watching a highly skilled craftsman. No, woman. He was amazed that these pilgrims could actually accomplish something requiring this much dexterity. After seeing them last night following the exaltation, he'd more or less assumed that they were dull-witted cretins. They certainly looked like it. The glitterstim worker took out a minuscule set of pliers to untangle a particularly bad snarl. She wormed the narrow-nosed pliers into the tangle, peering intently to find the place where the sharp little crystals were caught together. The fibrous glitterstim curled around her hands like tiny living tentacles, the sharp little crystal glimmering. The worker abruptly brought her hand back, tugging, and suddenly the snarl straightened out until all the fibers aligned perfectly. Except one. Han watched in distress as one sharp-studded strand cut between the woman's forefinger and thumb. A tiny line of blood welled from the deep gash. Han sucked in a breath. A few centimeters deeper, and the tendon in her thumb would have been severed. She hissed with pain, then muttered something in Basic, and freeing her hand, held it out to stop the bleeding. Han froze as he heard her accent. This pilgrim was Corellian. He hadn't even looked at her before, hidden as she was by the shapeless tan robe, her cap pulled down tightly over her goggled head. But now he realized she was young, not old. She grimaced slightly as she examined the cut. Turning her hand over, she twisted in her seat and held her hand over the floor, so the blood wouldn't drip onto her workstation. Han knew he wasn't supposed to speak to the worker, but she wasn't working at the moment, and he was concerned. She was bleeding profusely. "You're hurt," he said. "Let me call the supervisor so she can fix you up." The girl, she was his age, possibly younger, started slightly, then looked up at him. Her face was a whitish-green blur beneath her goggles and cap, and seemed deathly pale in the infrared light. No wonder, Han thought, cooped up down here all day long, no exposure to sunlight. "No, please don't," she said, speaking Basic with that soft accent that placed her as being from Corellia's southern continent. "If she sends me to the infirmary, I'll miss the exaltation." She shivered at the thought, though it might have also been from the cold. Han himself was beginning to feel chilly, and he hadn't been down here for hours. How did these pilgrims stand it, working down here in the cold darkness all day? "But that cut looks nasty," Han protested. She shrugged. "The bleeding is stopping." Han could see that was true. But what about... She shook her head, halting him in mid-sentence. "I appreciate your concern, but it's nothing. Happens all the time." With a wry smile, she held out her hands. Han sucked in a breath. Her fingers, wrists, and forearms were crisscrossed with tiny slashes. Some were old and white and healed, but many were dark wells, still fresh and painful. Han saw small, phosphorescent spots between her fingers and realized they must be the fungus he discovered on himself that morning. As he watched, a phosphorescent tendril of the stuff suddenly spread, growing toward the cut between her finger and thumb. She uttered a soft exclamation and pulled it free. The fungus loves fresh blood, she said, evidently noticing his distaste. It can infect a cut and make you sick very easily. Disgusting stuff, Han said. Are you sure you don't need to get that treated? She shook her head. As you can see, it happens all the time. Excuse me, but you're Corellian, aren't you? So are you, Han said. I'm Vic Drago, the new pilot, and you are... Her mouth tightened slightly. I'm not really supposed to be talking. I better get back to work. Murg, who'd been watching in silence, suddenly spoke up. Worker's correct. Pilot must let worker return to work now. Okay, pal, I understand, Han said to the Tagorian, but then he added to the Corellian woman, but maybe we could talk some other time. Over supper, maybe? She shook her head silently, then turned back to her work. Murg motioned for Han to move on. The Corellian moved one step away, but continued talking. Okay, but you never know. We're bound to run into each other. This place ain't all that big, so what's your name? She shook her head again, not speaking. Murg growled, low in his throat, but Han just stood there, stubbornly. The woman seemed disturbed by Murg's implied threat. As she fastened a bandage over her cut, she said, We give up our names when we leave all worldly things for the spiritual sanctuary of Yelesia. Han was feeling increasingly frustrated. Here was someone who knew this place intimately, and she was the first person from his homeworld he discovered here. Please, he said as Murg pushed him slightly. There must be some kind of way they refer to you, he said, smiling his most reassuring, charming smile. Murg growled again, more loudly. He showed his fangs. The woman's eyes opened wide at the display of teeth. I am Pilgrim 921, she said hastily. Han got the impression she had spoken up to save him from Murg's ire. Murg grabbed Han's arm and began walking away, effortlessly dragging the Corellian. Thank you, Pilgrim 921, Han called back to her, waving jauntily, as though being half carried away by the Tagorian was a normal occurrence. Good luck with those fibers. I'll be seeing ya. She didn't respond. When Murg finally let him go at the end of the aisle, Han followed the Tagorian obediently, half expecting a lecture from the giant being. But Murg seemed satisfied that Han would now obey him, and had relapsed into his former wary silence. Han glanced back once, and saw that the Corellian woman was again intent on her work, as though she'd already forgotten him. Pilgrim 921, he thought. I wondered if he'd even be able to recognize her. Between the goggles, the cap, and his impaired vision, he had no real idea of what she looked like, except for the fact that she was young. Han walked all the way around the facility, watching several other workers as they aligned threads and crystals so they were entirely symmetrical. He didn't attempt to speak to any of them. Finally, he came back to the Deveronian supervisor. So when they finish their work, who encases the threads and crystals in the vials? He asked. That's done on the 5th floor, the supervisor told him. Maybe I'll just head up there, Han said. This is fascinating, you know. Certainly, she said. Okay, so they finished up the processing of the really high-grade stuff up there, Han thought as he and Murg ascended into the darkness. The Tagorian let out a low yowl of protest when Han only took them up one floor. Take it easy, Murg, Han said. I just want to take a quick look around here. He wandered the aisles, trying unobtrusively to spot the place where the high-grade glitterstim was enclosed in the tiny black vials that all glitterstim users would recognize. When he reached that area, however, his heart sank. 4 armed guards stood by the conveyor belt, watching the little vials as the workers brought their full baskets over and dumped them. Han felt an air current waft past him, realizing there was a small heating unit down here, warming the chill, evidently for the comfort of the guards. 4 guards? Han peered harder into the dimness. No. Hold on a second. Han saw a blur of movement, but couldn't discern anything for a long second. Then, as he focused his eyes, he slowly made out oily, pebbled blackness, barely visible against the black stone wall. But there were eyes in the midst of that blackness, beady, reddish-orange eyes. 4 of them. Han squinted, holding still, straining his vision. Then he saw 2 blasters, each strapped to a warty black thigh. Ara, he realized. Skin changers. The Ara were an alien species from a planet on the other side of the galaxy. Denizens of Ar could gradually change color to match the color of the background behind them. This ability made them very difficult to see, especially in darkness. Han had heard of the Arar before, but he'd never run into any until now. They were reptilian creatures, which explained why this section of the below-ground factory was heated. Many reptiles became sluggish and dull-witted when it was cold. Han peered into the dimness and slowly, gradually, made out the outlines of the two Ara guards. They had pebbly textured skin, clawed hands and feet, and a small frill of skin running down their backs. Their heads were large, with overhanging brow ridges, beneath which their eyes seemed doubly small. Their faces had short muzzles, and when one of the creatures opened its mouth, Han glimpsed a narrow, sticky red tongue and sharp white teeth. An upstanding frill of skin ran from between their eyes, back over the tops of their heads, to connect with the frill running down their backs. Despite their clumsy appearance, they seemed fast on their feet. Han decided he didn't want to tangle with them. Although shorter than he was, they were broad in the shoulders, and certainly outweighed him by considerable margin. Han sighed. Scratch plan A. The Ara aside, the other guards, two Rhodians, a Deveronian male, and a Twi'lek, looked mean and obviously meant business. They weren't Gamorreans, so there wasn't much chance of being able to bewilder, confuse, distract, or otherwise fast-talk any of them into handing over a fortune in spice. Han grimaced and started back for Murg in the turbo lift. And there was no plan B, he thought glumly. Guess I'll just have to earn all my credits the honest way. It never even occurred to him that ferrying spice around the galaxy was, in itself, highly illegal. Pilgrim 921 nibbled on a stale grain cake and tried to forget the young Corellian she had seen earlier. She was a pilgrim, after all, part of the all, one with the one, and worldly concerns such as good-looking young men were behind her forever. She was here to work, so that she might be exalted and offer her prayers for the blessing of the one as part of the all, and conversations with young men named Vic had no part in that. Still, she wondered what he looked like beneath those goggles. What color was his hair? His eyes? That smile of his had made warmth blossom inside her, despite the cold. Shaking her head, Pilgrim 921, I miss my name, tried to exorcise the memory of Vic Drago's lopsided heart-stopping smile. She needed to pray, to offer proper devotion. She must do penance for separating herself from the one, lest she be cast out from the all. Still, those sacrilege thoughts kept intruding. Thoughts. Memories, too. He was Corellian, and so was she. Pilgrim 921 thought of her homeworld, and for just an instant allowed herself to remember it, to remember her family. Were her parents still alive? Her brother? How long had she been here? 921 tried to remember, but the days here were all the same. Work, a few morsels of unappetizing food, exaltation and prayers, then exhausted sleep. One day flowed into each other, and Yelesia had almost no seasons. For a moment, she wondered just how long she'd been here. Months? Years? How old was she? Did she have wrinkles? Gray hair? 921's scarred hands flew to her forehead, her cheeks. Bones beneath flesh, prominent bones, much more prominent than they'd ever been before. But no wrinkles. She was not old. She might have been here months, but not years. How old had she been when she'd heard of Yelesia and sold all her jewelry to buy passage on a pilgrim ship? 17. She'd just finished the last of her undergraduate schooling and had been looking forward to going off-world to attend the university on Coruscant. She'd been going to study archaeology, with an emphasis on ancient art. Yes, that was it. She'd even spent a couple of summers working on a dig, learning to preserve ancient treasures. She'd wanted to become a museum curator. As a child, history had always been her favorite subject. She loved learning about the Jedi Knights and was fascinated by their adventures. She'd grown up in the aftermath of the Clone Wars and been interested in that, too, and the birth of the Republic, so very, very long ago. 921 sighed as she swallowed a bite of dusty grain cake. Sometimes it bothered her when she realized that her memories were fading, that her intelligence seemed to be fading, along with her ability to perceive the world outside. She knew that as a pilgrim, she was supposed to eschew all worldly things, to expunge from her mind and body the appreciation of fleshly pleasures. In the old days, pleasure and having fun had been the focus of her life. In those days, her life had had little purpose, compared to now. In the old days, she drifted from place to place, subject to subject, party to party, and it had all been so meaningless. Life now had meaning. Now she was exalted. Every night the one conferred blessing upon her, through the priests. Exaltation was the way the all communicated with the pilgrims. It was a deeply spiritual experience, and it felt so good. 921 thought she'd successfully managed to expunge all memory of Vic Drago and his smile from her mind, so she went back to work on a glitterstim pile, only to find herself wondering minutes later whether he'd really look for her, try to talk to her again. 921 shivered in the ever-present dank chill and tried very hard to forget Vic Drago and all he stood for. That night, Hans skipped devotionals in favor of spending time with several of the Sims. This was his first opportunity to earn an honest living, and he didn't want to mess it up. Han knew that citizens complained about how hard they had to work, and he figured that was essential for success. It was true that begging, pickpocketing, burglary, and scamming citizens frequently required considerable time and effort, but Han knew that somehow it just wasn't comparable. Heading for the Sim station in his bedroom, Han began skimming through the system, assessing what was available to him. Trends had been as good as his promise, and the simulations were there. He scanned what was available, chose the Sims he wanted to work on, and ordered the system to prepare several sequences. He was careful to specify atmospheric turbulence to be included in each training exercise. He looked up at Merg, who was standing there watching him. "I've got to work for a while," he said. "Why don't you take some time for yourself?" Merg shook his head slowly. Merg not leave Pilot alone. Against orders. "Okay," Han shrugged. "Your choice." Merg watched nervously as Han put on the Visihood, cutting himself off from contact with his real surroundings and plunging himself into a training flight that felt exactly like the real thing. The Tagorian was uncomfortable with technology. Han let himself sink into the sim, and within minutes the sim had accomplished one of its primary purposes. Han quite forgot that it was a sim. He was convinced he was really piloting, really negotiating asteroid fields at high speeds, really piloting through the Ulesian atmosphere, really landing the craft under all sorts of adverse conditions. The Corellian emerged from the sim 2 hours later, having successfully landed, flown, taken off, and performed the full range of maneuvers possible with the shuttle he'd be flying to Colony 2 and Colony 3 on the morrow. He'd also reviewed the controls on the transport vessels he'd be flying. The Ulesian Dream was being converted to manual piloting, as well as those on Terenz's private yacht. By this time, the short Ulesian day was far spent. Merg was dozing on the chair, but awoke instantly when Han stretched. Han eyed the Tagorian, regretting that the alien was so alert. It was going to be very difficult to do the nighttime prowling he had in mind. Merg walked along behind Pilot, pleased that his charge had suggested heading over to the mess hall for a late supper. The Tagorian was always hungry. His people were used to hunting and killing, then sharing their kill, so fresh meat was a constant part of their diets. Here, he had to make do with raw meat that had been frozen. Before Pilot had come into his life, he'd been free at times to enter the jungle and hunt, so he could keep his claws and his skills sharpened. He missed his Moskoth, missed flying through the air on her back, feeling her powerful wing muscles propelling them through the skies of Tagoria. Merg sighed. The skies on Tagoria were a vivid blue-green, much different from the washed-out blue-gray color of Ulesia's skies. He missed them. Would he ever see them again? Would he ever fly his Moskoth toward a crimson sunset in those vivid skies? The priests had made him sign a 6-month contract for his services as a guard. He'd given his word of honor to fulfill that contract. It would be many 10 days before he could return to his search for Mrov. Merg pictured her in his mind, her cream-colored fur, her orange stripes, her vivid yellow eyes. Lovely Mrov. She'd been part of his life for so long now that not knowing her whereabouts was like an aching wound inside him. Could she have gone back to Tagoria? Was she back on their world, waiting for him? Merg wished he could send a message to his homeworld, ask whether Mrov had returned, but messages sent over interstellar distances were very expensive, and sending one would add nearly 2 months to his time here on Ulesia. Still, Merg considered, then thought that perhaps on one of their trips to fly spice to Nilhutta, Pilot would not mind if Merg sent a message. The Tagorian didn't really trust the Ulesian priests enough to send a message from this world. Pilot seemed like a decent fellow for a human, Merg mused. Sly, quick, always looking for a way to get around things, but humans were frequently like that. At least Pilot had accepted Merg's dominance as pack leader. That was smart of him. He'd live much longer that way. Merg really hoped that Pilot would continue to be smart. He liked him, and didn't want to have to hurt him. But if Pilot tried to break the rules, Merg would not hesitate to hurt, even kill, the Corellian. Terenza had given Murg specific orders, and the Tagorian would carry them out to the best of his abilities. He'd given his word of honor, and that was the most important thing in the universe to his people. The Tagorian absently groomed his whiskers and facial fur, reflecting that as long as Pilot didn't step out of line, everything was going to be just fine. Chapter 5 Spice Wars. The next day, Han took the Yelesian shuttle to Colony 2 and Colony 3. He discovered that he really enjoyed piloting bigger ships, and his piloting was perfect. He managed to find a few extra minutes on his return run to Colony 1 to practice low-altitude flying, swooping the shuttle so low that the belly nearly brushed the tops of the jungle trees. Beside him, in the co-pilot seat, Murg alternated between exhilaration and terror as the Tagorian experienced swoops, barrel rolls, and even upside-down, high-speed flying. Han was in his element, putting the shuttle through maneuvers he'd only done previously during sims. The Corellian found himself whooping joyously at the sheer thrill of it all. For his last best bit of precision flying, Han set the shuttle hurtling down a river-cut canyon, skimming between the rock walls with so little room to spare that Murg yowled, shut his eyes, and refused to open them. Once they were soaring through open skies again, Han had to shake the Tagorian's arm and repeatedly reassure the big alien he was finished practicing for the day. Murg, certainly that pilot is crazy, the Tagorian said, cautiously opening his eyes and straightening up in his seat. Murg flies on his Moskoth at home, but not like that. Moskoths have more sense than to fly like that. Murg have more sense too. Pilot. The Tagorian gave Han a plaintive glance. Promise, Murg, not to fly crazy again. But Murg, Han said, carefully setting them down on the landing field at Colony 1, I've got to practice every chance I get, you see? He hesitated, then decided to trust Murg with part of the truth. I sort of stretched the facts a little when I told Terenza about my flying experience. I really am a champion pilot, that's the truth, but I need to practice with the shuttle and with the bigger ships. Sims are fine, but they can't beat the real thing. Murg gave Han a long, level look, then nodded. Murg understands. Pilot trusts Murg not to say this to Terenza? Yeah, something like that, Han said. Can I? Trust you, I mean. The Tagorian groomed his white whiskers thoughtfully. As long as Pilot does not crash, Murg does not talk. Fair enough, pal, Han said with a grin. When he and Murg came down the ramp from the ship, Veritil was there waiting for them in the pouring rain. By this time, Han was growing used to the daily downpours, though the steamy heat still exhausted him. The High Priest wishes to see you at once, Pilot Drago, Veritil said. The Sacred Doe led the Corellian and his bodyguard to the High Priest's personal quarters, which occupied a large part of the underground level of the administration center. When Veritil keyed in the security bypass codes and they walked through the huge double doors into the High Priest's personal sanctum, Han couldn't repress a low whistle of amazement. Nice place. This is the High Priest's display room, Veritil said. He is an avid collector, and very proud of his collection of rarities. He deserves to be, Han said sincerely. The room was easily 10 times the size of Han's little apartment on the first floor. Display tables, shelves, and racks showcased treasures and antiquities from around the galaxy. Sculpture from a dozen worlds, paintings, and other art objects were scattered amid ornate antique weapons. Tapestries hung from the walls. Rugs of exquisite beauty were covered by protective force fields that felt squishy underfoot as Han walked on them. Semi-precious gems adorned the collection of pipes and other musical instruments. Bottles of the rarest liquors in the entire galaxy were suspended in a gold-embossed rack. Han's fingers literally itched for the whole time it took him to traverse the display room. If I could have 5 minutes alone in here, I'd be set for life, he thought wistfully as he slowed down to peer at a Dreeble carved from living ice. The tiny statue was covered with a layer of dust, which was disturbed by Han's breath. It wafted up into the air, and the pilot sneezed thunderously. Dust or no dust, this place was worth several fortunes. If only. Sternly, Han reminded himself he had turned over a new leaf and was an honest, hard-working citizen these days. Veritil led them through another security door into the High Priest's personal living quarters. The visitors were ushered into the room by an ancient Zizian major domo, whom Terenza addressed as Gunnar Tos. The Zisian was humanoid, but had wrinkly green skin that hung in flaccid wattles from his receding chin line. His orange eyes were rheumy, and he snuffled constantly, as though he had a sinus infection. Probably allergic to all that dust, Han thought. The high priest waved Han and Murg to seats and addressed them. So good of you to come, Pilot Drago. I hear good things about your piloting from Colony 2 and 3. Today, our medical droid placed our other pilot, Jealous Nubble, on indefinite sick leave, so you'll be taking his place on interstellar flights from now on. Han nodded, trying not to betray his excitement. Fine, sir. I'll keep on schedule. When do I go? The day after tomorrow, Terenza said. Murg will, of course, accompany you. What's the cargo and destination, sir? Han asked. You will rendezvous with a ship from Nalhutta at coordinates we will provide you with at the last minute. Security is vital, as I'm sure you can understand. You know that we have had trouble with pirates in the past. Terenza accepted a small, limp creature from a tray the major domo held out to him and paused to gulp it. Have you trained Murg as a gunner pilot? No, not yet, sir. See that you do. A good pilot is prepared for all eventualities, correct? Yes, sir, Han said. I'll see to it. Sir, what's the cargo? You'll be carrying a load of processed carcinum and picking up a load of raw ryle transshipped from Ryloth. But the ship I'm meeting is from Nalhutta? Yes. Terenza did not expand upon this, so Han dropped the subject, resolving to keep his ears open. He sensed that there was more that the high priest wasn't telling him, but he was hardly in a position to demand to know all the ins and outs. Terenza sat back on his massive haunches, small arms waving at the portal through which Murg and Han had entered. I gather you liked my display room? Liked? Han was able to speak with complete honesty. It was great, sir. I never saw so many treasures gathered together outside of a museum. My species is long-lived, as are our cousins, the Hutts, Terenza said. I've been collecting for hundreds of standard years, longer than you in your youth can imagine, pilot. I'd really like to get a grand tour sometime, Han said. I wish my collection were in condition to be viewed, Terenza said regretfully. Gunnar Tos, though an excellent cook and an efficient houseboy, hasn't the training to maintain it, much less catalog and arrange everything properly, and I'm too busy to indulge myself that way. The giant being gave them a dismissive wave of a tiny hand. That'll be all for now. I shall see you upon your return, pilot. Yes, sir. Han stood and beckoned to Murg. They left, escorted by Veritil. Once outside, the sacred doe went off on an errand, leaving them to themselves. Han glanced at his chrono and then at the westering sun. Tonight, I'm going to start training you on gunner's duties, he told the Tagorian, but right now I think we're owed a break. Matter of fact, we're just in time to visit the refectory where the pilgrims eat. Let's go. Why? Murg asked. Pilot not want pilgrim food. Pilot and Murg eat in mess hall. Get decent food, not garbage. Han shook his head and started walking down the path that led through the jungle to the pilgrims' area. I don't want to eat with the pilgrims, pal, he explained. I just want to talk to some of them. I figure at dinner they'll all be together and I can find them easier. Them? Murg echoed. How many is them? Well, you see. Han started, then he stopped, grimacing. Just one, he admitted. Pilgrim 921, the one I saw the other day. I'd like to see what she really looks like. Murg nodded. Ah, yes. Murg understand very well what Pilot wants. Han felt his face grow hot and was glad that Tagorian wouldn't recognize that giveaway as a sign of embarrassment. You know, Murg, old pal, he said, deliberately changing the subject, you speak pretty good basic for someone who's been speaking it for less than a year. But there's one part of speech you ain't mastered yet, and that's the pronoun. Never thought I'd find myself playing schoolteacher, but here goes. The two walked on down the path together as Han laboriously covered the grammatical rules governing the use of pronouns. Once in the refectory, Han and Murg roamed the huge dining area. Han glanced from face to face, wondering if he'd managed to recognize her without the goggles in normal light. Her hair had been covered by the cap, so he didn't even know if it was light or dark. He walked faster, realizing the meal was nearly over and he still hadn't found 921. Maybe she wasn't here. Maybe she ate during another shift, the way he heard some of the pilgrims did. But he thought most of the humanoids ate during this shift. There she is! That's her! Han wasn't even sure how he knew, but he was as positive as if she'd had a sign around her neck that read Pilgrim 921. Seen in normal light, he could tell she was tall and slender, too slender, really. Her cheekbones stood out prominently, and her eyes seemed even larger than they were in her thin, excessively pale face. But too thin or not, she was quite simply lovely. Not classically beautiful. Her jaw was a little too wide and squarish, her nose a bit too long for classic beauty, but lovely. Oh, yes. 921 had big blue-green eyes, long dark lashes, and poreless white skin. Several locks of short, curly hair had escaped from beneath her pilgrim's cap, and Hans saw that it was reddish gold, the color of a Corellian sunset on a clear day. The refectory hall was usually pretty quiet. The pilgrims didn't talk much, tired as they were from a long day's work in the factories and the approaching exaltation, but they usually ate in groups. 921 was all alone. Hans saw she was poking at her dinner, and after one look at the unappetizing mess of gruel-like porridge, limp greens, and flatbread on her plate, he didn't blame her. The food smelled bad, almost spoiled. Hans' nose wrinkled as he pulled out the seat opposite her and sat down. He was dimly aware of Murg, leaning against the wall, watching him. 921. I've got to get her to tell me her real name. Looked up, and her turquoise eyes widened as she recognized him. Han was inordinately pleased about that and grinned at her. Hello, found you again, see? She stared at him, eyes wide, then she looked down at her plate. Han leaned toward her. So what's for dinner? Doesn't look great, I gotta admit, but you gotta do more than just push it around your plate, you know. She shook her head. Please, go away. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I'm not supposed to be talking to you. You're not of the one. Sure I am, Han said. I'm just a little bit more of an individual one, I guess you'd say. 921's mouth quirked, very slightly. Han found himself wishing he could make her really smile. You don't know what you're talking about, Pilot Drago, she said softly. I'm afraid that's obvious. Well, proselytize to me then, Han said. I've got an open mind. Maybe you can convert me. He smiled, happy that he'd found her and that she was at least talking to him. 921 shook her head. I'm afraid you're too much of an unbeliever, Pilot, she said. Han reached out across the table and took her hand, the one she'd injured. It's Vic, he told her, having to fight a crazy impulse to tell her his real name, but he managed to resist. So how's your hand? Any ill effects from the other day? When he touched her, she'd stiffened, as though to pull away. Then, when he inquired about the cut, she relaxed. It's healing, she told him, confirming what his eyes told him. It will just take a little time. It's a tough job working down there in the dark and the cold all day long, Han said. Wouldn't you rather do something a little easier? Like what? She asked. I don't know, he said. What are you good at? What have you studied? Well, at one time I wanted to be a curator in a museum, she said, sounding faintly wistful. I was going to study archaeology. I know quite a bit about that. But you came here instead of going on with your studies, Han guessed. Yes, 921 answered. This life is spiritually fulfilling. My old life was empty and meaningless. Han hesitated. How do you know that the doctrine they teach here is the right one? There are a lot of religions in the galaxy. She considered his question carefully, then finally replied, Because, when we are exalted, I feel very close to the One. It's a mystical moment. I feel one with the All. I'm sure the priests must be divinely gifted to be able to offer the pilgrims the chance to be exalted. Han said. Sounds like maybe I should give it a try. Over my dead body, he thought, but was careful to conceal his true feelings. Perhaps you should, she said. It's time to head for the altar of promises now. Perhaps you'll be blessed by receiving the exaltation too. You never know, Han said. Can I walk you there? She smiled a little, eyes downcast. All right. They walked together up the jungle path, side by side amid the pilgrims, while Murg trailed behind. Han tried to make conversation, but 921 was silent and unresponsive. When they reached the altar, Han did not withdraw to the back, but instead stood beside 921 in the midst of the group of believers. You shouldn't be here, she whispered. It's obvious you're not a pilgrim. If anyone complains, just tell him I'm a pilgrim candidate, Han said, trying to tease her, but 921 wasn't having it. She scowled and turned away from him, concentrating on the ceremony. Terenza and the other priests treated the crowd of faithful to a devotion that was identical to the one Han had attended before. This time, Han had little trouble resisting the effects of the exaltation. He remained clear-headed throughout. Instead, he watched 921, saw her rapt face, and inwardly shook his head. How can she be taken in by this ridiculous bilge, he wondered. She's obviously intelligent. Why can't she see that however these priests do what they do, it's some kind of trick, not a divine gift? Han watched in distress as 921 sank to the ground to receive the exaltation. Then he crouched beside her as she writhed on the ground. It's a miracle their hearts don't just stop, he thought. Later, when the moment of exaltation was over and the priests were gone, he helped her to sit up. She was smiling, though very weak. You okay? He asked, concerned. The exaltation, whatever its other physical and emotional effects, seemed to leave the pilgrims drained. You don't look so good. I'm fine, she said, still trembling, and tried to get up. Han was quick to catch her and offer a steadying hand. Thank you, she whispered, her breath still ragged. I'll be fine now. I'll walk you back to the dorm, he said, just in case. You look kind of shaky. She didn't argue as he took her arm, and they started back along the path. It was growing quite dark by now, and Yelesia had no moon. Han could barely make out the path ahead, but 921 produced her goggles from the pocket of her robe and put them on. She led the way, but he kept hold of her arm to steady her. So do you ever miss Corellia? He asked. No, she said, but he could tell it was a lie. Do you? I don't miss the people, but I miss the planet, Han said honestly. Corellia's a nice place. I always wanted to go to the ocean, but I never got the chance. Ever been to the ocean? Yes, she said slowly, as if his question brought back memories she'd rather not think about. You got a family there? Yes. She hesitated, then added, At least, I think so. I haven't talked with them in almost a year. Is that how long you've been here? Han asked. Yes. They picked their way through the hot, wet darkness in silence. Han was very conscious of holding her arm beneath the wide sleeve of her robe. Her bones were too close to the skin, but her flesh itself was warm and soft and very female. So, you planning to stay here for good? Han asked as a small clot of shambling pilgrims passed them in the darkness. Or is this just kind of temporary? Temporary? He could barely see the light blur of her face with the dark line of goggles running across it as she turned toward him. How could it be temporary? I want to serve the One, be part of the All forever. Oh, Han said. Well, what about stuff like falling in love, traveling, maybe settling down someday and having kids? We give up those kinds of attachments when we become part of the All, she said. But there was a hint of regret in her voice. Too bad, he said. Without warning, it began to rain steadily. Han could feel 921 shiver slightly, despite the warmth. He pulled a rain poncho out of his pocket and spread it over both their heads. They walked along, huddled beneath it, bodies touching. Han was conscious of Murg following a discreet distance. Poor guy, he hates to get wet. The pilot raised his voice to be heard over the spatter of the rain. You know, I can't just go on calling you 921. If we're going to be friends, you got to tell me your name. Who says we're going to be friends? She asked. I just know it, Han told her. He grinned, knowing she could see him in the darkness. I'm irresistible when I put my mind to it. You're conceited, that's what you are, she said, sounding half vexed, half amused. Conceited, cocky, arrogant, insufferable. She broke off, chuckling. Han realized it was the first time he had heard her laugh. Oh, go on, please, the pilot mock protested, laughing himself. I love it when women compliment me. Music to my ears. He was delighted to hear her sounding so alive. I'm tired, she said, her momentary good humor vanishing like morning mist. And here we are at the dorm. Thanks for walking me back, Pilot Drago. There was a faint circle of light emanating from the windows in the dormitory, and Han stopped them right on the edge of it so he could see her, but they wouldn't be fully illuminated to any onlooker. Not Pilot, he reminded her. It's Vic. She tried to step back, away from him, but Han tightened his grip on her arm, careful to be gentle, but not letting her pull away. Vic, okay? Vic. Right, she said. Now please, let me go, and don't come back. Please. Why not? Han was hurt. Because you're not good for me, for my spiritual essence. He smiled in the hot darkness. Admit it, you like me. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Admit it. He stepped closer to her, looking down into her face. She was tall, only half a head shorter than he was. Gently, Han reached up to push the concealing goggles off her eyes. His fingers lingered on her cheek as he did it. There, he said softly. That's better. It's wrong. totally wrong, to cover this face, these eyes. You're being blasphemous, she said, sounding breathless, but she didn't jerk away. No, I'm not, he said. Tell me your name. She shook her head miserably, and her eyes were haunted. Vic, I can't. All right. I can wait, Han thought. But I'll see you again, right? She hesitated for so long that he found himself holding his breath. Then she ducked her head, mumbled, yes, and pulled away. This time, Han let her go. 921 ran away into the dormitory without looking back. Han leaned forward in the pilot's seat, glancing at the figures rolling by on the screen of the nav computer. Ready to enter real space at rendezvous coordinates, he said aloud. 3, 2, 1. He pulled back the lever, and the stars around the Ylesian Dream suddenly elongated into thin streaks of light, all reaching toward a central point. A point toward which the ship plunged. The engines roared, then throttled down, and then, with a suddenness that took some getting used to, they were back in real space. Right on course, Murg, Han said triumphantly. I'm getting this interstellar flying stuff down pat lately, ain't I? Aren't, the Tagorian corrected. I have been reading book pilot gave he stopped himself. Me. And ain't is not correct way to talk basic. Remind me to teach you about articles sometime, Han muttered. Don't I even get a gold star for bringing us to the rendezvous right on the money? Much better than first time, Murg commented, referring to their first interstellar trip 3 weeks ago. Han had made a tiny error in programming the nav computer on exactly where to bring them out of hyperspace, and the Dream had wound up 3 parsecs from where they were supposed to emerge. Han had had to make an extra hyperspace jump to bring them into correct position. Hey, Han protested, that was just my first time, and it wasn't my fault that screen's so old that an 8 looked like a 6. Pilot has done better since then, Murg acknowledged. Second and third trips went okay. You bet they did, Han muttered. I'm good, Murg. I really am. I'll bet that I could pass the exams to get into the Imperial Academy now. A few more months' practice and I'll really be set. Murg will miss. The Tagorian paused. Correction. I will miss Pilot when he goes. I'll miss you too, pal, Han said, meaning it. But don't worry, we can... The Ylesian Dream shuddered violently as a loud whang reverberated through her hull. What the... Han pushed buttons, turning on the rear view screen. Murg, something hit us. Asteroid? The Tagorian suggested. Whang! No, Han yelled, staring incredulously at the view screen. 2 ships. They gotta be pirates. Get to the gunner's well. As he stared at the screen, the rightmost vessel launched another shot. Brace yourself. Murg, who had unstrapped himself and gotten up to the head for the gunner's mount, yowled as another shot whanged against the hull, sending him back into his seat with bruising force. Cursing, Han yanked the Dream hard to port. Who were these guys? Pirates usually fired warning shots and demanded that the attacked vessel surrender. Their goal was to steal the cargo, commandeer the ship, and keep the crew alive so they could be sold as slaves. Destroying or crippling the ship and killing the crew wasn't cost-effective. Murg, get below! They're gonna blast us into atoms! We've lost the shield! As the Tagorian propelled himself out of the co-pilot seat and lurched out of the control room, 2 more shots grazed the Ylesian Dream. They're aiming at the hyperdrive engines. They're out to cripple us. Han sent the ship into a desperate roll, flipping her up on her side just in time to avoid another blast that nearly singed his underside and would have blown out his quad-X power core. He put on a burst of speed, trying to get far enough ahead of the pursuing pirates to double back and shoot at them. He had little confidence in Murg's ability to actually hit anything while manning the gun well. The Tagorian was quick and able, but he never actually shot at a live, much less moving, target. As he sent the ship hurtling recklessly along, straining her speed to the utmost, Han flipped over his communications channel. He had to let someone know what was happening, in case the Dream was crippled and they got a chance to get to a life pod. Ylesia, Colony 1, this is Ylesian Dream. Colony 1, this is the Dream. We are under attack. Repeat, under attack. 2 vessels jumped us right after we emerged from hyperspace. Han's voice cracked from the strain. Honest, it wasn't my fault. They're chasing us, and I'm taking evasive maneuvers. Pilot Drago, out. Han glanced at the view screen with the sensor readouts below, saw that they'd gained on their pursuers. He still hadn't a good look at the pirate ships, and then sent the Dream spiraling down, beneath the oncoming ships. As they whooshed by overhead, he flipped his vessel up into a tight turn. "Merg, now!" he yelled into the intercom. A Togorian roar and a splat of energy rewarded his command, but Merg missed his quarry completely. One of the pirates had turned and was firing again. Wham! The Elysian Dream shook violently as the ship sustained a major hit. Han's stomach lurched as he heard a yowl of sheer agony float up from the gunwale. "Merg? Merg, are you hit?" he yelled, but there was no answer. A quick status check told them they'd suffered a tiny drop in pressure, but that the leak had been automatically sealed by the ship's systems. "All right, you creeps," Han muttered, homing in with his Arakid concussion missiles, centering the rightmost pirate in the cross sights. "Take that!" The Dream lurched violently as the missile shot away. Han grimaced as the pirate managed to evade at the last second. He tried again. If he could just get him moving more to his port side. "Yes!" Han muttered savagely as he launched another missile right into the path of the pirate, anticipating his evasive maneuver. "Gotcha!" A second later, bright yellow-white lights splashed out in all directions, exploding into a fireball of incandescent beauty. Han had to look away, and when he looked back, the other pirate was hightailing it in the opposite direction at full throttle. "No you don't," Han growled. "I'll get you too." With a fierce stab of his finger, he tracked and launched again. The concussion missile followed its target, but then the pirate ship vanished in a burst of striated light. They jumped to hyperspace in safety. Han cursed under his breath as he put the Dream on autopilot and bolted for the gunwale. Was Merg okay? Seconds later, Han was standing in the ruins of the gun mount, seeing the pressure sealant that the Dream's systems had automatically triggered to squirt out and mend the pressure leak. There was a strong ozone smell and scorch marks where the blast had hit them. Merg was still strapped in the movable seat, but the Togorian was slumped, unconscious, and he didn't stir as Han unstrapped him and managed to half-carry, half-drag him up the ladder to the control room. The Togorian was breathing, but there was a burn mark along one side of his head, just below his right ear. Han looked further, running his fingers through the black fur, and discovered a swelling lump just back of the ear. The Togorian had obviously taken a nasty blow to the head. Han wasn't sure what to do. He knew first aid for humans and a few species of aliens, but Merg's people were rare in the galaxy. "Gotta get him to a medical facility," he thought, covering the unconscious alien with a blanket and going forward to check his nav computer. "Where's the nearest system?" Han scanned star charts, then his fingers stabbed down. "Okay," he whispered. "Here we go." He glanced over at the Togorian. "Hang on, Merg." Han programmed the ship for the short hyperspace hop, then, before giving the command, went to check the engines. The nose-wrinkling smell of a burned connection made him grimace. Wonder whether I should use the backup hyperdrive unit instead. But the backup was much slower, and he had no way of knowing how serious Merg's condition was. Han decided to chance using the main hyperdrive engine. He held his breath as he initiated the jump to hyperspace. From the way the ship hesitated and the laboring sound of the engine, he started to sweat. The Dream strained, shuddered, but the stars suddenly blazed at him in streaks, and they jumped. Han came out of hyperspace a short time later, thanking his lucky stars that the Elysian Dream had held together for the hop. The ship's light-speed engines definitely needed repairs. The Corellian headed into the star system he'd chosen, toward the sole inhabited world. While he was still fairly far out, he placed the Dream on autopilot and went back to check the box of glitter stim. The world he'd chosen was known to have customs and spice checks, so he opened up the secret compartment the priests had built into the cargo deck and removed the boxes of Dorian ambergris perfume that he carried as a cover cargo. Grunting with effort, Han lugged the heavy containers of perfume into the cargo bay and put them down. Then he placed the much smaller container of glitterstim vials in the concealed compartment, making sure it sealed shut. Unless someone knew it was there, he'd never spot it, and the hatch was designed to be scanner-proof. By the time Han returned to his pilot seat, the world he'd chosen was growing in his view screens. As he approached, he saw it was a lovely world, hanging blue and white and tan against the night blackness of space. As he swooped toward it, Han suddenly remembered that he'd shut down his communication system after sending off the message to Elysia. Better turn it back on, he thought, check in with the Spaceport Authority and get clearance to land. He glanced back at Merg, who hadn't stirred or made a sound, and arranged for transport to the nearest hospital. As his fingers clicked on the comm unit, the vid screen filled with an image of a kindly-looking man with a little dark-haired girl sitting on his lap. Han was startled, then realized that this message was pre-recorded and played to every ship on an approach vector. A voiceover identified the man. His Majesty, Bail Prestor Organa, Viceroy and First Chairman. The man smiled into the screen. Greetings. On behalf of myself and my people, I bid you welcome to Alderaan. Chapter 6. Alderaan and Back Again. Han listened with half his attention as the man, King somebody or other, did they say, continued with the vid message. As many of our visitors are already aware, Alderaan is a peaceful world, a world where we have eschewed weapons and their use. While you are our guest, we ask that you respect our traditions and our laws by leaving your weapons with the port authority during your stay here. You will find that Alderaan has much to offer a visitor. We have almost no crime. Right, Han thought. I'll just bet. And no pollution. Our lakes are clear, our air is pure, and our people are happy. We have wonderful museums, and we invite you to visit them. Be sure not to miss our grass paintings as you fly over them on your landing approach. Our grass painters are among the greatest artists in the galaxy. We welcome visitors to our peaceful world, and we ask only that you come in peace and that you obey our... With a muttered curse, Han leaned over and snapped the audio portion of the broadcast off. He made a rude gesture at the screen. A whole planet full of honest citizens? I'll believe it when I see it. Minutes later, Bail Organa's canned message was replaced by live traffic controller from the Port Authority. Han snapped the audio back on. Captain Drago, piloting the Ylesian Dream, he said crisply, request permission to land. I was attacked by pirates. My ship is damaged, and I've got an injured gunner. Can you arrange for Medlift to meet my ship as soon as I land? Certainly, Captain Drago. I've assigned you a priority approach vector. We're slotting you at Docking Bay 422. Just follow the landing beacon to your site. We'll have a transport and Medroid standing by. Thanks. Han's approach vector did indeed take him over the grass paintings, and distracted as he was, he couldn't help but be impressed. The huge plain of wind-blown flowing grass boasted a kilometers-wide abstract design, picked out in multicolored wildflowers. Neat trick, he thought. Wonder how they do it, and why they bother. It's not like you could sell art like that and make money off it. The capital city of Alderaan, Aldera, was located on an island in the middle of a lake. The site of the lake was actually a meteor crater that had been filled with water from underground springs. The remains of the huge, relatively recent, in geological terms at least, crater surrounded the lake in a series of low, jagged foothills, whose sides were splashed with green fields and forests. The water filling the millennia-old crater sparkled brilliant ice blue in the early morning rays of the sun. The spaceport was on the far side of the island, and Han swooped low over the city on his assigned approach vector. In just minutes, he was bringing the Ylesian Dream down for a perfect landing. He now had so much experience landing despite massive storms and vicious air currents that landing a ship on a normal planet seemed like child's play. The medical unit was waiting, as promised. Han quickly unbuckled Murg's blaster and stowed it away. Then he brought the med droid with the anti-grav stretcher on board and helped load Murg onto it. Do you think he'll be okay? He asked the attending droid. My preliminary scan indicates there is no life-threatening trauma as a result of the head injury, the droid replied. However, we will need to run further tests. I would anticipate that your crew member will require an overnight stay in our facility. Okay, Han said. I've got to figure out some way to pay for Murg's treatment, he thought, as he watched the stretcher bearing the Togorian vanish inside the transport, which promptly lifted off and headed south. Seeing a technician going by, Han waved the woman over. Listen, I've sustained some damage, she said. Can I get a repair crew in here right away? Let me see how bad it is, she said. Han guided her into the gunner's mount, then into the engine room to check out the hyperdrive. Both jobs will require at least 6 work hours to fix, she told him. But we can start on it today. Good, Han said. He had done minor swoop and speeder repairs while he was a racer, but he'd never tackled anything as big as this, and he wanted to make sure the job was done right. As the repair crew came aboard the Dream, Han wondered what he should do next. Call Ylesia, he decided. The priests were going to have to arrange for payment for the repairs and Murg's treatment. Han headed for the control cabin, intending to place the call immediately. His hand was actually on the switch when he suddenly froze. Wait a minute, he thought. What am I doing? I'm sitting here with a load of glitter stem, the most valuable spice of all, and I'm just going to take it back to Ylesia so they can sell it again? Han checked back in his automatic log recordings, listened to what he'd said during his transmission. He grinned to himself. This is a piece of cake. All I have to do is tell the priests that I was boarded and the pirates took the glitter stem. Merg was out cold. He doesn't know what happened. I can sell this spice here in Alderaan, stash the money in an account here, and then send for it later. They'll never know. But if he wanted to keep his job as a pilot for the Lessian priests, he'd have to make the deal fast. He'd reported himself at the rendezvous coordinates, and the priests weren't stupid. They could check on how long it would take a ship to get from where he'd been attacked to Alderaan. He'd account for a few extra hours by pointing to the damage the Dream had sustained, and pleading the slowness of the journey, the need to nurse the ship along. Okay, Han thought. I've got about 5 hours I can fudge here. No more. By that time, I've got to call in and let them know I'm alive, that their ship is damaged, and they have to arrange for payment. Any more time than that, and they'll get suspicious. Pulling his battered brown lizard hide jacket out of his locker, Han straightened his worn pilot's coveralls best he could. Then he combed his hair. Don't want to look scruffy, he thought wryly, thinking of Dulana and how the Wookiee had always told him he looked good with his hair standing straight up, like one of her own people. Pulling on the jacket over the gray uniform, he'd stared regretfully at Merg's blaster, wishing he could strap it on. Stupid planet. Who ever heard of a world with no weapons allowed? With a sigh and a shake of his head, Han left the Yulesian Dream to the repair crews. He walked quickly to the entrance to the spaceport, then caught one of the free shuttles that led into the capital city of Aldera. The metropolis glittered white in the sunshine, as clean and luxurious as a city in a dream. Han stared out the windows of the shuttle, taking in the ultra-modern towers, domes, and layered buildings, their white shapes interspersed with green terraces. The island was hilly, and the city architects had followed the natural lines of the place, rather than leveling it. The result was pleasant and varied to the eyes, beautiful and modern, without seeming harsh or artificial. The automated shuttle's canned program indicated points of interest as they passed. Han saw museums, gigantic enclosed gallerias, office and government buildings, and finally, as they approached the heart of the city, he saw the tall, sharp spires and shallow domes of the royal palace gleaming white and gold in the sun. Han smiled wryly, wondering if the child princess he'd seen was somewhere on those grounds, living her rich, perfect life. With any luck, I'll soon be rich too. Han stayed aboard the transport as it glided along its route, and he continued scoping out the city. They were out of the big buildings now, and heading through the residential suburbs. Han had to admit it looked like a nice place to live, as he gazed at the many fountain plazas and courtyards, the affluent homes, clean streets, and well-dressed people they passed. But this isn't the area I want. I'd better do some exploring on my own. They don't want tourists to see the places I want to go. After the shuttle let him off, Han walked around the central part of the city, checking out the lay of the land. Instinctively, he headed for an area where the houses were smaller and not as well maintained. Finally, in a neighborhood that was definitely lower income, and boasted more than one tavern and hock shop, he realized he'd come to the right place. Han scanned the streets as he walked, looking for a particular type of individual. Finally, he spotted what he was looking for. A boy dressed in clothes that were borderline too small, ragged, and not very clean, was sauntering along the street, glancing oh so casually at each passerby. Han recognized the child, though he'd never seen him before. A pickpocket. 10 years ago, he'd been that child. Han increased the length of his strides until he caught up with the boy. As expected, the lad shifted his weight and altered stride to brush against Han as the Corellian walked past him. Also expected were the lightning-fast fingers that delved deep into the pilot's jacket pocket. The fingers came away empty. Han's ID and the few credits he was carrying were sealed into the inside pocket of his coverall. Han lengthened his strides until he was ahead of the boy. Then, without warning, he spun on his heel and confronted the child. "Hey there," he said, smiling pleasantly and holding up the boy's identity and money. "Lose something?" The boy's mouth dropped open in amazement. Then he recovered himself and glared at Han, his black eyes smoldering. Han leaned casually against the storefront. "Careless of you to lose those things." The boy swelled up like a poison Ralpha lizard, then launched into a furious and detailed description of Han's ancestry, personal habits, and probable destination. Han listened patiently until the urchin began to sputter and repeat himself. Then he waved for silence. "I'll give him back," he said genially, in exchange for some information. The boy glared sullenly, tossing his overlong hair back out of his eyes. "What kind of information, you son of a diseased pervert?" Han tossed one of the credit coins into the air, caught it effortlessly without looking. Watch your mouth, Junior. I just want to know where in this town people go to make deals. What kind of deals? You know what kind of deals. Deals they don't want the law to know about. Deals for substances you can't buy legally. Spice? The boy frowned. What kind? Glitterstim. The boy's brow creased even farther. What's that? Just my luck, Han thought. I run into the old dumb pickpocket in Aldera. Great. Glitterstim, Han said. It's really valuable. Even more so than carcinum or andrus. The boy shook his head again. Never heard of them either. I don't believe this. What about andrus? You got andrus here? Used to flavor food? Preserve it? The kid nodded. Yeah, andrus. We got that. Expensive stuff. Right, Han said. When you buy andrus, who do you buy it from? I don't buy it, creep, the boy said. Now give me back my money and ID. Just a second. Be patient, Han said, holding the items up safely out of the boy's reach. It's okay. You don't buy andrus personally. But if you or your friends wanted some, how would you get it? Buy it in a store? Or a government agency? The boy's expression was eloquent as he shook his head. No, man, we'd buy it from Durak Lyle. At last, a name. That's what I wanted. Durak Lyle. What's he look like? Taller than you? Long hair? Beard? Fat around his middle? Old or young? Old. Gray hair. Where's he hang out? Han asked. Do I look like his keeper? The pickpocket demanded scornfully. Han took a deep breath. Just tell me the names of any places where he might go on a typical day. Don't lie, or I'll swear out a complaint that you tried to rob me. The boy named 6 taverns, telling Han they were all within a 5-minute walk. Han straightened up and flipped the boy his ID and money. Next time, keep it inside your clothes, Junior, he said, next to your skin. He patted his own money and gave the lad a smug smile. The lad snarled at Han and walked away cursing. Alderaanian taverns were much too clean and well lit, Han decided an hour later. He'd been to 3 of the 6 so far, and none of them appeared seamy enough for his purposes. No sign of Durak Lyle either. At one place, he'd glimpsed a man in the back slide something to another under cover of his arm, and then receive a credit disc slit to him just as clandestinely. Han had waited until the first man had gotten up to use the refresher unit, then he'd followed him. When the man came out, Han was waiting for him in the dim hallway. Like a word with you, pal, he said. The dealer, a small, sharp-faced man who reminded Han of a Ranat, eyed the Corellian suspiciously, then evidently decided Han offered no threat. Yeah? What about? You dealin' spice? The man hesitated for a long moment. How much you want? No, pal, I'm selling, not buying. You interested? What you got? Glitterstim, 100 vials. Glitterstim! The man's voice scaled up, then he hastily lowered it and stepped closer. Where'd you get that, son? I'm not your son, and it's none of your business where I got it. You interested? In any other world than this one, better believe I'd be interested, but... The man shook his head. No. No channels to unload it. I'd have to try and smuggle it off-world, and that's too risky. They'd send me to the mines on Kessel to dig out the infernal stuff. Glitterstim can be dangerous, you know. Make you blind if you take too much. Drives Biffs mad, you know. I know all that, Han said impatiently. Thanks for nothing, pal. Scowling, he stalked out of the tavern. He finally ran down Derek Lyle in the 5th tavern he visited. Han noticed the man from the pickpocket's description. Lyle was playing sabacc, and when he saw Han standing there watching the game, he cordially invited the young Corellian over. Care to sit in for a hand? Han had played sabacc before, but that wasn't what he'd come here for. He stared directly at Durak Lyle and raised his eyebrows. All depends on what you'll accept for a stake, Lyle. The man's expression didn't change a whit as he glanced casually up. You got something good, pilot? Might. Well, the ante's 20 credits. Han shook his head. Changed my mind. Going out to get some fresh air. He stood outside, leaning against the alley wall for about 5 minutes. When he heard someone approaching, Han said without looking, Took you long enough. Must have been winning. Idiot's array, Lyle said, using the sabacc player's term for a top-notch winning hand. So what do you got? Han turned to look at the man. Glitterstim, 100 vials. Whoo! Durak Lyle whistled in amazement. Where'd you come by that? None of your business, Han said. Want it? Give you a good price. Wish I could, young fellow. Wish I could, Lyle said, sounding regretful. But I'd be a fool to take it. Just no market here on Alderaan. Han cursed under his breath and turned away. What am I going to do? He wondered. His time was definitely running out. Maybe he should hop an intercontinental shuttle to some other city. Maybe it was only Aldera that was so preternaturally clean on this world. Han sighed. I don't have time. I either sell that stuff in an hour or I... A hand fell on his shoulder. It took every bit of self-control Han possessed not to yell and bolt. He was so keyed up. Instead, he just turned and glared at the middle-aged, dark-skinned man who'd fallen in step with him. I think you've mistaken me for someone else, he said evenly. I don't think so, Vic, the man said. Pilot Vic Drago out of Ulesia, right? So what? Han said. I don't know you. Marsden Lantham, the man said, flashing a hollow ID badge under Han's nose. Alderaanian Internal Security Force. Oh no. We've been keeping an eye on you, Pilot Drago, ever since you limped in here this morning. We're happy we can help you out with repairs and fix up your partner. You saw that message when you first came within frequency range of Alderaan? I saw it. Well, it's meant to be taken seriously. We don't like trouble here. The man smiled suddenly, showing very even, very white teeth. You wouldn't be out to cause us any trouble, would you, Pilot? Han strove to keep his face impassive. They know I've been trying to cut a deal. Must have been watching me all morning. Silently, he cursed the official. Aloud, he said, Of course not, sir. I'm a peace-loving kind of guy. I told my chief that, and I'm glad to have my impression confirmed. Nice talking to you, Pilot Drago. Enjoy your stay on Alderaan. The man's strides came faster and longer then, and he walked away from Han, up the street. The Corellian forced himself to keep walking slowly, forced himself not to glance behind him. They were there, no doubt, shadowing him. The game was over, and he was busted. Scowling, Han shook his head, half in disgust, half in admiration. Those security operatives must be good. He'd had no idea they'd been tailing him. Obviously, the man's talk had been a not-so-veiled warning to stop trying to sell his cargo. He'd have to take it back to Ulesia. There weren't any other planets close enough to reach so he could make the sale. He checked the time, discovered he just had time to get out to check on Murg before he'd have to call back to Ulesia. Han's strides came faster as he headed for the nearest public transport station. The university medical facility where the Togorian had been taken was attached to the University of Alderaan campus. Han swung down from the repulsor lift public transport and stood looking around for a moment. Nice, he thought. Real nice. For a moment, he wondered if the academy would look anything like this. Probably not, he concluded. It's a military establishment. It'll look more like a base, I'll bet. But this is real classy. Green and blue lawns stretched across the central quadrangle. Flower beds made bright splashes of color and surrounded the huge central fountain. At the center of the fountain was a massive sculpture carved from living ice of a young Alderaanian man and woman standing with linked hands, reaching for the skies. Hey, that's got to be worth a barrel of credits, Han thought, eyeing the sculpture and realizing it must be a priceless work of art. Definitely a classy joint, Han decided as he walked past the huge fountain and continued up the oppressive white stone stairs to the medical facility. The info droid at the front desk gave him the number of the Togorian's room. Han hurried down the corridors then, outside, paused to speak to the medical droid. Your friend sustained a severe blow to the cranium, the droid said. It would probably have killed the humanoid. Fortunately, Togorians have very dense bone matter, and so he is relatively uninjured. We've been quick healing him since he came here, and he should be ready to leave by tomorrow morning. Thanks, Han said, opening the door and going in. Murg lay curled in a large round pallet. The Togorian was covered with tiny sensor units that reported on his condition. As Han entered, the blue eyes opened. Murg raised himself partly up. Pilot! Hey, how you doing, pal? Han was surprised to feel a huge wash of relief when he saw the Togorian conscious and lucid again. He hadn't realized he'd gotten so fond of the big felinoid. They treating you all right? Pilot. Murg seemed utterly amazed to find Han here. You look surprised to see me, Han said. That was a huge understatement. Murg didn't look surprised. He looked flabbergasted. Murg is... The big alien shook his furry head a little dizzily. I am. I never thought I would see you again. Han drew himself up. Why not? Did you think I'd just dump you here and swipe the cargo? Yes. replied Murg simply. Well, I'm here, ain't I? If it weren't for me hauling us into Alderaanian space by the skin of our noses, you'd be dead meat by now. I suggest you remember that, pal. You owe me. Murg nodded dazedly. Yes, pilot. I owe you. Hans scowled at him and sat down on the edge of the pallet. And skip that pilot formality. I'm Vic from now on, okay? Murg put out a paw, laid it gently over Hans' arm, the huge clawed fingers with their now retracted claws dwarfing the human's limb. Okay, Vic. After Han left Murg to the tender ministrations of the medical droids, he went back to the dream and called Yalesia. Terenza was not available, so he asked to speak to Veritil. When the Yalesian's horned, bloated visage appeared on the screen, Han gave an abbreviated account of their adventures, promising to start back to Yalesia the following day. Veritil, in his turn, promised to arrange payment for the ship repairs and Murg's treatment. When he'd finished with his call, Han found he was hungry, so after checking his small hoard of credits, he headed over to the combination tavern and eatery on the campus of the University of Alderaan. It was set into a secluded courtyard, and a rainbow-colored fountain sent showers of crystal drops into the air before the entrance. Han pulled the door open and went in. The tavern was filled with fashionably dressed young people, talking, laughing, drinking, and eating. Han hesitated, feeling suddenly self-conscious, but his natural bravado came to his rescue. I'm just as good as they are, he thought defiantly, following the serving droid to a small table. Despite his brave front, the young Corellian was uncomfortably conscious of the way his sweat-stained coverall and battered jacket contrasted with the elegant, trendy garb of the students who chattered and laughed at the tables. Once seated, Han ordered an Alderaanian ale. Studying the menu, he noted that the place featured Nerf cubes and tubers and wine sauce for a special. It was a little pricey, but he ordered it anyway, knowing that Nerf was said to be a delicacy. The stew came with a plate of flatbread, which made him think of Pilgrim 921. Wish she were here, he thought. It'd be nice to have someone to talk to. Dipping a square of flatbread into the dish, he tasted, chewed, then smiled. This is really good. It had been a long, long time since he'd had really good food. Denizens of Trader's Luck frequently existed on space rations during their voyages. The only times Han had really eaten well was when he'd been playing his part in one of Garrus Shrike's scams. He remembered one barbecue he'd gone to on Corellia. Trollodon ribs with special sauce. But even barbecued Trollodon ribs couldn't equal Nerf, he decided. Hungrily, Han dug into his meal. When he was about halfway through, a pretty girl with long, curly, chestnut hair and bright blue eyes walked up onto the tiny stage, carrying a mandolin. Seating herself on a stool, she began to strum it. Then, a moment later, her voice rang out, clear and true, in what was evidently a traditional Alderaanian ballad. It was the usual stuff, about a girl who lost her lover to the lure of the space lanes, and how she waited but he never came home. But the singer's voice was so pure, so unaffected, that she lent the cliched words true emotion and dignity. When she'd finished, Han, along with the other patrons, clapped enthusiastically. The girl sang another song, then stepped down off the stage and walked straight toward Han. For a moment he hoped, that she was coming over to sit with him, but no such luck. She slid into a seat at the next table. Since the tavern was evidently a popular hangout, the tables were crowded close together. The girl wound up sitting within arm's length of Han. The other person at the table was a round-faced young man a year or two older than the pilot. Probably her boyfriend, Han thought, covertly eyeing the young man. He had light brown hair and pale, hazel-green eyes. Unlike the girl, who wore a simple ankle-length blue dress and sandals, her escort was a tribute to modern fashion. His purple tunic was belted with a wide orange belt that clashed with his knee-high red boots. His yellow breeches clung to his legs like a second skin. Han, in his worn gray coverall, felt like a house warbler next to a paradise bird. As the singer shook back her hair and smiled triumphantly, Han managed to catch her eye. He mimed clapping, and she grinned and bowed. You were great, he told her. Thank you, she said. That was the first time I've gotten up my nerve to sing in front of a crowd. The girl was flushed, breathless, and very charming. Han smiled back at her. I wouldn't mind spending the evening, and the night, with her. Aloud he said, We're a very lucky audience, then, witnessing the beginning of a great career. Thank you. She held out her hand. I'm Erin Drow, and this is Bornan Thal. Han took her hand, and instead of shaking it, bowed over it as though she were Corellian nobility. His lips didn't touch the back of her hand, but he came close enough so she could feel the warmth of his breath on her skin. I'm honored, Aaron, he said. Vic Drago. When he released her hand and turned to greet her escort, Han could tell the young man was irked and making no effort to hide it. Greetings, Han said, since he wasn't sure what honorific, if any, was proper on Alderaan. Greetings, Thul said. Aaron, you were magnificent. Would you care to go somewhere else to celebrate your triumph? Can't stand competition, Han thought, smothering a mischievous grin. He, too, had seen Aaron's blue eyes light up when he'd introduced himself. Listen, I won't intrude, he said, flashing his most charming smile at the singer. I just had to tell you how much I enjoyed your singing, but I won't take up any more of your time. Thule looked as though he'd liked to say good, but didn't quite dare. Aaron shook her head and put a reassuring hand on Han's arm. Oh no, of course you're not intruding. Vic. She eyed his coverall. I was going to ask if you went to school here, but you don't, do you? Han shook his head. No, I'm only here for tonight. Flew in this morning for repairs. Got in a fight with some pirates and damaged my ship. The wide blue eyes grew even wider. Flew? Pirates? Are you a star pilot? Han shrugged modestly. Yeah. Bornin Thule was getting hot under the collar, the Corellian noted. Doesn't like the idea of his girl talking to a working-class guy like me, the stuck-up so-and-so. Well, tough, Brother Bornin. Oh my, Aaron breathed. That's so exciting. Real pirates? What happened? Han shrugged again. Came out of hyperspace, and they were on me quicker than a stink on a skeeg. 2 of 'em. Blasted one, but between them, they damaged my hyperdrive, so I came on to Alderaan for repairs. You blasted one? Bornin demanded sharply, raising a skeptical eyebrow. With what? With an Air-Kid missile, pal, Han said evenly. I blew his butt into itty-bitty pieces. Aaron shivered, half with excitement, half with distress. That sounds really scary. Han took a swallow of ale. All in a day's work, he said, deliberately laconic. By this time, Bornin had had just about enough. His face reddened and he grabbed Aaron's arm. Sweetheart, let's go. I'm taking you out to the best place in town, if you'll excuse us, Pilot Drago. The girl hesitated for a long moment. I could get her, Han thought. I know I could. Then really stick it in this upper-class jerk's craw, too, to have me walk out of here with his girl. For a moment, Han was tempted. Then he made himself relax and relinquish the contest. He sensed that Aaron was a really nice girl, someone who didn't deserve to be treated like a gaming piece so he could score points off her snotty boyfriend. One of the reasons he found her attractive, Han realized, was that she reminded him a little of 921, with her wide blue eyes and sweet smile. Besides, he thought, those security guys are probably still tailing me. Old Bornan here might just be man enough to pick a fight, and if they're still around, that could get messy. So Han stood respectfully and gave Aaron a formal bow. Been a real pleasure, he said. Enjoy your celebration. Thank you, she said, and gave him a last quick smile before she allowed Bornan to lead her out. Han sat back down to his cooling food, reflecting that this incident had reminded him of just how much he detested stuck-up rich people. He'd encountered lots of them on Corellia while working strike scams, and the fact that most of them weren't worth a blaster bolt to blow them to atoms was the only thing that had made him able to act his part during the swindles. By the time Han returned to the Ylesian Dream and the tiny bunk that had been installed in part of the cargo area for him, he was slightly the worse for the Alderaanian ale. Thoughts of 921 kept running through his mind, and he cursed aloud in the silence, wishing he could stop thinking about her. Han had never before encountered a woman that he'd spent time thinking about when she wasn't with him. The knowledge that 921 had wormed her way that deep into his mind unsettled Han, made him uncomfortable. She's just a girl, Solo. You don't even know her blasted name. Quick mooning around like this. You going soft in the head or something? Han flung himself down on his bunk and groaned aloud, remembering the events of the day. What a world, he thought muzzily. So goody-goody that a guy can't even sell a perfectly good cargo of spice. The trip back to Ylesia was uneventful. Han piloted the Dream down through the clouds without a single mishap, and hardly even shook the ship as he did it. Even Murg, who was still nursing a headache, couldn't complain. It was becoming second nature to Han to see, analyze, and avoid the paths of the planet's massive storm systems. The moment the ship was down on the landing pad, Han's communicator came to life, summoning him to meet with Terenza immediately. Han had been expecting this. He sent Murg off to the infirmary to get some treatment for his headache and walked up to the administration building alone. This time he was met by Gunnar Tos and escorted into the high priest's inner sanctum, where he'd been before. Terenza was resting in a most unusual piece of furniture, a sort of sling or hammock that allowed the high priest to lean back on his massive haunches and take his weight off his back legs. His thick forelegs were supported by a movable padded leg rest that could swing in and out to allow him to get into the contraption. The minute the high priest saw Han, his expression, which Han was beginning to be able to read, turned positively benevolent. "Pilot Drago," he boomed. "I understand you are a hero. Your bravery and courage are beyond price, but I've ordered a bonus to be placed in your account." Han blinked, then smiled. "Thanks, sir. We've lost 2 ships that failed to return from their rendezvous points over the last year and a half," Terenza continued. "You were the first pilot to get a look at your attackers and return to tell us who they were. What did you see?" Han shrugged. "Well, it all happened real fast, and I was kind of busy, sir. But I'm pretty sure that the ship I destroyed was a Drell-built ship. Looked like it. That chisel-shaped prow and stubby stern are pretty distinctive." "Did they communicate with you? Give you a chance to surrender before attacking?" "No, they shot first and just kept on shooting. They weren't trying to destroy the Dream, because if they had been, they'd have done it. But they had no interest in the ship, which was strange. Most pirates would try to disable the ship enough to take it, while leaving it easy to repair so they could use it or sell it. These guys were out to cripple the Dream, and kill me and Murg." "How did they attack?" "From behind. They could have nailed us before we even knew they were there. They had at least 2 clear shots, and the shielding on the Dream isn't that good." As he remembered the battle, Han took a deep breath. "I think we need to strengthen the shielding, sir." "I will order that to be done, pilot," Terenza agreed. The huge Talanda Till folded his tiny arms, and his massive forehead wrinkled as he considered what Han had told him. "Interesting that they attacked first, without engaging a tractor beam and attempting to gain your surrender." "Yeah, that's what I thought." Han had known several traders aboard the Luck that had spent time on pirate crews, and had listened to them bragging about their adventures. A straight-out attack wasn't the usual pirate style. It would have been more typical for a deep space pirate to fire a warning shot, then, after the pilot had surrendered, board the ship. "It's funny. It's like they planned to disable the Dream, probably killing me and Murg in the process, and then board her when she was dead in space." "No communication or demand for surrender at all." "None," Han confirmed. Terenza smoothed the loose folds of flesh beneath his chin thoughtfully, almost as though they were willing to risk destroying the Dream and her cargo rather than communicate with you. "Yeah, I'd say so." "How close were you to the rendezvous point when you were attacked?" "We'd come out of hyperspace less than 5 minutes before. No doubt, sir, they were waiting for us. They knew we were coming." "Had you made any transmissions referring to your course or coordinates, Pilot Drago?" "No, sir. As instructed, I maintained strict silence on all frequencies." Terenza rumbled thoughtfully, deep in his chest, then nodded his massive horned head. "Again, I commend your bravery. How's Murg?" "He'll be okay. Took a hard blow to the head, though. I will want to speak to him when he is well enough." "Very well, Pilot. You are dismissed." Han stood his ground. "Sir, I'd like to ask a favor." "Yes?" "My blaster was taken from me when I arrived on Ylesia. I'd like it returned. If there's any chance I might be boarded by pirates sometime in the future, I want to be able to shoot back." Terenza considered for a moment, then nodded agreement. "I will order your weapon returned to you, pilot. You have certainly demonstrated your loyalty and earned our trust by your actions these last few days." The huge being waved a small hand. "Tell me, Pilot Drago, did it never occur to you to attempt to sell your cargo and tell us it has been stolen by the pirates?" Han shook his head. "No, sir, it didn't," he said earnestly. "Very good. I am impressed." Terenza's wide, lipless mouth curved up and was evidently meant as a smile of approval. "Most impressed." Han walked out of the administration building, thankful he'd been able to lie convincingly since he was 7. He was especially proud of his ability to fabricate on a moment's notice. His footsteps took him down the path toward the infirmary. Time to check up on Murg, see how the Tagorian was doing. Also, it was time to meet Jealous Nebel, the Sullustan pilot who'd been placed on sick leave. Han had a few questions to ask the Sullustan. Chapter 7. Bria. Murg was lying curled up on one of the large pallets his species used as beds. Han walked over to Degorian and sat down beside him. "How's the head?" "My head still hurts," Murg said. "The medical droid says I must stay here tonight, but I told him no. I could not do that because Vic might need me." "No, I'm fine," Han assured the big felinoid. "I'm going to visit the Sulston, eat dinner, do a few sims, and engage in a little target practice. Then I'm going to turn in early. It's been a long day." "Did Vic tell Terenza about the pirates?" "Yeah, I did. He's going to want to talk to you when you're up to it. And good news. Terenza's giving me my blaster back." "Good," Murg said. "Vic needs to protect himself from pirates." "That's what I pointed out, pal." Han stood up. "Listen, I'm going next door. Talk to the other pilot. I'll check back on you tomorrow morning, okay?" Murg stretched luxuriously, then curled up on his pallet, looking almost like a huge, black, furry circle. "Okay, Vic." Han walked down the corridor until he found the medical droid. Then he asked to be guided to the Sulluston pilot's room. Once he reached it, Han signaled the door chime, and a moment later heard a voice say in Sulluston, "Enter." Han opened the door, only to be met by a wall of forced air that covered the doorway like a curtain. Han had to step through the doorway into cool, refreshing air. The door sealed shut behind him with a hiss. Canned air, Han realized. They've got the Sulluston on a recirculating air system, so he's not breathing Yulesian air. Wonder why. Jealous Nebel was sitting before an entertainment vid unit where a galactic news documentary was in progress. Han walked over and offered his hand to the big-eyed, droopy-jowled beam. "Hi, I'm Vic Drago, the new pilot. Pleased to meet you." He spoke in Basic, hoping the alien understood it. The jowly alien nodded at Han and said, in his own rapid-fire, shrill language, "Do you understand the tongue of my people, or shall we require a translator to converse?" "I understand it," Han said in extremely haltingly Sulluston, "but speak it only bad. Understand Basic, you okay?" "Yes," the Sulluston said. "I understand Basic quite well." "Good," Han said, reverting back to his own tongue. "Mind if I sit down?" "Please do so," the pilot answered. "I've been wishing to speak with you for some time, but I've been quite ill, and, as you can see, confined to these few rooms where the air is specially filtered for me." Han sat down on a low bench and looked closely at the alien. He couldn't see any outward damage. "That's too bad, pal. What happened? Overwork?" The Sulluston's small, wet mouth pursed unhappily. "Too many missions, yes. Too many storms I flew through. Too many almost crashes, my friend. One day I awoke, and my hands—" The Sulluston held out his small, delicate hands with their narrow, oval claw nails. "My hands would not stop trembling. I could no longer handle the controls of my ship." The alien's already mournful expression grew even sadder. Han almost expected to see tears well up in those big, already wet eyes. Han looked at the alien's hands and saw that they were, indeed, shaking uncontrollably. He felt a mixture of dismay and pity. Poor guy, that'd be awful. "That's a bum deal, pal," he said. "Was it just, your nerve being shot, or what?" "Pressure, yes," the Sulluston agreed. "Too many missions, little rest, over and over. Too many storms, but also too much hauling of glitterstim. Medical droid says I have a bad reaction to it. Makes Jealous Nebel very sick indeed." Han shifted uncomfortably on the bench. "You mean you're allergic to glitterstim?" "Yes. Discovered this as soon as I began hauling it, and tried to stay away from it. But it is in the very air of this world. Even locked in those vials, tiny traces escape to the air. When Jealous Nebel breathes it in over days, weeks, more than a planet year, causes bad effects. Muscle tremors, slowed reflexes. Stomach is upset. Breathing grows hard." "So that's why they've got you confined to the infirmary with these filters running," Han said, "trying to get it out of your system." "Correct. I want to fly again, friend and fellow pilot Drago. You are one of few who can understand this, correct?" Han thought of how he'd feel if he couldn't fly anymore, if he'd been so overworked and poisoned by spice exposure that his hands shook all the time, and he nodded. "Hey, pal," he said sincerely, "I'm really sorry. I hope you'll be better soon." He lowered his voice and switched to trader's argot. "Understand you trader talk, friend?" The Sulluston nodded. "Not speak," he replied, equally soft, "but understand fine." Han glanced up at the ceiling. Were the Yulesians or their security monitoring this room? No way to be sure. But he hadn't met too many droids who could translate trader's argot, because it was a bastardized mix of a dozen or more tongues and several dialects with no fixed syntax. He waved at the volume on the newscast higher, higher. then mouth, barely making any sound. Friend pilot, when hands grow steady, then if me you not say farewell, just fly off bad spice world, quick, quick, understand? The Celestin nodded. Han lowered the volume slightly, then went on as if nothing had happened. I got attacked by pirates the other day. The Celestin leaned forward. What happened? They shot up my ship, damaged the hyperdrive engines, but I managed to get one of them with a missile, Han said, gesturing boom with his hands. Had to put into Alderaan for repairs. Ever been there? Nice world, the Celestin commented dryly. Too nice for some things. Tell me about it, Han said with feeling. Anyway, when I came back here, Terenza had 100 questions about what kinds of ships the pirates were in, why they didn't fire warning shots or try to commandeer the Dream. Stuff like that. I got the distinct impression that there was more to this attack than just a random pirate raid. For one thing, they were waiting for me at the rendezvous point. How'd they find out those coordinates? Ah, said Jalus Nibble. There may indeed be much behind this attack, pilot. Please, call me Vic. Us pilots gotta stick together. You call me Nebel, then. My nest name. Thanks. So what do you think's going on? I believe that the Talandatil are worried that these pirate vessels may instead be from Nal Hutta. Hutt dispatched ships masquerading as pirates. Han whistled softly. By all the minions of Zendor, that takes the cake. The Hutts are fighting against each other? It's not hard to believe if you ever spent time among Hutts, Nebel said dryly. Hutt alliances are made and broken on the spin of a credit coin. Hutt loyalty melts away in the face of loss of profit or power, you know? I'm beginning to see a pattern here, Han said, shifting uneasily on the hard bench, thinking of how close he'd come to becoming cosmic dust. There are factions of Hutts on Nal Hutta? Oh yes. One family or clan will gain power and wealth, only to fall when another family plots their demise. It is no wonder that Hutts are the most distrustful of sentients. Being a food taster for a Hutt is most likely a job of short duration, Vic. It is very difficult to poison a Hutt, but that does not stop assassins from trying it, and occasionally succeeding. And the clans are not above using missiles, assassins, or ground troops to accomplish their goals. But the Hutts are the ones who are really running this place, Han pointed out. Ah, you saw Zaval then. If that's the bloated son of a gun who rides around on that repulsor sled, I sure did. Haven't had the honor yet of meeting him face to face. Pray you never do, Vic. Zaval, like most Hutts, is not easy to please. The priests can be hard masters to satisfy, but compared to the Hutts, their masters, they are nothing. So what's going on with this world? You've got Hutts running this world, who are clashing with other clans of Hutts on Nal Hutta. Why? Han thought for a moment, then answered his own question. Oh, of course. For the spice. Naturally. The Hutts in the Talandatil, their caretakers, profit in two ways from Yalesia. First, there is the processed spice, but the Yalesian Hutts must buy their spice from other Hutt families who provide the raw materials. Have you ever heard of Gileak or of Jabba? Jabba? Han frowned. Jabba the Hutt? I think I've heard of him. Isn't he supposed to be the guy who pretty much controls Nar Shaddaa, the smuggler's moon that orbits Nal Hutta? That's right. He divides his time between his home on Nal Hutta and a spice transshipping operation he runs through a Bacca beyond planet called Tatooine. Tatooine? Never heard of it. Nebel shuddered. Trust me, you don't want to go there. It's a dump. I'll keep that in mind. So this Jabba and Gileak get the raw spice and ship it here for processing, right? Yes. But lately, I believe, they may be trying to increase their profit by sending out ships to masquerade as pirates and having them hijack the Yalesian spice ships. That way, Jabba and Gileak get the processed spice for nothing, something that would please them greatly. Han pursed his lips in a silent whistle. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you. Indeed, yet I have no difficulty believing them capable of doing it. Han ran a hand through his hair and sighed. It had been a very long day. Yeah, from what I've heard, a Hutt would sell his own grandmother, assuming they have such things, for a credit's profit. So you must be very, very cautious, young Vic. Tell Terenza you need increased shielding. I have. Good. Greater firepower would not be amiss either. Yeah, you're right. Han fixed the Celestin with a steady gaze. Nebel, since we're talking frankly here, tell me something. There ain't nothing to this religion thing the priests are pushing at these pilgrims, is there? I do not believe so, Vic, but I do not understand exactly what the exaltation is. I'm not a believer, so I've never felt it, but judging by the way the pilgrims react, it has a more intoxicating effect than any dose of spice. Yeah, it packs a wallop all right, Han agreed. What I'm figuring is that this whole setup on Yelesia is just one big scam to get their lousy spice process cheap. That's not their only motive, Vic. Do you remember that I said there were two ways the priests and the Hutts profit from these colonies? Yeah, Han said. So go on. What's the second way? Slaves, Nebel said bluntly. Trained, compliant slaves. The Yelesians export the pilgrims from the spice factories when they consider them fully trained, all will to resist removed. They are taken to other worlds and sold. Their places in the factories are taken by fresh shipments of pilgrims. And the slaves are too cowed and brainwashed to complain or tell the truth about Yelesia and what's waiting for the pilgrims here? Han asked. Certainly. And even if they did talk, who listens to a slave? And if the slave gets too noisy... Nebel made a sudden, unmistakable hand-across-throat gesture. Silencing a slave is easy. Han was thinking about 921. She said she'd been on Yelesia nearly a year. How long do they keep 'em before they ship the slaves out, and where do they send 'em? A year is standard. They send many of the strong ones to Kessel to work in the spice mines. Nobody ever gets off Kessel alive, you know. And the pretty ones? They're the lucky few. They go for dancing girls or boys, or to the barracks pleasure houses. An undignified life, perhaps, but far easier than slaving and dying in the mines. Nebel was watching Han intently out of his wet, luminous eyes. Why do you ask? Is there a particular slave that matters to you? Well, kinda, Han admitted. She works in the Glitterstim factory down on the deepest level. She's been here close to a year. If you care for her, you should get her out of here, Vic, Sulliston said. The death rates for the Glitterstim workers are very high. The spice cuts them, and then the fungi get in their bloodstreams, and... He made a tossing away gesture with his fingers. Get her out of there. Being shipped off-world as a slave is her only hope. Off-world? Han fought back a stab of fear at the thought that he might never see Pilgrim 921 again. What, I'm supposed to hope she gets shipped out to some barracks pleasure house to be a plaything for bored Imperial troops? Better that than a miserable death from slow blood poisoning. Han was thinking fast, and he didn't like what he was thinking. Listen, Nebel, I'm glad we got to talk. I'll come back and visit again sometime. Right now, there's something I gotta do. The alien nodded kindly. I quite understand, Vic. Once outside, Han realized that the short Yelesian day was definitely waning. The pilgrims would be at evening devotions. If he hurried, he might be able to catch up with 921 and have a few words with her. He had to figure out some way to get her out of that factory and yet keep her here on Yelesia. Despite the wet heat and the fine drizzle that was falling, Han began to jog through the jungle up the familiar path. His breath burned in his chest after the first 5 minutes or so, but he refused to slow down. He just had to see 921's face, reassure himself she was still here on Yelesia. What if she'd been shipped off-world? He'd never find her. Never. Han felt panic nibble at the edge of his mind and cursed himself in every language he knew. What has gotten into you, Solo? You gotta get a hold of yourself. Things are going good for you here on Yelesia. At the end of the year, you'll have a stack of credits waiting in an account on Coruscant. Now is no time to lose your head over some crazy religious fanatic. Get over it. But his body and heart would not listen to his mind. Han's strides came longer and faster until he was running full tilt. He rounded a turn near the plain of flowers, and nearly ran headlong into the first of the pilgrims on their way back from evening devotions. They were staggering or shambling along, that drugged, ecstatic look in their glazed eyes. Han began elbowing his way through the throng, feeling like a fish swimming upstream. He squinted at faces in the gathering darkness, peered beneath caps, searching. Where was she? Increasingly worried, Han began grabbing Pilgrim's arms and demanding to know if anyone had seen Pilgrim 921. Most ignored him or stared stupidly, slack-jawed, but finally an old Corellian woman jerked her thumb behind her. Han turned to find 921 some distance behind the others. Relief flooded through him. He hurried up to her, still panting, sweaty and disheveled from his run. Hi, he wheezed, hoping the greeting didn't sound as lame to her as it did to him. She looked up at him in the twilight. Hi, she said uncertainly. You've been gone for a while. Off-world, Han said, taking her arm and falling into step with her. Had some cargo to transport. Oh. So how's it been going? He asked. Fine, she said. The exaltation was wonderful tonight. Yeah, he agreed grimly. I'm sure it was. How was your voyage, Vic? She asked after a minute or so of silence. Han was pleased by her question. It was the first time she'd betrayed any curiosity about him and his life. It turned out okay, he said, picking his way down the muddy path, trying not to get his boots any worse than they already were. He was splashed to the knees with all that running. Pirates shot at me, though. Oh no, she looked distressed. Pirates? You could have been hurt. He smiled at her and shifted his grip so they were walking hand in hand. How nice to know you care, he said, with a touch of his old cockiness. For a moment he thought she might pull away, but she let him hold her hand. By the time they reached the dorm, it was dark. Han walked her over to their same spot, halfway between the light and the darkness. He took off her infrared goggles. What are you doing? She asked nervously. I want to see you, Han said. You know those goggles hide your eyes. He took her hand and raised it to his lips, then kissed the back of it. I missed you while I was away, he murmured. You did? He couldn't tell whether the thought pleased or distressed her. Maybe both. Yeah, I thought about you, he continued softly. It occurred to him that this was the first time he'd ever been this honest about his feelings with a girl. For once in his life, he wasn't putting on an act. I didn't want to, he added honestly, but I did. You do care, don't you? Just a little? I, she stammered, I don't know. She tried to pull her hand away, but Han wouldn't let it go. He began to kiss her fingers, her scarred, lacerated fingers. The touch of her skin against his mouth intoxicated him as much as the Eldoranian ale. He rained soft, tender little kisses over her knuckles, her fingertips. Stop that, she whispered. Please. Why? He asked, turning her hand over so he could kiss her wrist. Han gloried in the jump of her pulse against his mouth. He pressed his lips against her palm, feeling the ridges of scars old and new. Don't you like it? Yes. No. I don't know. She burst out, sounding on the verge of tears. She yanked her hand back, and this time Han let it go, but stepped forward to catch her sleeve. Please, he said, holding her with his eyes as much as with his hand. Please, don't go. Can't you tell that I care about you? I worry about you. I think about you. I care about you. He swallowed, and it hurt. A lot. She caught her breath, and it sounded like a sob. I don't want you to care, she said, her voice ragged, because I'm not supposed to care. You won't even tell me your name, Han finished, and he couldn't hide the touch of bitterness in his voice. She stood poised for flight, like a bird, her eyes wide and tormented. I care about you too, she whispered finally. Her voice trembled. But I shouldn't. I'm only supposed to care about the one, and the all. You want me to break my vows, Vic? How can I give up everything I believe in? Hearing her admit that she had feelings for him made Han's heart turn over. Tell me your name, he pleaded. Please. She stared at him, eyes bright with tears, then she whispered, It's Bria. Bria Theron. Then, without another word, she picked up the skirts of her robe and ran away, through the door, into the dorm. Han stood in the darkness and felt a slow, wide grin spread across his face. All his exhaustion fell away, and his feet felt as if they were wearing repulsor lift boots. He walked away from the dorm, still smiling, and barely noticed when the skies opened up and it began to pour. She does care, he thought, slogging through the ubiquitous mud. Bria. That's nice. Sounds like music or something. Bria. The next day, after long hours of thinking and planning during a mostly sleepless night, Han went in search of Terenza. He found the high priest and Veritil relaxing in the mud flats that lay about a kilometer inland from the shallow Ylesian Ocean. Both priests lounged at their ease, immersed in warm red mud up to their massive flanks. Occasionally, one or the other would roll over and thrash a bit, to cover an area that had dried out. The two Gamorreans on guard duty looked positively envious of their masters. Han, on the other hand, came close enough to the mud wallow to catch a whiff and grimaced. Ugh! Smells like something died last week. The Corellian stood balancing precariously on the bank and waved to get Terenza's attention. Sir? I'd like a word with you if possible. The high priest was in a good mood, relaxed from the mud. He waved an undersized arm. Our heroic pilot! Please, join us. Climb into that muck? On purpose? Han thought, repressing a grimace. But he understood that the Tilandatil were offering him a great honor. He sighed. When Terenza beckoned to him again, Han grinned and waved back genially. He unfastened his gun belt, letting his newly reclaimed blaster in its holster slip to the ground. After yanking off his boots, he unsealed his pilot's coverall and stepped out of them, leaving him clad only in his shorts. Carefully, he placed his belt pouch atop the pile with the open end facing the mud hole. Then, with a grimace that he tried to turn into a smile, the Corellian stepped off the bank. Red mud oozed up his legs, and for a second Han nearly panicked, picturing himself sinking completely out of sight. But there was solid ground beneath the mud. Waving and smiling at the two Talandatil, Han grimly waded out until he was slithering in mud up to his thighs. Isn't this wonderful? Veritil asked, generously catching up a huge blob of mud and slathering Han's back. Nothing in this galaxy beats a good mud bath. Han nodded vigorously. Yeah, great. I suggest you go for a roll, Terenza boomed. That always refreshes me after the stresses of everyday life. Try it. Sure, Han agreed, smiling through clenched teeth. A good roll sounds like just the thing. Gingerly, he lowered himself into the mud, and with a great slosh and splat, he rolled completely over in the sliming, oozing stuff. It didn't help his mood to notice there were long, white worms inhabiting the mud. Han assumed they weren't carnivorous, or the priests wouldn't be having such a wonderful time. Bria, honey, I hope you appreciate this, he thought as he completed his roll and sat back up, coated now from the neck down. Wonderful, he said loudly. So squishy. So, Pilot Drago, why did you wish to speak with me? Terenza asked as the high priest languidly settled deeper into the wallow. Well, I think I may have solved your problem, sir. The problem of how to take care of your collection, that is. Terenza's massive head swiveled on his almost non-existent neck. Really? How? I made friends with one of the pilgrims, a young woman from my homeworld. Before she came here to be a pilgrim, she was studying to be a museum curator, and she knows a lot about caring for rare things, antiquities, collectibles, stuff like that. I bet she could properly catalog and care for the stuff in your collection. Terenza listened intently, then the high priest sat back on his haunches, mud squishing up around him. I had no idea any of our pilgrims had such training. Perhaps I will interview this one. What is her designation? She's Pilgrim 921, sir. And where does she work? In the Glitterstim factory, sir. How long's she been here on Yelesia? Almost a year, sir. Terenza turned to Veritil, and the two priests began talking in their own language. I gotta learn their lingo for myself, Han thought. He'd found a language program to teach elementary Huttese, and been studying that for the past month, but he'd been unable to locate any translation guides or programs for learning the Talandatil language. He strained his ears, hoping to be able to decipher what the priests were saying, but Talandatil was apparently sufficiently different from Huttese to make it impossible for him to understand anything. Turning back to Han, Veritil said, This Pilgrim 921, would you say she's attractive, as your species measures attractiveness? For example, do you find her appealing as a potential sexual partner? Deep in the mud, Han crossed his fingers. 921? Oh, no, sir, she's... Well, to be frank, sir, she's so ugly that if I have a pet with a face that homely, I'd make it walk backward. When they heard Han's words, both priests scoffed and slapped their arms across their chests, which was apparently their species' way of paying tribute to a witty turn of phrase. Very well, Pilot Drago, Terenza boomed. You are indeed a sharp fellow, and I shall investigate this young woman. He sloshed around a bit, letting the mud slop up around his huge flanks. Ah, he sighed with pleasure. So, Veritil, Hans squirmed around in the mud until he was facing the sacred dough. I've got something I'm curious about. Mind if I ask you a question? Not at all, the younger priest said. How do you guys do that thing you do with the pilgrims each night at the devotion? What they call the exaltation. Sure packs a wallop, whatever it is. The exaltation? Veritil chuckled, a low, booming sound. That moment of rapture the pilgrims regard as a divine gift. Right, Han said. I've never been able to experience it, he admitted. Because I've fought it as hard as I can, he added silently. Because the last thing I want is some critter as ugly as you give me jolts in my pleasure neurons. That is because you are a strong-minded individual, Pilot Drago, Veritil said. Our pilgrims come to us because they are not strong-minded. They are weak and looking for guidance, and their diets are designed to make them even more malleable. Terenza spoke up. The exaltation is a refinement of an ability we males of the Talandatil use to attract the females of our species during mating season. We create a frequency resonance within the recipient's brain that stimulates the pleasure centers. The humming vibration is produced by air flowing over the cilia in our neck pouches when we inflate them. Our females find it irresistible. We males also have a low-grade telepathic projection ability, Veritil said. By concentrating on feeling good, we can project those feelings at the crowd of pilgrims. Both effects, taken together, produce the exaltation. Neat trick, Han said admiringly. Is it difficult? Not at all, Terenza said. What we find difficult is having to lead the pilgrims in those endless services and prayers. At times I've been so bored I nearly fell asleep waiting for my turn to lead the devotions. Last year one of the sacred does did fall asleep, Veritil said, booming with a species version of laughter. Pelazadar fell right over. The pilgrims were most upset. Both priests enjoyed the memory. Han laughed too, but inside he was simmering with anger, thinking of the pilgrims staggering down the path, religious faith and devotion shining in their eyes. This place makes any of Garrus Shrike's scams look like nothing, he thought disgustedly. Someone should shut these greedy vermin down. For a moment, he wished he could be the one to do it. Then Han reminded himself that sticking one's neck out for others was a good way to get one's head and shoulders permanently separated. So why are you doing all this for Bria? His treacherous mind asked sarcastically. Because, his heart answered, Bria's safety has become as important to me as my own. I can't help it. It's just the way things are. Now that he'd accomplished what he'd come here to do, Han began to think about how to gracefully, metaphorically speaking, extract himself from the mud and the company of the priests. He was rescued by the arrival of a Hutt, who came gliding over the mud flat on his repulsor lift sled. A small squad of guards trotted vigorously alongside, panting in the humid heat as they struggled to keep up. Zaval! Terenza hailed his Hutt overlord, standing respectfully. Feeling like a fool, Han did likewise. This was Corellian's first close-up encounter with a Hutt, and he tried not to stare at the creature's huge, recumbent form, the enormous pouchy eyes amid the leathery tan skin, and the green slime that oozed from the corners of the being's mouth. Ugh, they're even uglier than Terenza and his crew, Han thought. He reminded himself that Hutts had been civilized for probably longer than his own species, but he still couldn't quite eliminate the revulsion their appearance caused. Or maybe it was just the knowledge that it was the Hutts who dreamed up the idea of running a religion on Ulesia as a cheap way to enslave innocent sapients that repulsed him. The Hutt leaned toward Terenza and said in Huttese, I've received a message from home. Jabba and Jiliak deny everything, and we have no proof. The clan council has refused to. Han couldn't catch the word, so we have no other way to. And he finished with a phrase that Han couldn't translate. Regrettable, replied Terenza in Huttese. What about my requisition for more troops, armament, and shielding for our ships, Your Excellency? Approved, Zaval said. Should be arriving any day. Good. Terenza continued in Basic. Zaval, I would like you to meet our brave pilot, Vic Drago, who saved our shipment of Glitterstim. The huge Hutt chuckled a heh sound that was so deep and resonant that Han could feel it as well as hear it. Greetings, Pilot Drago. You have our lasting gratitude. Thank you, sir. Terenza waved an undersized arm. The correct form of address is Your Excellency, Pilot Drago. Okay, then. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm honored to be able to serve you. The Hutt chuckled again and said to Terenza in Huttese, A most polite and perceptive young man. For a human. Have you arranged for a bonus? We want to keep him happy. Yes, I have, Your Excellency, Terenza replied. Han, of course, did not let on that he'd understood any of the exchanges in Huttese. Good, Zaval said. Han stood watching as the alien turned his repulsor lift sled and glided away. Terenza and Veritil began slogging their way out of the mud with grunts of effort. The High Priest addressed Han in Basic. His Excellency is pleased with your performance, pilot. Has the factory foreman informed you as to when the next shipment will be ready for transport? Han, too, is squishing his way toward the bank. He said at the end of the week, sir. In the meantime, there are 2 shipments of pilgrims due at the space station. One tomorrow, one the day after. Good. We don't want to be short-handed in the factories. Once back on the bank, Han scooped up his clothes and turned east and gestured in the direction of the ocean. 1 kilometer away. I think I'll walk over and rinse off, he said, before I get dressed. Ah, yes, said Veritil. We use the mud as a cleansing agent, but it does not cling to our skins the way it appears to cling to yours. Once dry, all we need to do is shake. He gave a pronounced shudder, and the dust rose in clouds, and it all flakes away, as you can see. Yes, I see that, Han said, but I'll have to use water to rinse. Be careful not to go too far into the ocean, Pilot Drago, Terenza cautioned. Some of the denizens of the Ulesian oceans are quite large, and very hungry. Yes, sir, Han said. Holding his clothes and boots away from his red, mud-covered body, Han began picking his way barefoot toward the ocean. He couldn't see it yet because of a ridge of sand dunes, but he could smell the warm, brackish water. When he reached it a short time later, he cautiously ventured out, knee-deep, and then squatted down to let the pounding surf sloosh over him. Again and again the waves washed over the Corellian, rinsing away all trace of the red muck. Then Han went over to the sandy shore, found a smooth patch, and stretched out to dry. He felt the dim Ylesian sun beating down on him, drying him, leaving his hair salt-stiffened and tousled. But anything's better than that mud, he thought drowsily. He was almost asleep when Han jerked awake, remembering something he'd forgotten. He got to his feet, walked over to his clothes, and fumbled with his belt pouch. Looking carefully around before he did so, he withdrew the tiny audio log recording device he'd borrowed from the Ylesian dream, and seeing that it was still running, turned it off with a decisive snap. Satisfied that he'd successfully recorded the entire exchange between himself and the Ylesian priests, Han walked back to his spot, lay down on the warm sand, and took a well-deserved nap. Chapter 8. Revelations. Han flew many missions for the Ylesians during the next 3 months. Several times he was able, with Murg's complicity, to make small side runs to hone his piloting skills and to allow Murg to practice with weaponry. Han successfully landed vessels on airless moons, on ice moons, even on a small asteroid barely bigger than his ship. He learned to dock with a space station, matching airlocks perfectly on the first try. As a result of Han's run-in with the pirates, the Ylesian Hutts increased the weaponry and equipped their ships with better shielding. They also tightened the security surrounding the dates and locations of their shipments, and refused to agree to any more off-world rendezvous points. Instead, Han was ordered to fly his cargo to a planet and exchange the processed spice for the raw materials planet-side. In a populated area, there was less chance of a double-cross that might lead to an ambush. Terenza made it clear to Murg that Vic Drago had passed muster as a trustworthy employee, so Murg no longer felt compelled to spend every waking moment with the Corellian. The big Togorian was still bound by his promise to guard the pilot, however, and Murg never forgot that. True to his promise, Terenza interviewed Bria and gave the Corellian woman the job of maintaining and cataloging his collection. Han was able to see her every day he was on Ylesia. Once she began getting better food in the mess hall and healthy exposure to fresh air and sunlight, that pale, wan, too thin look vanished, and her eyes grew bright, her step lighter, and her smile came more readily. She liked her new job, both because she enjoyed caring for the antiquities and because she felt that serving the high priest was a sacred honor. Bria continued to attend prayer times every morning and devotions every evening. When Han was on Ylesia, he usually walked her to and from the service. Bria was offered a room in the administration center, but told Terenza she preferred to stay in the pilgrims' dormitory. Not only did she enjoy the company of her fellow pilgrims at prayer time, but she found she was uneasy at the thought of occupying an apartment in the same building as Vic Drago. Bria Theron was still wary of the Corellian, still unwilling to respond to the feelings he awakened in her. She was a pilgrim, she reminded herself constantly. Her loyalty, her duty, her spiritual self was reserved for the one and the all. Still, there was no doubt that she enjoyed Vic's company. He was so alive, so full of energy, so charming and attractive. Bria had never met anyone like him. During the hour before evening devotions, when her daily work with the High Priest's collection was done, Bria developed the habit of searching out Vic and Murg. They were almost always together, and then the 3 of them would go to the mess hall for a cup of stim tea together. Bria walked through the jungle, enjoying the small respite from the heat that the lowering sun brought. A breeze was blowing in off the ocean, which was where she was headed. She walked quickly, feeling the skirts of her tan pilgrim's robe brushing the plants that grew along the edges of the path. Brilliant flowers hung from drooping vines, scarlet, purple, and green-yellow. Their sharp, slightly astringent scent made her nostrils flare as she passed them. The exalted one, Terenza, had told Bria she was free to put on regular clothing in place of her bulky pilgrim garb, pointing out it would make it easier to tend to his collection. But so far the girl clung to her robes, as she clung to her vows. The young Corellian woman reached the mud flats and paused to make an obedience before the mud wallow where 2 priests lounged. Both ignored her, but Bria was used to that. Priests paid little attention to pilgrims unless they needed to direct them in their work. That was natural. Their minds were on higher things, soaring on spiritual planes that humanoids like Bria could not hope to reach. The first time Bria had seen the priests wallowing in the red, stinking mud, she'd been shocked. It was unsettling to see them indulging in such a secular activity. But over the past 3 months, ever since she'd come to work for Exaltedness Terenza, Bria had gotten used to seeing them. She was glad she no longer had to work in the darkness of the Glitterstem factory. Working in the administration building was much nicer. Climate controlled, with good lighting and the food. The food was much better. It had taken Bria nearly a full month to be able to eat a regular meal. At first, she'd been so listless, so drained of energy, she just picked at her food, as she'd been doing for months. The medical droid had had to treat her for malnutrition, as well as traces of fungi-induced blood sickness. But now she was fine. Things were much better for her, she had to admit, since Vic had come into her life. If only... Bria frowned and sighed. If only Vic were a pilgrim, too. Then they could worship together, attend prayer times together, and receive the sacrament of exaltation together. But Vic... She couldn't escape the fact that he was an unbeliever, even though he'd never admitted to it. Vic believed in nothing but himself. When they attended devotions together, he would hold her arm or her hand to steady her on the way back to her dorm. The touch of his hand made her question her devotion to the One, the All, and Bria didn't like that. She wanted nothing to shake her faith or make her question her vows. By now she'd reached the sand dunes. As she'd half expected, she heard the sound of a blaster bolt whine and sizzle. "Vic," she called, not wanting to sneak up on a man who was doing target practice. "Vic, it's me." As she climbed to the top of the dune, the wind grabbed her robes and whipped them about her legs. She had to hold onto her cap, lest it be blown off by the ocean wind. Below her, on the beach, she could see Vic, legs braced in a shooter stance, his blaster in its holster, which he wore slung low, far down his thigh. Murg was some distance from the Corellian, holding several black ceramic target pieces. Without warning, the big Togorian flung 2 of the targets into the air, one high and to his left, the other low and to his right. Vic's hand was a blur of motion so fast that Bria's eyes could barely follow it. A blaster bolt shattered first the rightmost, then the left target piece. Tiny droplets of slagged ceramic rained into the restless Cielesian surf. Murg yowled his approval. Vic turned, ready to practice distance shooting at the stationary target they'd set up. Then he spotted Bria at the top of the dune. With a wave and grin, he holstered his blaster and loped toward her. Bria was struck, as she always was, by how good-looking he was, with his regular features, brown eyes and hair, and lean build. Taken all together, he wasn't actually a classically handsome man, but any woman who'd ever been on the receiving end of his smile wouldn't notice that. "Hi," he yelled, running up to her. Before Bria could fend him off, he dropped a kiss on her forehead. Breathless, she pushed him away. "No, Vic, that's against my vows." "I know," he said unrepentantly, "but someday, honey, you're going to kiss me back." "I wondered if you wanted to go for stim tea before devotion," she said. "Not today," he said, suddenly serious, looking down into her face. "There's something we need to talk about, Bria. I've waited until you were better, because I'm afraid it's going to be a shock, but you got to find out sometime." Bria looked up at him, wondering what was going on. "What are you talking about, Vic?" "Let's go and sit down," he said. "Over here on the beach, okay?" He led her over to a smooth spot in the sand, and when Murg came up to see if they were going back, Vic shook his head. "Give us a little privacy for a while, pal, okay?" The Togorian walked away, up the dune. Bria watched as his inky form vanished behind the hill of sand. Her heart began to race as Vic took a small device out of his pocket. "This is the audio log recorder I pulled out of the Dream's control panel," he told her. "I'm going to play a recording I made him a couple of months ago, before Terenza asked you to look after his collection. Just be patient and listen, okay?" "I don't know. I can tell I'm not going to like this," she muttered. "I've got a bad feeling about that recording." "Please," he said, "for me. Just listen." Bria nodded, her hands twisting in her lap. Suddenly, the ocean breeze, instead of seeming pleasant, made her shiver despite the sun dipping toward the west. Vic turned on the recorder. Bria listened to the conference that ensued, heard Vic greet the priests, and heard them invite him to take a mud bath. Bria recognized Exalted Terenza's and Sacredo Veritil's voice talking to the pilot. Mud baths. They were saying how relaxing mud baths were. Bria stirred restlessly, and Vic held up a warning finger and mouthed, "Wait." She forced herself to sit still, though she was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Surely the priests had not known that Vic was recording their conversation. His actions were worse than eavesdropping, more like outright spying. Then, Bria caught her breath in dismay. She heard Veritel and Terenza laughing and talking about the exaltation. They were saying it was not a divine gift. They were saying it had nothing at all to do with the one or the all. Bria's eyes widened, then narrowed in fury, and she shot to her feet. The wind whipped her pilgrim's cap off, allowing her golden red curls to spring free, but she paid no attention. She was trembling with anger as she faced Vic. Seeing her reaction, he shut off the recorder and stood to face her. "How could you?" Bria demanded, her voice low and shaking. "I thought you were my friend." He stepped toward her, hands raised placatingly. "Bria, sweetheart, I am your friend. I did it for you. You need to know the truth. I'm sorry you're—" Bria's hand and arm seemed to move of their own volition, coming up in a roundhouse slap that connected solidly with his cheek. Vic staggered back, hand pressed to his face. "You're lying," she cried. "Lying! You faked that to make me break my vows. Admit it!" He dropped his hand and stood staring at her, and his eyes were full of sadness and pity. Slowly, Vic shook his head. "I'm sorry, babe," he said. "Sorrier than I can say, but I didn't fake it. What you hear is the truth, and getting mad at me won't change that. Terenza and his crew don't have any divine gifts. They invented this whole scam just to get factory workers and slaves to sell." The print of her hand was darkening on his cheek, dull red where she'd struck him. Bria could see the marks of her fingers. She fought the impulse to throw herself at him, babbling apologies. How could she have hurt him like that? At the same time, though, she was angry clear through. Bria could feel her face working. Her chin trembled as she tried to control herself. "No," she clenched her hands. "No, that's not true. You faked it. What about you? What are you, telepathic? How did you know about Sacred Doe Pelizadar? You weren't even here then." He shook his head. "I didn't know, Bria. I didn't know, and I didn't fake this recording. I'm going to prove that to you." Digging into his pocket, he held a small black vial. Bria knew only too well what it was. "Glitter stem? Where'd you get it?" "Light fingered it during a delivery," Vic said. "You know what it can do, right?" Slowly, Bria nodded. "This is the only way I can prove to you I'm not lying. If you open it, expose it to light, then swallow it, it'll give you temporary telepathic abilities. You'll be able to read my mind, and you'll know that I'm not lying about the exaltation, and that I didn't fake that recording. Here." He reached out and dropped it into her hand. "Take it." Bria looked down at the tube. I need to think about this, Vic. I need to decide what to do." "I'm not lying, honey, I swear." He came closer to her, reached out to take her hands. "Trust me." She backed away from him. "Just leave me alone for now, Vic. I'll see you later, after the devotion. Right now, I have to go." He looked at her. "You could skip it this once. It's not like anyone takes roll call." Skip the exaltation? Bria felt physically sick at the thought, and her reaction terrified her. What if Vic was right? What if the exaltation was nothing more than a combination physical and mental vibration from an alien species? If no divine was present, then the pilgrims were no better than addicts getting a fix. Bria gazed into Vic's eyes and had a queasy feeling that he was telling the truth. Her fingers tightened over the small black cylinder of glitter stem. Here lay her answer. With this, she could find out the truth. She turned and began walking away, leaving him there on the beach. Bria heard Vic call out to her, but she waved him away and kept moving. She didn't have much time if she was going to make it to the devotion on schedule. Half an hour later, she stood amid the hordes of pilgrims, watching the sun set in bloody splendor behind the altar of promises. It was almost time through the exaltation. She glanced around her, thinking if she was going to do this, it had better be soon. Surreptitiously, her fingers withdrew the black cylinder from the pocket of her robe. Light. She needed light to activate the glitter stem, and yet she couldn't do it while anyone would see. Finally, the moment came that she was waiting for, the signal to the faithful that the exaltation was about to begin. Bria had stationed herself in the crowd so that she had a clear view of the high priest and the sacred does as they led the pilgrims in the devotion. But she was far back in the crowd. Far enough back she ought to be able to shield the glitter stem with her wide sleeve, so its activation wouldn't be noticed by the Talanda Till, and the other pilgrims would be so busy with the exaltation they'd probably barely notice a blaster bolt. All around her, pilgrims were falling to their knees. Bria let herself follow them, and as she did so, she flipped open the top of the vial of glitter stem. Under the cover of her body, as she bent forward from the waist, she pulled free the fibrous dose of the drug, and wondered for an insane second whether this was a dose she herself had prepared. As the pilgrims prostrated themselves, the priest's throat pouches began to distend. As the beginnings of the vibrating hum resounded through the air, Bria held the glitter stem before her, full in the last rays of the setting sun. Within seconds it activated, sparkling blue, but none of the pilgrims noticed, and the effect was hidden from the high priest. Even though she'd never taken glitter stem before, Bria knew exactly how many seconds to wait. A moment later she shoved it into her mouth and allowed her saliva to quench the sparking substance. As she mouthed the drug, then swallowed it, the exhalation began. Bria shuddered as though she'd been blaster shot. The effects of the glitter stim were immediate. Blood rushed through her body like a ship going into hyperspace. Her head pounded. But the physical effects were as nothing to the mental ones. Her mind opened in a way she'd never afterward be able to describe. As the waves of the exultation took her, she experienced the pleasure of all the other pilgrims in the crowd. The sensation was so overwhelming that she almost passed out. Only the anger that had been simmering inside her ever since Vic had played that recording kept her sane and focused. Got to open my eyes, she thought. Focus. Gagging, gasping, Bria opened her eyes, shuddering as the waves of pleasure racked her with such intensity they were nearly transformed into pain. She stared at Terenza, forcing herself not to look away, to narrow her mind to only encompass his. Images, alien images, flooded Bria's mind, stamping themselves indelibly into her consciousness. No matter how much she wished to forget, she knew she never, ever would. Terenza's mind, like that of every sentient, was full of surface trivia, wondering what he'd have for dinner, boredom with the ceremony, thoughts of the new security measures the Hutts had ordered him to implement, a minor gastrointestinal churn in his middle. There was not a hint of divinity in the high priest's mind. He did not believe in the one or the all. As a matter of fact, Terenza was proud of himself for inventing the one and the all, so these credulous pilgrims could have something to believe in. Bria gagged, her mouth filled with the bitter aftertaste of the glitter stem. It was hard to think with the exultation going on, but she forced herself to stay attuned to the high priest's mind, sifting, making absolutely certain that what he was doing was purely a physical and mental trick, something that all males of his species could do on demand. Suddenly, Terenza jerked, looking around him wildly, his mind filled with suspicion, then certainty. He knew he was being telepathically probed. The exultation wavered, then lessened abruptly as the high priest stopped humming. The sacred oaths continued in a ragged chorus, but without their leader, the exultation stopped dead. Pilgrims cried out with shock, and some even fainted. Bria pulled her mind free from Terenza's and joined the crowd of pilgrims who were moaning in distress, crying and stumbling back and forth, disoriented. Some stood shivering and whining as they gazed beseechingly at the priests. Terenza lumbered off the dais by the altar and began thrusting his way into the crowd. The Tilondatil peered down into faces, distractedly muttered blessings, as he tried to cover up the fact that he was desperately searching for the pilgrim who had just scanned his mind. Luckily, Bria was far back in the crowd, quite near the end of the amphitheater. She let herself be shoved backward off the permacrete until her feet encountered gooey jungle loam. With a single quick, decisive movement, Bria dug her toe into a lump of trampled leaves and mud and lifted it. Her fingers released the glitter stem cylinder, and it landed in the center of the hole. Bria turned, and as she did so, her foot pressed the lump of mud back into the jungle floor. The entire sequence of events had taken only a second. She began edging her way along the back of the crowd, toward the path, allowing herself to be carried along with the tide of incoherent, querulous, confused, and dissatisfied pilgrims. A cautious glance behind her assured her that Terenza had abandoned his search, apparently having realized how hopeless it was, and how much his atypical behavior was upsetting the pilgrims. Bria hoped he'd put the entire experience down to some relative newcomer deciding to experiment with a stolen vial of glitter stem. She moved numbly down the path, her footsteps slow and unsteady. The effects of the glitter stem had faded so much she was barely aware of the thoughts and emotions of those immediately around her. She wasn't surprised when Vic fell into step beside her. As usual, he took her arm to help support her. Bria leaned against him, grateful for his support, and felt his arm go around her waist until he was half holding her up. The swift, equatorial dark was all around them now. Bria could barely see Vic. He led her down the path, avoiding the worst of the mud puddles. Then, when they reached the dorm, she stopped. I'm not going in there just yet, she mumbled. I need to talk to you, Vic. He nodded, his features barely visible in the light cast from the open doors. Okay, I don't think anyone will mind if we go to the mess hall for a cup of stim tea. You look like you could use it. Together, they turned away into the darkness. Bria leaned on Vic as they went up the path. She had never felt so weary. A droid would have moved with more animation. When they reached the mess hall, Vic sat her down and fetched them cups of stim tea, plus a sugared pastry, which he pushed at Bria. Here, he said, eat this. You look like you need it. Obediently, she sipped her tea and nibbled on the pastry. She hadn't had dinner, and the food seemed to steady her, bring the world back into focus. She leaned toward Vic, ready to talk, but even as she opened her mouth, he shook his head warningly. Guess I'd better get you back to your dorm, he said loudly. That'll teach you to skip meals, 921. I thought you were going to pass out on me back there. Taking the hint, Bria got to her feet in silence and followed him out. When they reached the outside of the administration building, Vic pulled out a pair of infrared goggles and pulled them on. You got yours? Nodding, Bria located them and pulled them into place. The night suddenly resolved itself into ghostly black and greenish-white images. She could see Vic's face now, half hidden as it was by the goggles. His arm came around her again as they started down the jungle path together. You took the glitter stem, he said quietly. Yes, she said, feeling as numb as if she'd been beaten into unconsciousness. You were right. Forgive me for doubting you. Hey, he said, trying to sound cheerful and failing utterly. I'd have wanted to check out my story too in your place. Was it rough? She nodded, and suddenly feeling rushed back in a black tide, leaving her shaking and gasping. Oh, Vic, she babbled, I was in his mind, Terenza's mind, and it was terrible. No divine gift, just a bored, selfish sentient who wants to get richer so he can add to his collection. Take it easy, he said, holding her shoulders to steady her. You've had an awful shock. I feel so betrayed. Bria got out between chattering teeth. It was terrible. Hey there, sweetheart. His arms went around her, and the expression of sympathy was her undoing. Bria began to sob, huge, gulping, racking sobs that hurt. Vic helped her take her goggles off, then he just held her, stroking her hair, patting her back, murmuring soothing reassurances and endearments. She held on to the front of his coverall with both hands, twisting and wringing the fabric, and weeping so hard she scared herself. Bria had never cried like this before. The sense of desolation was terrible. I don't have anything left, she choked out between spasms of crying. Nothing. Of course you do, Vic murmured, kissing her cheek gently. You've got us, right? Us? She whispered. Sure, we're gonna be together, sweetheart. We're gonna get off this hellish planet and we're gonna be happy. She raised her head, staring blindly into the darkness. Her night sight could barely make out the lighter blur of his face. But they never let pilgrims go, Bria mumbled. I read that in Terenza's mind. We won't ask 'em, honey. We'll just up and go. Escape? She whispered. You got it, he said. As soon as I can figure out a way to do it, we're going to get out of here. I've already begun thinking about it. He gave her a quick kiss on her cheek. Trust me, I've had experience with this kind of thing. I'll figure it out. But your money, she said. You're under contract, and you can't break it. If you run away, you'll lose your money. You told me you needed those credits they're paying you to try and get into the academy. How can you give that up? He shrugged. One credit's as good as another. I'll just have to get it out of Terenza another way. Bria's mind was fogged with exhaustion and the grief of betrayal. It took her a full minute to realize what Vic was talking about. The collection, she whispered. You're planning to steal Terenza's collection and escape. Pretty good, he said approvingly. You sure you're not still having some of those glitter stim insights? I don't think so, Bria said wearily. I just know that you've asked me about it a lot of times. Asked me what items are the most valuable. You really think you can break the security locks and steal the collection? Not the whole thing, he said. It'd take a bigger cargo ship than any on Ulesia to haul it all away. I'm just going to take the small stuff. The really valuable small stuff. He looked at her intently. You're going to help me, right? She hesitated. Stealing antiquities was contrary to everything she'd ever believed in. But Terenza's antiquities weren't in a museum where the public could see them. They were being hoarded by a greedy private collector. If Vic stole them, they'd be put back into circulation, and there was a good chance that at least some of them would wind up on public display in some store or gallery. Okay, Bria said. She drew a long, shaky breath. I'll help you, Vic. Good. You and me, we're gonna swipe a ship and we're getting ourselves off this planet. I'm sick of the heat, sick of the humidity, and sick to death of these priests and their hokey religion. Bria took a deep breath. Leave here? Never attend devotion and receive the exaltation again? How can I live without it? Resolutely, she put the question out of her mind. She'd manage somehow. Maybe she could wean herself away from it over the next week or so, until they left. There's just one more thing, Vic, she said uncertainly. What, sweetheart? Murg. What about Murg? You told me he'd given his word to guard you. That he's as much your guard as your protector. What will you do about him? Vic drew a long breath, and she saw a blur of his face move as he shook his head. That's the Vrult in the kitchen, he said, using an old Corellian phrase for bad luck or disaster. I don't know what I'm going to do about him. I really like the big guy, but he's told me about his word of honor code of his people. I'm afraid he'll be loyal to Terenza no matter what. You mean if he finds out what we're planning, he'll turn us in? Good chance of it. Oh, Vic. There was a catch in her voice. What are we going to do? What if we can't get away? Don't worry, honey. Leave that to me, Vic sighed. If I have to, I'll deal with Murg. I'm a better shot than he is and much faster on the draw. You'd shoot him? If it's a choice between you and me or Murg, yeah, I will. I just wish I could convince him to throw in with us. If he did, I'd take him wherever he wanted to go and give him enough credits to continue his search. Search? Yeah, he's looking for his mate, and he came here thinking she came to Ulesia, but he guessed wrong. Tagorians are rare, so rare I'd never even heard of them till I got here. If a female Tagorian was here, she'd stick out like a sore thumb. Bria drew in her breath, startled. But, Vic, there was another Tagorian here. I remember seeing one, 6, maybe 8 months back. I just caught the one glimpse, but I'm sure of the species. Really? Was it a male or female? What did it look like? I have no idea what sex, she said. I don't think this Tagorian was as big as Murg. It was white, with orange stripes, I think. I saw it one evening, just after devotions, and it was getting dark. I'll have to tell Murg, Vic said. Those priests lie for a living. It's entirely possible Mrov, I think that's her name, has been here on Ulesia the whole time, maybe at Colony 2 or 3. He fell silent. Bria stood there, mulling over what he'd just said, and finally she couldn't stand it any longer. Please, Vic, she pleaded, tell me you didn't mean that about shooting Murg if he tries to prevent us from stealing Terenza's collection. There's got to be a way to avoid that. Bria liked Murg. Over the past couple of months, she'd gotten to know him a little, and she admired the big felinoid. I'll take care of him, whatever it takes. If I have to, I'll shoot him. Vic's voice was grim. But maybe I can just stun him, or give him a knock on that thick skull of his. Leave him tied up, so the priests won't blame him when we make our getaway. Oh, Vic. Bria's eyes filled with tears again. Please try to figure out something so Murg doesn't get hurt. You're good at that. I will, sweetheart, he said. I will. He leaned forward to drop a quick kiss on her forehead, and this time she did not remind him of her vows. I have no vows, Bria thought dully, as they began walking back toward her dorm. No vows, no religion, nothing at all. She glanced sideways in the darkness. Nothing except Vic. Murg glided soundlessly out of the jungle and stepped onto the path. The Tagorian's night vision was far better than a human's. He could easily make out the distant pair walking down the path. They were almost to the dorm. The felinoid had been creeping through the jungle with exaggerated care for the past couple of minutes, determined to get close enough to overhear their whispered conversation. The Tagorian had only managed to get close enough to catch the tail end of what they'd been discussing, but he'd heard enough. Pilot and Bria were planning to escape. They were planning to steal from his masters. Pilot was planning to take care of Murg. The Tagorian shook his massive head unhappily. Murg had given his word of honor to his masters. His course should be clear. But it wasn't. He knew well enough what he should do. He should go to Terenza tomorrow morning and tell him what he'd overheard. Or perhaps he, Murg, should kill Pilot himself and tell the priest why after the deed was done. But he stood there, hesitating. It was obvious that Pilot was desperate enough to shoot him to get away. Murg had given his word of honor to guard Pilot. But Pilot was also Vic, and Merc had come to think of Vic as a friend. Vic was determined to protect his female. Merc could understand that. He'd do almost anything to protect Rove, if he could only find her. Merc growled, low in his throat. Perhaps he should pretend to be friendly, so that Pilot would allow him to get close enough to use his teeth and claws. Merg was an expert hunter. Once he'd gotten hold of his prey, there was no escape. Could he kill Vic to keep his word of honor? Merc growled again and turned back into the jungle. Tonight he would hunt, and he would kill. He would tear open and consume his fresh prey. Perhaps that would clear his mind, and then he would be able to decide what to do. Merc glided beneath the giant trees, as silent and invisible as a wraith.